I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back. Tomorrow morning, I better get a cash app, or every last one of you motherfuckers getting slapped. Bet that. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woke up this morning with these thoughts in my head. The world would be better off if I just stayed my ass in bed. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Is it? Almost there? Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. And they can apparently hear me. Hello, how are you? Yeah, of course they can hear me. Yeah. Yeah. Ah.
Hold on. I got this. Hey, everybody, and welcome to Noir Bar.
It kind of sounds like you. Yeah, it does. Chat, do you know the difference? Can you even tell the difference?
Hey, everybody. There's the inimitable voice of the otter, not that fake French version. My God. Welcome to Noir Bar, live from the Shays District in Noir City in the year of our Lord 1942. And as you can all see from our brand new Vitaray Technology trademark powered hyper-accurate mantle clock, it's exactly 11:30 Eastern PM on the dot. Thank you all for coming. Come on in, grab a seat, put your drink orders in, get comfortable for a late night layback time of banter, booze, broads, and bullets. And my God, it's our illustrious return in 1942, and I have missed this place. I have missed you guys. I haven't missed Sam, but you know.
Frankly, how could you?
I mean, that voice, man. I know you guys couldn't, chat couldn't hear me, but when I heard that, I was like, oh my God, I'm so offended right now. I don't sound anything like that.
You did say those words.
Yeah, I was. Whew.
But you kind of sound like that.
Yeah, no, it's good to be back, chat. I've missed you guys a lot. I've, on AAA earlier, a bunch of people saying, "Are you really going to do it tonight?" I'm like, yeah, I'm really going to do it tonight. And it was good. It was good coming in and talking to Far and Sam for a minute. I'm like, oh shit, I realized how much I miss talking to these guys. And yeah, it's almost been shockingly 2 months. But it's okay. You know, Far spent an extended time out of country in Laos along the Pacific Rim. So, you know,
fucking Christ.
We can't.
Why Laos? Of all the fucking places that you could have chosen.
Well, you told me that the dollary-do goes very far there. That's why you picked Laos.
I didn't say shit about Laos.
Oh, you're mad that I doxed you? Well, I'm sorry, but people want to know what you've been up to.
No, I'm just very fucking confused why you chose Laos.
She's still going through the delousing process, Polly. Don't worry about it.
You know what I was saying before stream of like, yeah, I think I missed you too, and then, you know, realizing, did I miss the idea? I think I missed the idea of you. Okay, I'll say it.
Mean it.
I got to admit, I was actually kind of offended by that. Far, she doesn't miss me, guys. She just misses the idea of me, and it's like, oh man, that's cold. That's really cool.
It's like it's an Aragorn moment, you know. You do not love me. You love but a shadow.
And Mentrix, thank you very much for the $10. Greatly appreciated. People who take care of chickens are literally chicken tenders.
Christ.
Okay, you know what? That's a winner. Far as our chicken tender in residence, isn't she?
Winner, chicken tender.
Take care of chicken.
Well, you used to.
You're the only person. We don't even have them anymore.
No, I know, and that was a failure. You should have kept them.
No, because the shitty neighbor kid would have killed him.
Really? With like
Probably,
what, like a slingshot or what?
Well, like he liked throwing shit at them from across the fence.
Why?
I don't know. He was an asshole.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty. You know what they say about small children that want to hurt animals, right?
Yeah, I know.
You know, he's gonna be one of those people that kills Australian backpackers in the outback. You know, we've seen enough of those videos.
Apparently too many.
You can be the neighbor who says nonsensical things that don't fucking matter.
Oh my
They just
he
want
was such a nice boy.
Exactly.
He would always throw the bowls that he would play with his friends with, like, across the fence and try to hit our asbestos house, but who could have known that something could have gone wrong there? That's also another thing he actually did. He would throw, like, various kinds of sports balls over the fence to hit the house with.
Really? Sports
Yeah!
balls?
Yeah, sports balls. Like, you know, cricket balls,
Yeah.
footballs, like, golf balls,
Well, actually,
I think,
I
at
don't
one
know
stage.
what a cricket ball is shaped like. They're small and hard, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Imagine if someone petrified a baseball.
Basically, yeah.
They're as big as a baseball?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were
Yeah.
I thought they were smaller. They were like a petanque size ball.
A bit
No.
larger than a petanque ball.
But yeah, like, you just throw all kinds of shit over the fence.
Covered in hardened leather.
Well, then again, I've never actually played petanque. I've just held the balls. Yeah, I said it. Clip me. Go ahead.
It's okay, I've got all the Ploy Junior footage. I just have to, you know, do my thing.
Wonderful. The fruition of the betrayal of my own audience.
Yeah.
That's great.
Because I took him home to Japan. You
Mhm,
know,
mhm.
he went for a nice little trip.
Mhm.
Yeah, he you know, got to go to Hokkaido. He got to sit in the snow next to a snowbird.
Really?
Yeah, no, yeah. Someone must have bought, like, at the place that we went. It was an observation deck. Someone must have bought, like, a little mascot bird from the gift shop in there and just put it outside on top of the sign and just left it there.
Mm-hmm.
It's adorable.
Because no one came and collected it.
That's
It was just an adorable little bird sitting there. So I was like, okay, yeah, I see my chance. I see you there, bird.
Yeah.
Hearing. Noir.
Whiskey and whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's been long enough for Bobblehead, that son of a bitch. CTP, thanks for the 450. I knew it! Polly is the black father we've always needed. Never around, disappears without warning, never communicates, and when he's here, it's like it never happened. I'm the black father you never knew you needed. I love it. I love it. I'm glad I was playing smooth fucking Quiet Storm jazz on the way in. That's it. It's appropriate.
Speaking on the way in, though, Polly.
Yeah.
We get a few donation-y dues.
I was just about to say, let me hit a couple of these as the chat was waiting generously for us to open the doors, waiting for Far to get here. You know how it is. The Australians,
Fuck off.
they're always fucking late. Boom, here's this one.
Holy shit, you're one to talk.
I know. The audacity.
The fucking audacity of this bitch.
God Emperor Dingle, you magnificent bastard. Hello. Welcome to 2025. Glad to see you're here. Thank you for the $10. Holy shit. Polly opened the bar. Yeah, I did. Glad to see you're back to it, buddy. I'm out and about, but I'll watch the stream later. Cool. Hit me up in the comments below underneath. Anybody who's listening in the future, feel free to do so as well. It's been a while since I've heard from y'all. I'm looking forward to it. Just wanted to pop in and say hi, and I'm glad you're back. Godspeed. Godspeed to you as well, sir. Happy 2025 to you. And before that, boom. Hell yeah. It's the chunky, bloody noises I like the most.
The Muppet chunks.
The Muppet Chunks on Holy Reaper for the big $100 C-note. Thank you very much on Holy Reaper. You're a man among men.
I don't need friends. They disappoint me.
Oh, he just finished his
Well, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Fars. Real hype for the $4. $1 for every foot.
Burn. I love it.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Fucking thanks for that. Real cool. Thank you for your money, but real cool. Thanks.
And the one before that, far?
Oh, yeah, right. The one before that. I'm sorry. I thought we were waiting.
We were. I'm still waiting. Hold on. Let me finish reading this and you can play it real quick.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's like
that's
I thought
fine.
we were waiting on that.
Oh, that's cool. Holy Reaper, thank you
No,
very
you
much for the
go, you go.
$100. It's been a minute, so time to spread some good fortune to all of you. So have fun and make me laugh. And, Polly, get your ass behind the bar and get me a drink. No problem. As I remember, it would be a Four Roses single barrel, I believe. It was Four Roses, and I'm trying to remember the particular kind. I believe it was single barrel.
Mhm.
Because he's not going to just drink regular Four Roses. That's what I drank. right? Gutter trash style. Reaper's above that sort of thing. But thank you very much, Reaper. Greatly appreciated. You rock.
Indeed, he does.
So,
That's your turn, Far.
so
Yeah, shoot.
okay. So here we go.
Oh my god! Oh my
Thank you, Unholy Reaper, for the $100 dues. Holy fuck, my dude. Just sharing some good fortune. Have a Midori on me. Maybe. But thank you. Thank you.
Oh my god. You know, Far, you are more talented than most of the fucking SoundCloud fucking auto-tune rappers out there. You know that? That was
That's JonTron, you know that, right?
with the different auto-tune attachments to it?
Yeah.
Fuck, he did a good job. That's amazing.
Yeah, like, I'm not that fucking talented. Holy shit. I can't do audio shit. Are you kidding me?
It's okay.
I have to have Sam on a call to you know, sort out my own, like, OBS shit. I'm terrible at that.
Oh. Nah, we work our way through Far. It's fine. Is that all of them, Far?
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
Okay.
That's
Awesome. And then.
I don't want the world on fire.
I just wanna start a flame in your heart.
Sam's too classy for this place, Far. You know that?
Well, but also that's real fucking talent though, Polly.
Well,
That's
you
real
guys
talent.
Yeah. Yeah.
The timing on that was excellent. Thank you, Unholy Reaper, very, very much for the big old Benjamin right there. He says, time to spread some good fortune. Yes, that was a collaborative effort. That one was me singing and playing the piano. And Polly's excellent video editing skills put that one together. And thank you, CTP, for the $4. He says, I don't have a joke beyond what has been bestowed upon you just for being French. An Irishman, probably. I'm both of those things.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just jokes just don't stop. In case anyone was confused, yeah, Far was talking about the talent being, Sam singing, not my video editing.
Oh,
Well,
I
that
don't
too.
know. You lined everything up quite nicely.
Well, I tried. But again, just looking at it, I'm like, wow, this is way too classy for fucking my joint. What the hell's going on here? This Mr. Pickman asks, is like, this is a new background set. I don't know, man. It must have been a while since you've been here. It's not, it's the newest one we have, but it's been a while since. How long has it been
It
since
has
we
been a while
since we
since-
did a night in location 2? It's been a while.
Oh, yeah, I've got to be getting on for a year, but no, it has been at least that long since I last saw Mr. Pickman around.
No, well, okay, yeah, since Mr. Pickman's been around, yeah, it's been a while. But since we've been in the room behind the grandfather clock, this room.
Since Christmas, we upgraded our off.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we were in this room, it was definitely snowing because I remember looking out the window and seeing the frost on the windows and the fact that it was snowing. So, it's
Yeah, we patched the hole in the roof since then.
yeah.
No more snow in here.
Man, we came back in 1942. It's been a while, right? And I didn't think bums were going to be sleeping in here, but they were. So we had to,
You know.
we didn't rush them out. We
Here's
just called the
the,
cops and they took care of them. We don't know what they did with them, but they're not here
Yeah.
anymore, and that's what counts.
We don't want to know either. It's fine.
Yeah, I know.
It's fine. I'm okay with that being a mystery for all time.
You know,
Yeah, Canal Street, right? Nobody talks about what
Yeah.
happened on
so
Canal Street.
I was walking on the way here, because, I got kicked off of the time machine for by far. She kicked me off of the time machine mid-transit, so I had to walk the rest of the way. Something about snacks, can't remember what. Anyway. Yeah, I could have sworn that the water level on Canal Street was just that bit higher.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody was asking me about the things that go on in Noir City right outside of Philadelphia, as it were, in 1942, and I was explaining to them some of the things that go on, McCarthy Park and Canal Street and Basin Ave, and
Mhm.
They're
Oh,
like,
God.
it's like, you've really gotten around and explored this place. And I said, well, yeah, of course. I want to know where we're at. And, I explained to them the lore of, nobody really knows for sure if the stories about Canal Street are true, but.
You don't ask questions.
No, you don't. I mean, it's a street that got flooded and nobody wants to drain it. And the politicians keep saying they don't have money to drain it. And the police don't really want to. And the fire department won't go anywhere near there. And they claim it's because, if they drained it, they'd find everything that's been dumped in Canal Street since it flooded. And it's, so.
It's not even really called Canal Street. It's
No,
Archduke Franz Ferdinand Way. But,
Yeah.
no,
No, they
everyone
call
knows
it
it's
Canal Street because it's flooded. That's the only reason.
Yeah, it's no official signage or anything. It's just,
Yeah. It's like when you go
Although there
into-
was that graffiti sign that we saw once, right? Like, Canal Street, do not enter.
Yeah. Yeah, but we think that was done by some ruffians who had just done some untoward business down there. Okay, you guys want to hear
Yeah,
about the thing
obviously.
that's got my goat and grinded my gears most lately?
Does the Pope shit in the woods, Polly?
I believe that he does.
Sorry, it's been at least 2 minutes. 2 minutes since I dropped that one.
2 minutes too long.
Yep.
Clear the fucking screen before we start.
Nah, you're
Yeah,
good.
you should fix that.
We figured it was forthcoming.
Boom. There we are. Okay.
Oh, God.
Let me show you. Oh, chat. Okay. So this is the pro version of the Vaporos X-Ros. This is the vape pen that I use. It's a wonder of modern technology.
Uh-huh.
You'd be amazed how well you can get away with stealth vaping with this thing, even though it's not the smallest one that I have. It's got a 3 milliliter top fill and a 1200 milliamp hour battery. Moreover, it's compatible with the X-Ros pods for added convenience. Okay, now, let me tell you what grinds my gears about this. Exciting prizes await. Shut up. Okay. Look at all the colors, Far. Which one's your favorite?
I don't know if I should be choosing a favorite color of vape, Polly.
Why?
I don't know. It feels wrong somehow.
Why? I mean, seriously, I don't understand. What's the problem? I'm
Just like,
I'm saying pick a
what
color,
would it be
not
like,
it. Not...
oh, here's your freebie. Like, I don't want it. I don't know, the pink.
Oh,
The pink.
the pink with the bubbles. This one.
Yeah.
God, Sam, girls are gonna girl, huh?
And right. I was going to say, like, third or fourth from the left, I think.
You know what I thought you were
I've
gonna
got
pick,
pocket
Far?
squares
Honestly,
and
the
tiles.
champagne gold. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah, I figured this because it was a brighter, lighter color, but it wasn't plain white. I thought you might like this one. I don't know why.
Fine, you should get the green one. It would go with your fingernails.
I don't know. I think the blue one would more.
So yeah, this
Thank you for thinking of my fingernails, Sam.
Always.
It has a lot of really cool features. You crack the top off to load it. The adjustable wattage is really a big deal because vape pens this small usually don't have adjustable wattage on them, which is really nice. You can adjust the pod to whatever amount of vape you want to be chugging out and so on. It has a lock button on it, so when you pocket it, the fire button will no longer fire, which is
Oh, God.
pretty cool.
They've beaten Glock.
Yeah. The problem with it is this, and this grinds my gears. You have to replace the pods at the top. This is the battery pack, right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing you recharge, and you buy these replaceable battery packs that you fill up the tank with the juice. Now, the way that you refill it is, you can probably see, you crack the top off of it, like just this little mouthpiece right here, right?
Yeah.
You crack it off, and then you fill it up like so on the inside, and that's a 3 milliliter tank that it's got. And then as long as the coil inside there lasts, which is, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, depending on, it always depends on how much you vape. If you're hardcore
Yeah, it
vaping,
does,
like
yeah.
it's your soother all day, it won't last you a week. But normally it should last you like 3. Okay, these last me a week, and it's not because I vape that much. It's because this thing, when I crack it off, yeah, it won't fit back on after like a week. Like the thing just won't stay on. It just falls off. And so, yeah, I was at the store and I went online to see, can I order like a whole bunch of these? If I had a box of these things, I'd be fucking happy. So I'm down at the vape store and I'm talking to them. And here's the part that grinds my gears, okay? I tell them about this and I say, do you use the Pro? And everyone uses the fucking Pro because this thing's so fucking amazing for $40. It rocks. It's like the ultimate evolution of vaping so far. And I said, okay, look, here's my problem. I explain it, and they go, oh, I don't have that problem. And I look at them kind of like askew, like, okay, you don't have that problem. So it must be something I'm doing. How am I popping the top off of it in such a way that I'm basically breaking it? That must be the answer, right? You know what I mean? And he goes, well, I pop it off like this. And I say, okay, well, here's one that I've been using for less than a week. He goes, well, how often do you take the top off it? I'm like, maybe twice in a day, maximum. He goes, oh, really? I take mine off like 3 or 4 times. I'm like, okay, then how are you not snapping it? And I am, that these things won't work because it basically renders these pods to last less than a week. And that gets expensive. That's the pricey part, is the pods, right? You buy the battery pack and you're good to go forever until the battery won't take a charge anymore, which is going to be a good fucking while. I think it's got 2,000 recharges on it, 3,000 before it's dead. That's a lot. Because you're going to need to recharge it every 2-3 days, which is amazing. That's the 1,200 milliamp hour battery in it. Oh, man, that fucking bugs me. The guy... So the manager of the store's there, right? And he goes, hey, Billy Frank, come over here. He goes, you use the Pro, right? And he's like, yeah. And he goes into his pocket and pulls it out. Like I said, everyone uses one. And I said, okay, look, here's my problem. I explained it to him, and he goes, well, how many times a day do you pop it off? I'm like, same question, right? I tell him again. I said, well, maybe once or twice a day at the most to refill the tank. And he's like, okay, well, you must be doing it in a weird way. I said, well, here's one of the broken ones. And he goes, well, once it's broken off, like it won't stay on, what do you do? I said, well, I have to change pods because you can't draw on it unless that top's on it. Right. And he goes, well, that's weird. Thanks, guys. It's weird.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah. So I'm stuck in this position where I love this fucking vape pen, but really it's become insanely expensive because of the amount of pods that I go through, that I could use them for another couple of weeks, but the mouthpiece is broken off and won't stay on. And apparently it's something that I'm doing, but not in any understandable way. He's like, he showed me, he's like, just bend it off to the side. I'm like, yeah, that's what I do. Like, are they being paid to lie? Because you know what this feels like? Honestly, it feels like a planned obsolescence. You see what I mean? The designers of it,
it kind of does.
The one thing that you have to fucking buy again and again, they've made it break easy.
I cannot get up.
Boom, CTP, thank you for the $2. You're a bane to your vapes, like you are to untouched paintings. I just wanted to see if it was real. Fine. I just wonder of modern technology. So get out in 1942. Yeah, listen, it's fine to bring these back to 1942. You just can't leave it here, Far.
I still think the octopuses are great.
The dart-throwing, poisonous, land-dwelling, domesticated octopus.
Yeah.
All fine and dandy till your neighbor's dead with a dart in his throat.
That's the best part.
Yeah, well, you haven't heard about that fucking neighbor throwing balls at Far's house.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't, you know what? Like, Darksidism says, like, Polly and his old man rock hand strength. You know what? If that was it, like, you don't understand when I'm taking this off now, like, especially after that conversation with them guys at the fucking vape store, I'm like, let me try it, like, so gingerly. Like, I'm not using like big man hands. I'm pushing it off to the side as carefully as I can. The one I've got right now in my hand, the very pen you see on the screen in front of you, yeah, I can feel the side of it. It's cracked already. I've had this thing on there for like 4 or 5 days, and I can already feel the crack in the fucking side of it. I mean, and this is what grinds my gears. How can there be such a disconnect between my experience with it and those two guys' experience with it? We're all using the same vape pen, all using the same pods. They don't have the same problem. What the fuck is going on?
Do you draw quite a hot smoke from it? Or hot vapor from it, I should say?
No, not at all. We were just having a conversation. He says, what do you leave it set at? You see it's like set at 30 watts there. That's the maximum it goes to. I run it at like 21.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not drawing a hot vape from it at all.
I was thinking, yeah, it's like if it's that shitty plastic that fucking, it's excessively hard.
Yeah,
and then
Plague Trucker's Axe is what's cracking the black piece or the clear plastic. The black piece. I know it's not as visible as you might like, but you see how like the black mouthpiece here like clicks off the top to so you can have access to fill it through the top, and then the smoke draws through the center right there. Yeah, it's that black mouthpiece. But if that piece isn't on there, try drawing off of it. It's almost impossible. We laughed about it, how hard it is. Like me and the other guys that sort of like to pull off of it without that black mouthpiece on the top. And as soon as that thing won't stay on there, it's insufferable to use. You might as well just change the pods out. Like, what a fucking ripoff, man. Oh, look how stylish, Far. You can match your Ozy top.
Oh boy, that's what I've always wanted. Yippee!
Pro and excellent flavor. X-Pod's first ever 0.4 ohms pod enhances the flavor.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, actually, it
That's
does.
a false claim.
No, it does. What do you mean? Lower ohms equal denser cloud, which equals higher flavor. What do you mean?
Run it at the correct resistance, and it tastes how it's supposed to taste. Run it at the wrong resistance, and it won't taste right. It doesn't enhance the flavor.
Well, you can't change the resistance. The resistance of the pod is the resistance of the pod. You can change the ohms. Let me explain to you Ohm's law, Sam. Okay.
I understand Ohm's law, Polly. That's what I'm fucking saying. If you're using the wrong element in there, then it's not going to taste right.
Hi, chat. How you doing there? You doing great? I have no idea what's going on with all this vape talk.
It's really my newest bitch fest talk. Look at these old pods. Look at the different ones you can get. See this black plastic mouthpiece right here. Oh yeah, go into the pod lifespan. Explain to me how I'm supposed to use your fucking ready to break thing. Look at him dialing through. It's got the little screen on the front. It's a really, look at this obviously gay individual.
Oh my god.
I don't look remotely that homosexual.
He's very fabulous.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's got adjustable airflow on the back. That's also very nice about it. One screen to show everything. Yeah, with
one screen to find them.
Holy shit. Someone's got to program this thing to play Doom. Good call, Far. That's
all I care about. Can you play Doom on it?
Yeah. Imagine you shoot the Cacao Demon while you're playing Doom on the vape fucking screen, and then that's for every enemy killed, you get one pull.
We haven't been shown up. Please explain to an engineer Ohm's law. No. I'm looking to explain it to Sam. I will explain Ohm's law to a linguist all day.
Look at the otter engaging in a backstroke.
Never said I was going to explain it to you. I said I was going to explain it to him. Because again, it's the pods that are interchangeable ohms, and it's the wattage that's adjustable.
Presumably the whole pod thing, the whole glass, presumably glass,
plastic,
pod and plastic.
Yeah, plastic.
Yeah, you swap the whole thing, right?
Yeah,
you don't take the element out.
No,
or the coil out.
That's part of their money grab scheme. It's clever. You know what I mean? Like the approach. How do you get somebody to buy one thing but then consistently buy other things from you? You know, it's the theory of making light bulb elements burn out faster. You know, to keep people buying.
Subscription theory.
Yeah. And I get it. I understand that. And lots of other vape items work in different fucking ways, right? Sometimes it's the coil that's interchangeable and the pod itself that you fill with the e-liquid stays there.
Yeah.
And it's just the coil that changes out. And then sometimes it's the pod. And, well, when they're called pods, it means that there's a tank and a coil combined that you change out. Blah, blah, blah. The point is, this damn plastic piece keeps cracking. Now, if I could use an engineer's help, it would be in what I'm doing fucking wrong. Because clearly it's something, and I think those bastards are lying to me, man. Starting to feel angry about it.
You know, you've seen those automated like air freshener things, right, Polly? Well, Glade, is that the company? You know,
the stupid balls that put out the puff of nothing?
Yeah,
I have.
We should invent one of those. Like sits on a table while you're stretched out on the sofa watching movies or something like that. And just periodically just puff of vapor your way, you know? You don't even have to take the damn thing out your pocket. Have on timed release.
Is it a dehumidifier?
Well,
no, we need to
humidifier in that sense, but yeah.
We need to invent something completely new.
Actually,
to serve a function that is already served.
you'll get a kick out of this, Sam, actually. The real tech
Yeah.
that's in this thing that's interesting is that they call it the super pulse pod system. Okay, what it basically does is there's a capacitor inside of it that when it's fully charged, takes a charge. So when it starts to get lower in charge, the capacitor, because of its internal programming, because of the chip inside of it, starts to release its charge slowly. In other words, no matter how low the battery's charge is, the firing charge will always be the same.
Oh. A simple answer to a fucking, annoying problem.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
How do you keep the charge going to the coil the same as the battery's charge goes down? You include a capacitor to take a charge at the beginning and then slowly let it out as the battery's charge goes down. I'm like, oh, you clever fucks. Well done.
Molly's exactly right. It is a flux capacitor.
Yeah, it is.
It's controlling the vapor flux.
See,
It really
that's
is.
what we need to design for. We'll design the stupid potpourri aerator, but it'll look like a flux capacitor, so men will want it.
In the cars.
Mm-hmm. You know the flux
On the dash.
capacitor
Oh.
from the DeLorean?
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Oh,
I watched
God,
the
you imagine
on the
you
way
go-
back. Don't worry about it.
Did you?
driving down the freeway, some
I
asshole
did.
cuts you off, and you're getting tense, and you're about to start cursing him out, and then, ah,
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Let's carry on with the day. Yep.
What aroma would actually calm you down like that? A little sandalwood?
Just tobacco.
Just tobacco. Okay.
What about mint?
Yeah.
Mint?
What about mint?
No, mint makes me angry, especially because of my eyes.
Oh god.
You know when someone blows like
Okay,
menthol
okay.
cigarette smoke in your face, Polly, and it gets in your fucking eyes? Fucking hate that shit. That's chemical warfare, is what that is.
Actually,
Be banned.
bourbon barrel. There's a good answer. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, 'cause then you
Bourbon
get pulled
barrel
over by
with
the
a
cops, they
really
can-
strong nicotine.
Yeah, they
additive.
just smell it. They just smell alcohol in your car. It's like, no, it's the flux capacitor, I swear.
Yo, Dad ran around with the Johnny Walker gum that came out a while ago. Johnny Walker had gum, and they weren't selling it. It was like a promotional item, like a giveaway at desks and shit. When I was doing the sommelier thing, they had the T-shirts and fucking beer cozies and shit, and yeah, gum. I missed that. Ron Corpse, thank you very much for the $5. Gun Talk. Enclosed pistol optics seem huge in pictures, but I kind of dig it. You know, Ron Corpse, you got a good point. I don't know. Enclosed optics on a pistol seem massive to me. It's like, wow, this is really fucking oversized. But I like the advantages. I just don't like the size of it. When you get enclosed optics on a rifle, well, at least a carbine, it seems like a little bit more balanced. But this huge box on top of your gun, man, it seems like a lot. Bar knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Back. Oh. Enclosed optics. There we are. Have we ever gotten any more content out of anything other than Realtor.com and Zillow, other than DuckDuckGo image search?
Byron.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no,
No, I don't.
no, I don't think so.
No.
Boom. So, enclosed pistol optics, Far? The huge box on your gun? It's that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a chunky boy, isn't it?
Yeah. See, like on a carbine,
It looks tiny.
yeah, it's a little bit smaller. But, the idea of them is, of course, that the entirety of the whole design is enclosed. There's no openness to anything. And they get fucking huge, man. I mean, look at that. That's supposed to be a SIG 365, which is a very small gun, and then you put something on it that directly ruins how small it is. I'm like, can I cycle the slide off the front of that fucker, like on a curb or the back of my shoe or my belt or something? Be like, you shouldn't do that. Well, fuck, man.
But Polly, I have one question about this though.
Okay.
Does it play Doom?
You shouldn't play
like that
Doom
would be
with
a bad
real
idea.
guns, Far.
Yeah, I think,
You- Bad things will result.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I thought it was a video game. Will not work.
You sure about that?
Yeah. No, but I don't want to find out, man. Boom. Boom. Open link. Here we go. This is one of the pictures Ron Corp sent me for reference.
You know, if that optic were too much bigger, you could carry the gun upside down.
Well, do you see what I mean? When, like, I understand what I understand what Rotten Corpse is saying. Like, I get the advantages of them, and I really like the advantages of them. But it's, man, is it a big box? Just let it go, Sam.
If I had a nickel for every time I'd said that, Polly.
You know, the thing that I like is just how ridiculously wide the slide serrations are getting now. They're starting to be comparable to man hands. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You take a look at.
I've had narrow fucking, grip serrations.
Okay. Let's see. See an original. I should give us a better point of reference here. Image. Let's go. Boom. Look at those slide serrations.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But there's less wrong with that.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You see the difference we're talking about here, Far? See, your tiny little fingers would fit in those grooves, okay? But people who have giant man hands, that's not enough. It's not enough to get a grip on. You need, like this, you can get a grip on that shit.
Pull the slide back, file your nails,
Right. That looks like you could file your nails on. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I'm not complaining, actually. It's just, I prefer this.
But you're complaining.
Yeah. I don't prefer that as much. It's a classic look. I get it. Sam, let me ask you this. Here's the thing that a lot of people get hot over, and I don't really understand it. Do you like front slide serrations on a 1911?
I don't have a strong opinion either way.
I find it weird how strong people's opinions are. Like,
yeah.
Personally, I prefer them. It's not the end of the world if they're there or not there, but I would prefer them there. That's it. I don't really have a go to hell type opinion on it,
I'm struggling to kind of picture like what would. I love that little sting. Thank you, Rotten Coals, very much for the $5. He says the weird thing is they don't look that big in person, like some weird photo trick. That's my line. Yeah, I mean, like, what is the downside? Stick in a narrow holster or some bullshit?
I've always heard people talk about the aesthetic of it. It just doesn't look right. And I think that they're going with this aesthetic, meaning like classic World War II 1911 or World War I 1911 for that matter, that didn't have them.
Then again, I've seen some perfectly fucking awful grips out there as well that I wouldn't put anywhere near a 1911, and people seem to be plenty happy about those.
Yeah. I don't know, there's lots of modern 1911s, like, that's got to be someone's CGI creation. It doesn't look real somehow.
Is it the white background?
It's how incredibly clean it looks. It just doesn't look like it's real.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like it's been manufactured this morning.
Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit more.
So that's more like it.
Yeah, that one's been used. The only thing I outstandingly don't like is the short trigger.
Yeah,
don't like it. I don't like the arched mainspring housing at all. It feels like it's jamming into my the meat of my hand. But that's only because I'm not used to them. I'm used to a flat mainspring housing. If I shot only those or started shooting only those, I'm sure it wouldn't get to me. But no, it does, because when I pick one of those up, it's like, oh my God, what is the story here? And I've heard so many conflicting arguments on that. I mean, 1911, everyone's, oh wow, look at the idiot scratch on it, Sam. Look at that. It looks like the gun's been cracked.
So I've sold mine, right? I've sold mine because, plans and all that kind of thing going forwards.
Yeah.
Right. And I was showing it to the guy and he's like, huh.
Oh,
Yeah,
God, that's so
head.
weird. That's so weird hearing double. Oh my god, I need to turn the volume off your screen share off. Holy shit. Just had to sit there and absorb that for a second. Holy fuck. Thank you, Rotten Courts, for the $5. Hope you enjoyed your trip far. I did.
Laos
I
is a beautiful
did.
place.
It was not Laos! Shut the fuck up!
She lied. Oh.
Server 21. Hey, Server 21, how's it going? Thank you for the $3. Remember that episode of TNG where the crew de-evolves? Yeah, sure. Troy is a fish. Barkley is a spider, and Jordy is a mole because he's blind. Data should have been a Super Nintendo so they could play Doom on him.
I would prefer it if he was one of those fucking dishwashers that decides to play, you know, entire music tracks when it's complete.
Yeah. Yeah.
That you could also, post things to Twitter from?
Yeah, and play Doom, yeah.
That's hilarious. I didn't think about. I mean, like Data was off the ship. It was like, yeah, there's a disease released on the ship that caused them all to de-evolve. But Picard and Data weren't on the ship at the time, so they come back, and they're the ones who, along with the audience, discover what's going on the ship, and they need to solve the problem. And as they go around the ship, they encounter the different people and what the creatures they've de-evolved into. These jokes about
Chat, is this Prime Minister serious?
Skibbity.
What was that? I didn't even see the full thing.
Is this
Never
Prime
mind.
Minister serious? Is the one I got.
Is this I have no idea. It just stopped before it said anything. I just heard like the slap. Thank you, Far's trip facts for the $2. It was Laos so she could play Doom IRL. It was not Laos.
Yeah, I've heard Laos is one of those countries where you can blow up a cow with an RPG if you got $50.
I'm pretty sure that's Cambodia.
It's right beside Laos, you know.
Yeah.
The Viet Cong never paid attention to that border. Why should we? My jokes are ancient. Okay.
Holy shit.
And also haven't happened yet.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. Over in Vietnam, Indochina to you, okay? French Indochina. It's
Yeah, French Indochina.
Bar's been de-loused. Yeah, Sam got there first, though. Yeah, I was watching a little TNG, okay? And the thing that Riker de-evolved into was a giant knuckle-dragging ape, which was incredibly appropriate for him. I think it was a good choice on the producer's part. Right? I was watching an episode of Trek yesterday. I've been bouncing around, mostly DS9, but a few TNG episodes here and there. And for those of you who remember this episode of Trek, it's a classic. It's called A Matter of Perspective, and it's a style that was originated by master Japanese filmmaker Akira Kurosawa, the Rashomon approach from the film named Rashomon, where it's a courtroom drama, and each person as they come up to present their testimony is a flashback scene. But it's the same scene being told again and again from the different witnesses' perspectives, and the scenes subtly altering with their different perspective on what happened. Somebody is more violent or more acquiescent or more whatever, depending on their particular memory, but the same scene being played again by different actors. So that style's been used, that method of cinematography, whatever you want to call it, has been used again and again to really good effect. And Akira Kurosawa justifiably gets the credit for it because it was a brilliant move on his part. It's called a Rashomon approach. Sam, I saw one that you might like. You like Westerns. Anyone who does like Westerns, you should check out Tombstone Rashomon is just the name of it. It's available on YouTube for free. It's a very well-made, like low budget, but very well-made retelling of the gunfight at OK Corral in Rashomon style. So it's Big Nose Kate, John Holiday, his girlfriend's version of events as she tells it. And then you have Wyatt Earp telling him his version of what happened. And then Ike Clanton having his version telling what happened. And the story going again and again in different encounters, but told from their various perspectives. It's really effective because, yeah, no two people who were there for the events leading up to the gunfight at OK Corral, or especially the aftermath, saw it the same way. It's like, no, the Earps were the aggressors. The Cowboys were looking to leave town, and the Earps came up to finish their fight with them to make sure they wouldn't come back, so they were going to murder a few of them. They were the aggressors. And he goes, no, the Cowboys were the aggressors. The Earps were the lawmen in town. What are you talking about? The newspapers in town like told different versions of events. It's worth watching just to get the different perspectives, as opposed to the film versions of it, where it generally makes the Earps look. I'm not saying they weren't the lawmen. They were the lawmen, but they were the lawmen in the Old West, where, you know, yeah, but
It's not as clear cut.
yeah, it's not like. Nobody would view a lawman today doing what they did then as not being corrupt. You know, it's like, wait a minute, you're faro dealers at the saloons that you own part of, but you're also the lawmen, the marshals, and the deputies in town. And so why is it that you always seem to be enforcing the law only at the saloons, or mostly at the saloons, that you have a financial interest in? It's almost like you're hired bouncers with the backing of sheriff's badges. And you only seem to go after the people that are affecting the interests of your financial interests in mines and the silver mines that are around town and so on. Does that make them criminals, or does it just make them protecting their interests? Both, actually. Like, there's no clear, like Far said, there's nothing clear cut. Yeah. Were the Cowboys cattle rustlers? Were they stealing Mexican cattle and running them across the border illegally? Yeah. It's like, okay, is that any more criminal than what the Earps were doing? It depends on how you look at it. You know what I mean? It really depends on how you look at it. Nobody in town can carry guns. You have to turn them over to the hotel when you come into town. Except the Earps carried guns. Oh, yeah, but they were the law.
They were lawmen.
Yeah, they were the law. Oh, really? What about their friend Doc Holliday? Oh, he carried a gun too. Oh, so they deputized him. No. Wait. I say, if you want to get into real Western history, it's going to be complicated. You know, dive into it. It's people call the Earps gun control nuts. No, that's not right either, because there were people in town that carried guns all the time, and they never arrested them because they never left town. It was people coming into town. But the law didn't say that. Yeah, it was a town ordinance that was loosely defined enough to allow the Earps to arrest who they wanted to arrest. So not exactly gun control, but still not good.
No, it's more like, New York law today.
Yeah. Yeah. Stop and frisk laws.
Sorry,
yeah.
In the future.
Right. So it's so you got him started. Yeah, no, Serpent 21 is true. So what was the episode of TNG that I was talking about? It's got Riker, and I think it's the most realistic representation of Riker ever. A Matter of Perspective is the name of the episode. Riker is beaming off of a space station that blows up moments after he beams off. An investigator comes on board and says, "You're under arrest for murder. We have witnesses that say you were arguing with this guy, Dr. Apgar, who was on space station, and you tried something with his wife. He got angry at you, and you didn't want him to report your actions back to Starfleet. So you set the station to blow up right before you beamed off." And he's like, "What?"
A motive and opportunity.
There you go. And he's like, "But that's not what happened." And it's like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to recreate the events on the holodeck. And we're going to, based on this evidence, Captain Picard is going to decide whether or not to allow extradition of his officer for trial. So the whole episode is a Rashomon of them flashing back to what happened on the space station from each person's perspective. When they showed Dr. Apgar's wife, the woman that Riker had supposedly, accosted and been all lecherous towards and so on, her testimony is the most realistic presentation of William T. Riker ever in Star Trek. He's like this lecherous scumbag that's like eyeing her up and down, and he tries feeling her up. And I'm like, see, this is him. This is who he really is. A fucking whore master.
But at the same time, no, never mind. I'm going to leave that one alone. I'm not beating the allegations with that.
Have you ever seen the episode? Excuse me. Have you ever seen the meme? And the format is Picard leaning over to say something to Riker, and then he face palms like, "I can't believe this."
Yeah.
That's from that episode where they're sitting at that table in the holodeck. And Riker's face palming because Dr. Apgar walks in the room and catches him and his wife together, and Riker's immediate response is to run over and start pummeling the doctor with fisticuffs. It's like, this is what you're testifying. And she's like, yeah, this is what I remember. I was there. I saw it. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. I can see it. Riker in like a drunken, angry mess, just deciding to pummel some fucking poor scientist because his wife wasn't forthcoming enough with the sex. I'm telling you, I've got to make that video. If it was a few years ago where those things actually did okay in the algorithm, I might think about it. But I'd love to make a video where William T. Riker is the most lecherous, unjustifiably promoted officer in the history of Starfleet.
Oh, you could do like a Star Trek poop, as it were, where it's just like, you know, various comical interactions with Riker, you know, cut with clips from that particular episode.
Oh, from that episode and so many of them. Remember, this is a guy who went to Risa and he was famous. He just announced it. He loved going to Risa and hiring whores. It's what he did. And this is Star Trek canon. The guy would go there and he would hire the local prostitutes and he loved whoring around and getting fucking drunk on his leave. Oh yeah, really high moral character, Starfleet officer, this fucking guy. And so one time he's on Risa and some whore that he hooked up with in some bar somewhere probably gives him a device that actually is a mind trap that, you know, captivates them psychologically so they can program them with information that they want, what does he do? He goes back to the ship and hands it off to everyone else and addicts them to this fucking mind trap game that they're all fucking playing. The game is useless. The point is that it causes dopamine hits nonstop while you're playing the game.
Yeah, it's World of Warcraft, yeah.
It's like space shooty. You know.
Are you still playing that, by the
way?
way?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, totally. Space shooty is
Chat, it is the simplest little fucking space adventure. It really is. It's Galaga.
Yeah,
this is not a new game.
I don't back off that. I say, wait. It's just a remade form of Galaga on an Android. That's it.
Yeah. And it's really good.
Yeah, it's a fun little game. If you like Galaga, then there you go. I mean,
Kefki actually did a live stream of it some point last year.
Yeah, I remember that. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, she did really well.
The game where Riker gets people hooked on Angry Birds. Yeah, pretty much. And that's the episode where a nasty woman is in it. What's her name? The actress who played Ashley Judd. That's the episode where a very young Ashley Judd is playing Ensign Robin Leffler was her name in the show. God, I've wasted my life.
That's your takeaway?
Oh, Polly, I was going over some mechanics or lore or something from because I've been streaming a lot of Escape lately, right?
Right.
Like an awful lot of Escape lately. It's come to a close now, but I was talking to Shady. He was like, "How do you remember this stuff?" And I'm like, "Shady, it's not a question of how, it's a question of why."
Yeah.
One day, I will remember the face of a loved one for the very, very last time, and I will still remember this bullshit.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I don't actually think I've wasted my life, because when I hear people, and you're one of them, Sam, talk about the details that they know of Tolkien's universe, his whole world, because it's not just Lord of the Rings. No, it's the Hobbit and the Silmarillion. What's the book called? Silmarillion. Just all of the detail in and around it, and the expanded universe stuff where it's like, this is in concert with it, this isn't, Rings of Power sucks because of these reasons, this was changed, that was. I listen to the details of what people are talking about on a number of different channels, because a lot of the comic book shit I watch, people are really deep into Lord of the Rings, understandably, right? And then, so they do videos about the lore and what they like and what they don't like, and it always blows me away, their detailed, categorized, indexed knowledge of this stuff. And then I think, okay, I feel better about my Trek nerdery. It's fine.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Polly, is like, I've read through like Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion probably about 3 or 4 times across the course of my life. I've watched the movies 3 or 4 times across the course of my life. I don't try to memorize this stuff, I just do.
Yeah, I'm not planning to memorize all of this jazz. I just do remember it. I don't know how to explain it.
I'm just good at things, you know.
I mean, Far, what do you know in a hyper detailed way like that? Homestuck?
A little bit, yeah.
Mr. Fisty quotes, yeah.
Right.
Please stop calling that. Please. Please. But yeah, probably Homestuck. Yeah, that'd be. I mean, not as much as I used to.
Oh, I know.
But,
I know. Chris Chan lore. Come on.
Oh God,
oh,
yeah,
fuck,
yeah.
God,
that's
at
it.
least I feel better about my Lord of the Rings knowledge now.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that know a lot of.
You should.
I know some Christorian stuff, but it's a smattering, a scintilla, if you will, of this and that. I go to Far when I need to know something, though. She's the one who's going to remember. I remember when I
don't even know why. You know, it's just there's something about it. It's just I gotta remember this, I guess.
I remember when I came to Far with this. There's these two guys who did this show called Let Me Tell You About. And it was one guy telling another guy. That was the shtick of their content. Yeah. And I thought it was fun. I thought their shtick was cool. Where it was one guy pretending to not know anything about it, and the other guy explaining it to him, and he would play into it, even though they both did the research to put it together. And yeah, it was fun, but Far listening to it, you know, God bless her, she was just like, that's not right. Well, that didn't happen then. Well, this whatever. Like, just because they were coming to it new, where Far had like already run deep with it, right? So she had the knowledge to be able to explain where they went off, and it was interesting hearing them tell the story and Far explain what details they had gotten not quite right. You know, it was fun.
Which one was this, the Chris Chan or the Homestuck one? So I'm pretty sure I did the same for Homestuck.
Yeah, no, you did. It was the Chris Chan one that took us so long to get through because it's Chris Chan. There's so much detail. You know,
oh God, yeah, there is.
Far is the internet Christorian.
Oh God, I'm not even like the worst for it. I'm just the one you know of. To be fair,
the fun part in listening to it with Far is that you can like the context that nobody else provides is actually there with Far, like stuff like do not interact. Let me explain to you the history of the interaction that people have, you know, gone beyond and went and fucked with this person. Because otherwise you're A-logging. And I'm like, what the hell's an A-log? And then that's where I found out. And I hear people use the phrase A-log now, and they don't know anything about Chris Chan, nor that that's where it originated with somebody named that.
Yeah, or the fact that that's what it actually is either. I've heard people use the term A-log and they're just like, obviously not knowing what it actually is referring to. They just think, oh yeah, angry person on the internet. It's like, no, it goes a bit deeper than that.
Yeah.
It goes a little deeper than just that.
For those who don't know, let me try to explain A-log. It was a person, and see how close I can get from my memory.
Yeah.
It's somebody so there's this long-standing thing that people watch Chris Chan from afar because he's a lolcow, one of the originals, if not the original. So you're watching this guy for all the content that he's generating around himself or just of himself. And so people would interact with him, and some people would go way too far and do stupid shit, and other people would be hilarious about it. Way too far would be Blue Spike. Hilarious would be Liquid Chris, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, too far, Blue Spike, kind of just funny, and just for the hell of it, Liquid Quiz. What the fuck is that? Quiz.
And people out there are like, what the hell? Liquid Chris is quick. Is somebody who went online and said, I'm the real Chris Chan?
Yeah, but like he started off, right? I guess it's getting into the knowledge thing of it, right? He literally started off like doing a one-off thing, right? Of just doing an impersonation of Chris. Then Chris finds it, gets really butt mad, and then the guy behind Liquid Chris just decides, yeah, why not? I'll just continue this. Like, it wasn't planned.
Right. That's probably what
Which
made it
makes
funny.
Even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was this is just happening organically at a certain point, you know? Until the end where it got a little bit gay, but like, even then, it's like, for the most part, most of the Liquid Chris stuff is just pure gold. It's just really fucking funny, because it's not like he's actually, like, trying to hold something over him, really?
Like, imagine somebody coming online and wearing a shirt. He doesn't look anything like you. He's like,
no, he doesn't.
He's like 100 pounds lighter than you. You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
just wears the same polo rugby sweater that kind of the
Yeah,
same
the
polo.
kind of shirt.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't even the same colors, but it was the same type of shirt.
Yeah, that you're
The
known for
medallion
wearing.
isn't even a physical medallion. It's a piece of paper that's like...
That's right. I forgot about that. He's got a paper medallion.
Like, the
on.
medallion isn't even like a real medallion. It's a piece of paper with sonotube drawn on it
Yeah,
and just hanging around his neck.
And what's the point of this? That Chris got really mad. And he's like, no, I'm the real
He
Chris
did.
Chan. Who would react
Yeah,
like that?
because he
And
genuinely...
that's what makes him entertaining
he
to
just-
watch. He's going
It
to
is.
react. You know?
Because he genuinely believed that this man was trying to steal his identity.
Which is just...
That's why he was so angry.
Yeah.
Which is just so Chris.
And nobody could explain to him. People tried. It didn't matter. He's provocable. And so A-Log is somebody who came along a good while after Liquid Chris and decided he was going to try and provoke. And he was somebody who was provoking in a really cringy
Yeah.
way and trying to get his attention in a really cringy way where it's like, man, you just leave him alone. Let him live and he's going to produce content. It's you trying to be part of it that's really weak, man. Just stop.
It's not even just that, and when I say it goes a bit deeper than that too, it's in the sense of like the guy would post like long paragraphs, right, about how much he hates Chris and why he hates it for this, and this, right? He would get really weird specific about it and go like, yeah, I really fucking hate him, and like thinking like everyone else is on his side about it.
Right.
When he's being the really fucking cringe one by doing that and by getting so... I guess it also it refers to like how serious you start to get about it, right?
Right.
Like it's not just being angry at the lolcout; it's being seriously angry at the lolcout to the point of you can't take a step back and just go, "We're on the internet." Don't take it seriously.
Yeah.
Like it being an A-log is so much more than just, you know, you're a bit angry online. Like it's such like it encompasses a lot of things that it's very hard to kind of describe it properly almost. Like that's the closest I can really get. Which is why it's fascinating to see people just throw out the term A-log and they have no idea where it comes from. They have no idea what exactly it's referring to. It's just people angry online. People getting a bit too involved with the lolcow online. Which, I mean, it's fine to use it for that, but it's like, it goes way deeper than just that. Because the guy himself also was kind of a lolcow in his own right.
Yeah.
Like, apparently he did stand-up comedy. And it just sucked ass.
Really?
And there's footage, there's footage of it. Of him doing a stand-up bit, and it is just painful to look at.
You want to talk about painful to look at? Let's look at Ashley Judd.
Smooth.
You like that? That was a little, yeah. So here she is as Ensign Robin Leffler in Star Trek, and this is unfortunately her talking to Wesley. Shut up, Wesley.
Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, here she is on a date with Wesley. I mean, my God.
Doesn't he completely fumble this as well?
Oh yeah, he absolutely fumbles. When you're parting with a lady friend that you've met, right, and you want it to be something more than just friends, right? And he parts by saying, "Nobody can keep good friends apart." Am I right? And it's like, oh, Wesley, you're so homosexual. Like it just.
Ironically,
here they are
enough,
doing
we
drugs
did not
together.
rush it.
This is the Angry Birds game that Riker brought back from Risa. It attaches over the ears and then shoots laser beams into your eyes, and that's the game field that you see. Here's someone playing the game as they walk up to her. All you do is get these discs to go into the little funnels. That's the whole game.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, and it hits you up with, that's the joke of it, right? Is that you kind of let the game happen and the discs more or less just fall into the funnels because you're supposed to win the game because it's hitting you up with dopamine. The more dopamine you get hit up, you're addicted, and then it starts the programming. And the programming is to make you pliable to this alien invasion takeover. Thank you, Riker Whoremaster.
Yeah, thank you. Very cool.
It's fun. They pin Wesley down because he's like the one guy on the ship who hasn't like fallen victim to it. And they literally pin him to a chair and hold this thing over, like, put this thing on his head and hold his eyes open, which is stupid because you can't really hold someone's eyes open if you think about it. But They do it anyway. And the funnel ends up becoming like the whole screen, so it's impossible for it to not fall into the funnel. It's going to make it work no matter what. But I mean, here she is. This is Robin Leffler when she was on Star Trek. Do you want to see her now? You want to see what Ashley Judd looks like now?
I don't know as I do.
Let's, boom. Oh my God.
Oh, no.
Wow, lady. That
Huh.
That's not just aging. That's Madonna plastic surgery as well. Look at how she's been stretched.
Yeah.
That's really trying not to age.
I just... Hi! You're not in a wind tunnel at all.
Jesus Christ.
What is happening?
Her face is slowly retreating into her neck. That's what's happening.
Yeah, it's the difference between her face and her neck. Oh, I can't open this picture. That sucks. Small loss. If it allows me to open image. Will it? No, it's a small one. Boom. It looks like her face has been artificially smoothed and her hands look like she's been, I don't know, working on an oil rig for the last 30 years. Fuck. What? There is aging gracefully.
Yeah. There certainly is.
What is she just got like? Is she like one of them bad skin types that didn't really have a choice in it and just like, oh my God, look what's happening to my face?
I don't know. I mean, looking at some of the earlier pictures in her aging process, I don't think so.
Yeah, how many G's is she pulling? Exactly. It looks like she's in a fucking, what do they call the spinny deals to test how many fucking G's you can withstand before blacking out?
Yeah, the spinny twirly deals.
Yeah, them. Yeah.
Yeah.
A centrifuge.
His
I don't know,
human Beyblade.
I mean, that's
It's human Beyblade.
Holy shit. So did Wesley really fuck up or did he dodge a bullet? You know, I don't know.
Well, have you seen Will Wheaton lately? He's not looking so good himself.
Why does she have like elf ears?
Don't know.
Ashley
It's
Judd
the
pens
roots
op-ed
pulling
calling
us down.
Biden to step aside. Oh, how do you feel about that one now?
Wow. Fucking wow.
Is it just me, or in the white shirt and black tie, she kind of got a, Elliot Page thing working? You know, I just...
Yeah. Oh, I see it.
Wow. And these are,
Oh dear.
What?
That's
Oh.
Yeah.
These are the
How dare she? I wanted that cake.
These are the Judds, right? Like her sister and mother. That's not her, is it?
I think that is her by the face.
Whole game.
Oh my, come on. That's not her, is it? She's fucking huge.
I think it might be.
And this is dated 2022.
Oh, God.
And I don't know where she stole this fucking wig from, but give it back.
Oh, Jesus.
They're half siblings?
Her and her mother or her and her sister?
Wow. Wow.
Look, just because she's called Ashley doesn't mean she's white trash, Ollie.
No, it
Jesus.
doesn't. I'm just wondering if that's like, because I know the Judds are her half sister and mother. Okay. But is that her half sister and mother or is that her? I don't know. Ashley is on the left. That is her. Holy shit. That's her in 2022. Fuck. Robin Leffler, let it go, man.
Wild.
Wait a minute, that is her sister on the right? Okay, I thought that was her mother.
But I think that's what Lean meant. Like, that's her half sister?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So this is like her mother's not even here at all, and I'm just 'cause
No.
I just thought this was like, okay, you're both fat then. Fuck. Their mom died. Oh, okay. Shit.
Oh, their mom died. Oh, okay.
All right. So far, you going to read that one?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
I was. Sorry,
It was playing Doom on a horror game, and how I can't do it.
I don't know what to tell you. I was engrossed by this. Okay, I got sucked in. I just
Yeah. Okay.
grossed being the operative part. Holy shit!
Uh-huh.
I thought she was going to look bad. I didn't think this was going to be the result, man. Number 21, thank you for the $3. Some women like Jane Seymour and Gillian Anderson age fantastically, like fine wine. Ashley Judd and Madonna are from the bottom of that bell curve and aged like cheese behind a radiator. Oh, man.
Ooh. A little harsh, but
So
You know,
Stilton.
you know.
Okay.
Oh. Polly,
Yep.
a late article to add to the pile here.
Oh, yeah?
Put that there. And I'm choosing to title it, Why the Greeks Can't Have Their Marble Bag.
Really? They shouldn't.
Yeah, if that's what they do with it. I'm inclined to agree.
What do you say? Is it time to look at some news?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
How long have we been on? An hour and a half. Come on. We can do
Yeah.
better than that. All right.
Pure bands, mate.
Fuck, are you serious?
Deadly.
Yeah?
I just read the fucking headline. Holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is.
Yeah, you
That's
like my
what I was
working
saying.
title?
Yeah, I'll agree with that if this is what they end up doing.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. No. Just the Greeks now are not the Greeks then. I don't care about your tourism industry. Fucking
If anything, they're
pariah
more gay.
pustule boil on the butt of the EU. I don't. Let's see what the
No, you can't have your shit back.
2,000-year-old statue found in rubbish bag in Greece. A local resident stumbled across the statue in a bin, meaning a fucking garbage can.
Yep.
The marble statue,
Yep.
believed to be more than 2,000 years old. More than 2,000-year-old marble statue of a woman has been found discarded in a rubbish bag near Thessaloniki, Greece.
Mm-hmm.
A local resident stumbled upon the 31-inch statue in a bin and promptly alerted authorities. Expert believed that the statue dates to the Hellenistic period, 320 to 30 BC, yes. A time of significant artistic and cultural growth. Maybe a little bit. I maybe heard of it somewhere, I guess.
Yeah.
The era witnessed a flourishing of sculpture, and this discarded statue offers a glimpse into its rich historical period. Following an initial assessment, archaeologists confirmed the statue's Hellenistic origins. It has been sent for further examination and will eventually be transferred to the local Antiquities Authority for preservation and in-depth study. Oh, and they can certainly be trusted with it. Police opened an investigation to determine who discarded the statue and briefly detained a man for questioning, who was later released without charge. So they grabbed someone to say that they got someone, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Accidental archaeological discoveries are relatively common in Greece, a country renowned for its ancient heritage and its modern pimping thereof, and often made during building construction or public works when they uncover things under the ground, not in garbage cans. In December, workers installing a natural gas pipeline near Athens uncovered a Roman-era statue of Hermes buried upright in the brick-lined pit near the Acropolis, which makes sense. Thessaloniki has also unveiled a trove of antiquities found during the decades-long construction of its metro system, which officially opened in November. Key finds, including a marble-paved Roman thoroughfare and tens of thousands of artifacts spanning Greek, Byzantine, and Ottoman periods, are now showcased at subway stations. In 2013, an 18-year-old 100 carved stone head of a possible Roman god was found in an ancient rubbish dump in County Durham. Like a place in England, in County Durham.
It is.
Oh. The discovery was made at Brychester-on-Pond Roman Fort near Bishop Auckland as a team dug through the old bathhouse. That's where they got
Not put in a bin, in Binchester.
Right.
Fucking Greeks, man, all right?
It's a good thing they don't degrade quickly, huh? Fuck.
Yeah, what's the carbon footprint of that son of a bitch?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you think about things like, can you imagine if you were dealing with like manuscripts
Oh,
in the hands of the Greeks, like the modern Greeks?
Oh, man.
Holy shit.
Oh. Like, don't get me wrong, my mother used to work in a historical records office, you know, handling like the really, really old stuff.
They'd
You
be
know,
lighting
stuff
their
that's, like, 4
cigars with
Americas old.
papyrus, man. Are you fucking crazy?
Yeah. Yeah, they bloody well would. Look at what they did with the Library of Alexandria. Bastards.
Most overrated loss in archaeological history, that one.
Yeah. The very same.
Even the Romanians and
Jinx beneath the
Bulgarians are
waves.
less a burden to the EU.
Honestly, yes, their economy has done nothing. Their economies have done like pretty much nothing but improve since they got in. Now, obviously, we've helped, but at least they're doing something with it.
I'll counter you with
Fucking
this.
Greeks. Yeah.
Turkey is a bigger drain and threat to NATO than Greece is to the EU.
Ooh, well, I don't know. I don't know. They've actually got their own army.
Yeah, is Greece likely to drag you into a fucking giant war not related to your interests at all?
Yeah, perhaps not.
Hmm. Are they looking to fucking exterminate their neighbors because they don't want them grabbing a foothold
If
in
they
their
had
own
any
country?
sense, they would.
Touche. Touche. Let's see what else we got going on. Oh,
Hey, a
look,
puppy.
oh. Hey, Pop-Tart. How's it going?
Hey.
Return of stranded NASA astronauts from the International Space Station further delayed until March. Ah, these bastards. These poor people.
Right.
They're going to get
I don't know,
back and
they
their
seem happy
bones are
about
going
it.
to be as brittle as a cat's. NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore's return to Earth will be further delayed until at least late March. God, they've been up, wow, so long. And what should have been an 8-day stay on the International Space Station has taken more than 9 months when the bureaucracy extends to space.
That's a hell of a layover.
You know, something kind of funny, right? So Platy and I went to a museum. We talked about this on the stream, by the way, like the most propaganda-esque museum you could possibly imagine, right? They had a space bit in it because it was supposed to be the future museum, right?
Right.
And they were like had on their a plaque of like, yeah, this is the current people on the space station. Nothing else indicating like they're stuck or anything, or like, yeah, this is
Oh, it just
you know,
showed Butch and Sonny and didn't say anything about them not supposed to be there.
it just said like, yeah, and they're doing their mission and it's going great. It's like, this is the future museum.
The future of propaganda. It's
Yeah, well, it was, oh my god, like it was a whole fucking thing. Like, genuinely, watch the stream for the thoughts on that. But it's just, yeah. Yeah.
That's so ludicrous. A museum of things that haven't happened.
Yeah, well, they had a whole thing in there of robots, which was kind of cool, but they were also implying in the little plaques, right, for the robots, that someday this will replace your animal companion.
No.
You will have the robot and you'll be happy. Like that, I shit you not. That is the shit they were trying to sell. That kind of thing. Eat the bugs, live in the pod, have the robo dog, you will be happy.
fuck.
Yeah.
Look, unless I can mount a fucking rotary cannon on the back of the Robodog, I'm not interested.
I'm tired of people
And
trying to
that's
sell me
fair
robo dogs. There's stray dogs. You know what I mean? There's plenty of real dogs.
Yes.
People, I don't need. No one needs a robo dog, man. I mean,
It's like that movie, like Artificial Intelligence. You ever watch that one, Polly?
no.
AI, Artificial
I
Intelligence.
know of
You
it.
don't need
but
a
I've
robo
never
kid.
seen it. No, you don't need
It's
a robo kid.
it's
No.
yeah, it's a Pinocchio story basically, but you don't need a robot kid. There's plenty of unadopted children out there in the world.
And I mean, seriously, okay, I get the idea of trying to simulate canine movement, like because it's difficult and it's interesting.
Yeah,
the
they had
way-
that there too.
I get the idea of trying to make one, but trying to perfect its movement and so on. That I understand, just simply for the technology of it and the adaptation of tech to organic reality. I understand what you're doing there, and that's cool. But the idea of like, and our ultimate goal, of course, is to provide people with artificial pets. Wait, what? Why? Who wouldn't want a real dog over this one?
But why not exoskeletons? I want a fucking exoskeleton. You know, and I'm like old and becoming crippled slowly but surely. I want an exoskeleton so I can, you know, still run at 30 miles an hour. You know what I mean?
And dogs aren't like, you know, okay, fuck it, I'll say it. Okay, people go and get like AI girlfriends online and like losers who want to fucking don't have anyone to talk to. They end up talking to Chat GPT as if it's their friend. And it's like, well, isn't this sad? Isn't this a pathetic place we're going? Yeah, but you know what? Dogs love you no matter what kind of loser you are. Chris Chan and Hitler both had dogs. I mean, you know, that's what's great about dogs. They're too nice. We don't deserve them. They're loyal to whoever. Why would you not want one of these things? You don't. Artificial friends, okay, I get it. You know, humans are going to look at you and go, nah, you smell funny and you're weird. You know, dogs aren't like that.
Polly, I have some cursed tech knowledge for you. Would you like some cursed tech knowledge?
The AI dog never dies. Of course, Gilcotto comes with the defense of the AI. Why am I not surprised?
Naturally.
Yeah, but, you know, when your dog dies, you can go get another one because there's plenty.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And it's not a replacement, it's a new friend.
Mm-hmm. You said what? You have cursed AI knowledge?
I've got some cursed tech knowledge for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, light bulbs in video games use real electricity.
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that stands to reason.
Mm-hmm.
He's not affected by this.
But I mean, it stands to reason. What's the problem? Did someone object to that?
It's a fake light bulb, Polly. It's not real, but it uses real electricity.
Well, yeah, it does. But I assumed you meant the, you know, artifice of a light bulb is actually using real electricity. Yeah, I get it. And
Mm-hmm.
okay, now you'd impress me if you said the wattage of the bulbs and the impedance of the fucking coil, because, you know, I know you're all about your impedance. Differs from video game to video game, and thus the wattage changes and thus consumes more or less electricity and pulls more or less current.
Dimmer switches in a fucking video game. They actually control the real fucking current used.
Now that'd be cool.
I might just do a tech demo in like Unreal Engine 5 or something just to be able to say that. The dimmer switcher really controls the rate of electrical usage. Not by much. But it's there.
Let's see as we go on here. NASA said Mrs. Williams and Mr. Wilmore, along with NASA astronaut Chuck Haig and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Vodka, will now return to Earth after a 4-member Crew 10 mission, now expected to take off in late March, reaches the space station. And Valine had said earlier in chat, it's because their spacesuits don't interface with any of the ships available. That's actually really interesting. All the more reason, I would say, for... I don't know the amount or type of interfaces that they're talking about, but my God, come up with a universal port, am I right?
Oh, right.
Especially for, like,
I mean, literal
oxygen,
universal
I would
serial
think.
bus.
Like, I mean, you know, I'm all for modularity in tech. You ever heard me, like, you know, that's why I love, like, USB-C ports and, you know, things that universalize stuff. And there's a reason I love Picatinny rails on firearms. Anything that modularizes stuff where, you know, new developments can be easily attached and so on. Yeah, universal ports are the way to be, man. Why would you make a proprietary port where they won't be able to breathe otherwise?
Oh, man.
I guess the problem is they're not doing it on purpose. They were just dated from a time when they made a port, and that was it.
You really, Polly, you want all these female astronauts to be up on the International Space Station doing nothing but charging their phone?
No.
No, they're committing space crime. We all know that.
That's right. 100% of space crime.
Mm-hmm. Still to this day.
The agency did not specify an exact date. Oh, I have no doubt they were very vague about it. Colonel Haig and Mr. Vodka boarded the ISS in September, over 3 months after Miss Williams and Mr. Whitmore.
Oh, there's the show.
Alan! Hey, it's Alan. Thank you very much for the $5. Somebody says, Polly? Alan?
Okay, I can sleep now.
Yeah. Face crime and eating hot Cheetos. Man, there's nothing less. There's nothing like them spicy. I mean, you get spicy Cheetos over there? The flaming Cheetos?
We do now.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Do you,
It,
do you
took a
guys
long time
opt
for
for
them
the
to actually do
flaming
that.
hots?
I'm not really a big Cheetos fan, generally speaking.
Neither
I
am
mean, I'll
I
have 'em
until the flaming
occasionally.
hots came along.
Like I've had them, but I don't know, man. I like the nuclear spicy Doritos myself.
Those are good.
I got a bag of Lay's. It was a limited edition Lay's over the holidays. Spicy ketchup.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, it was good because it wasn't like mildly spicy. It was.
No, I got some kick, right?
Yeah, it was one of them layered spicy things. Like there's spicy where you'll eat like one chip and it's like boom, instantaneous, right? These are the ones where you eat 5 and you're fine. Anything past 5, the layering gets to the point where okay, you start sweating and your nose starts running. It's great. Love it.
You know, you do that though, don't you, Polly? Crush that shit up and you put it on marinated chicken.
That's not entirely crazy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
what are you, Platty?
You can bread chicken with crushed chips.
Yeah, no, that's a family recipe of ours. They use
Yeah.
a shit ton of garlic too.
Her
Nice.
family's right.
Nice.
Yeah, up top, Platty.
I went to a place where it was a pub and it was the lobster mac and cheese was on special. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll get that. It was a small serving, but it was authentic lobster mac and cheese and crushed on top were flaming Cheetos to do the double bake.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, it was good. There was a layer of mozza cheese and then the crushed flaming Cheetos and then baked again. And that was amazing mac and cheese. Unbelievable.
See, now, Polly, that's a biscuit. It's cooked twice.
Like a biscuit, like a real biscuit or what are you talking about?
The word biscuit, it's cooked twice. It's baked twice.
Damn, you're the only one that would have known that.
Yeah, I know.
Are you happy with yourself?
Yeah,
Are
very
you
delighted.
happy with your joke? Okay.
It's not a
good,
joke.
Good.
How did
I'm
that
being
end up
super, super
applying
serial right now.
mistakenly to cookies and properly to buttermilk biscuits?
Because biscuits originally, like real biscuits, not cookies or sour or fucking, buttermilk scones. Yeah, they were cooked twice for extra crunch.
Oh.
Ooh.
Thank you, Serpent21 for the $3. He says, man goes to the doctor and says, Doc, I have an orange penis. Doc asked him, did you get it from your girlfriend? No, I'm single. Did it happen at your job? I'm unemployed. Well, what do you do? Eat Cheetos and watch porn all day long.
Kraft makes
Yeah,
a flaming
that's-
hot Cheetos? Mac and cheese? Really?
What's that, sorry? Oh, yeah, no, they do. They do.
I
They do.
didn't
was
know
looking at
that.
with
Really?
Kefki
You just
months
buy
ago,
it at
yeah.
the store now? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I offered to. Kefki and I were looking at them months and months ago. I was like, should I just send you like a metric fuck ton of these? She's like, nope. Nope, I'll be in the bathroom for days.
Wow. With flames coming out your butthole. Let's see.
God's going to put a flame in the butthole.
The journey's plagued by delays and setbacks. Yes, I'm sure it is.
Yes.
The test mission was supposed to spell an end to a series of delays and setbacks that was plagued Boeing's space ventures since the beginning. The need for private companies such as Boeing and SpaceX to develop manned spacecraft was created after the U.S. government retired its own space shuttle programs more than a decade ago. NASA hired Boeing and SpaceX to provide orbital taxi service. Oh, shit.
Ooh.
This is great fun stuff.
Welcome to 2025. Polly's Coronary continues. Gamer Valine! Thank you very much for the $18 and the continued coronary. Everyone else uses the same port. Boeing is, quote, totally not like the other girls, end quote. In other words, annoying and doesn't work well with others. Really? It's a Boeing specific port?
Oh, man.
Why does that sound so right, even though I never knew it until this moment? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like-
I haven't had the point elucidated, but confirmed.
yeah, I completely believe everything I've just been told. It makes all the sense in the world. Well, it's a Boeing specific attachment point. Why? Boeing. That's why.
Yeah.
that's another marketing going forwards. I think the company's failures could be summed up in a French read of the company name. Bwang.
See, Pop-Tart comes in to lay out the homespun and common sense wisdom that seems to elude our Australian friends. American biscuits and scones are actually different. They look similar, but are very different in taste and texture. Thank you. Thank you, Pop-Tart.
No, it's the same thing.
It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same ingredients. It's like saying, oh,
Listen here, foreigners.
This Mexican wrap is different from this other Mexican wrap because it's folded differently. No, it's not. Meat, beans, cheese, tortilla.
It's all the
Same
same.
thing.
That, oh my. Okay, there's things that are the same, but that's like starting to say, like, burgers and fucking, I don't know. Whatchamacallit there? Like,
Kind of falling short here, Polly.
what?
Yeah, what's your example? What's this fabled example you want to set for us here?
Something like a doner kebab, for example, like is the same as a cheeseburger. Well, why? Well, there's carbohydrate baked stuff surrounding meat.
That's not
Therefore,
right.
No.
No, a kebab and a gyro are the same. There you go.
That would be more accurate.
yeah, but the only difference there is the sauce put on them. So yeah, I would agree with that comparison. Now there's a
'cause
little bit they're baked differently.
See?
They're baked differently. They have different ingredients. They're never sweet. American biscuits are never ever sweet. Scones are sweet all the time, and they got fruit and shit in
Okay.
them, man.
Polly, the way you guys make biscuits is just the way I make scones.
Yeah.
You can put sweet things in there.
It's just made with
And it
buttermilk. That's
tastes
all.
fine.
See, I would agree with you up until the point it's like, okay, if you put flour and water and milk in a bowl and you start stirring it, okay, yeah, lots of things begin that way. It's what you
Yeah,
you know,
damper is also just another version of scones. Like, I'm not gonna deny that either. Like, it's a really common ingredient mix.
We've been gone for 2 months, Chad. We've not had this discussion for a while. Just humor us, okay? We'll get there.
I'm just so disappointed. If you tried having, gravy and scones, it would taste all wrong, and you would have Southerners up in arms, and justifiably, I would help them.
No, because I don't put sugar in my scones.
Yeah,
but you can, and it would be perfectly fine.
Scones.
That's the weird thing. They're supposed to be savory.
I could make cheese
There were
scones and
scones.
serve it with sausage gravy, and it tastes absolutely fine.
Can you make
You could put
can you make scones with like oil and other shit, like not lard, basically?
And
Probably,
yeah,
yeah.
it's just not as good.
No, but you can't with American biscuits. You end up with an unflaky mess, and you can't cook with them. You can't make them with margarine either. You got to use butter. You know why? Because they won't be the same. There's specific things that make them what they are. Sure, you could make something that's kind of like bourbon anywhere in the world, but it won't taste just like bourbon. Why? Because there's very specific things to bourbon. Only a fresh white American oak barrel.
Yeah,
only
yeah,
so much time of aging.
Yeah, sure.
The
Has to be made in Kentucky, otherwise it's sparkling whiskey. Yeah.
Well, for your knowledge, bourbon can be made anywhere in the United States. Doesn't just need to be Kentucky. Just so happens most of it is. Shows what you know.
My fucking god. My fucking god, Polly.
No, I want a scone. Yeah, see, Drunkle gets it. This is just... He's going after the native delight that is scones. If somebody gave him an American buttermilk biscuit, he'd be, what the hell is this? And why isn't there delicious gravy to dip it in?
He'd just say it's a flaky scone. That's all.
A flaky, delicious scone that seems better made somehow than anything I've ever had up until this point. And he'd be right.
Ah, yes. The buttermilk, because, we couldn't get access to decent quality ingredients at the time, so we just used what we had that we knew would work and wouldn't kill us. Colonial food.
Pop-Tart, if you caused this by accident, good job, because you happen to fall over something we've been arguing about for quite some time, because Bar likes to denigrate American cuisine.
This is
It's
just the eternal
denigration.
argument.
It's just the same thing. Polly, we are trying to unify this chat, okay? We are about unity. We're about bringing people together, and you, in your obstinance...
Insist upon the uniqueness of certain items in American cuisine? Yes. Yes, I do.
Oh, it's
okay.
American cuisine now, is it?
It's okay to be like, yeah, it's the same, right? We just call it something. You know know that, right?
Polly will not divide us. Yeah, you bring it on, Shia. I'll take it. It's fine.
Up top, Blatty.
Poor Shia. Fuck. Let's see. The 2022 do-over uncovered even more flaws, and the repair bill topped 1.5 billion.
Holy shit!
Oh,
on
1
an
billion US,
American biscuit.
1.5 billion dollar dues, I guess. Holy shit.
Oh, I do not like them apples.
That's ugly.
That really is.
It's when you begin to understand something, at least when I began to understand something about federal budgets, where it just, certain departments are allocated money that other ones aren't. So if you don't accept that and the reality of it and the constraint of it, you will drive yourself crazy. Because you'll hear about, like, people will talk about the National Defense budget, the DOD's budget, the National Intelligence budget, the NIB, and they will get all bent out of shape over it because they will say, well, look how much money is being spent on this or that, when the wall that we're trying to build, for example, on the Southwest was only going to cost, this amount of money. And it's like, yeah, but you can't act like they're coming out of the same coffer. And if you don't accept it, you will go crazy. Because the NGA, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, will spend like $1 billion like it's going out of style. They are the largest funded organization in the entire U.S. intelligence community. Most people never even heard of them. It's like, why? Because they deal with the satellites. That's why.
Well, on a somewhat related note, I mean, me and Velina there, Velina and I should say, we were discussing the recycling of spent nuclear fuel into new nuclear fuel.
Okay.
And what does it cost to build a recycling plant for nuclear fuel? Well, ours over here cost about anywhere in the region of about $18 billion ish. But they can only handle about 1,800 tons of spent fuel each year. Yeah. America would need a little bit more than that. You guys go through about 2,400 ish a year. Yeah. Because you've got more plants than we do. Bigger country, makes sense.
Okay.
And it's like, why hasn't it happened? Why is America still storing its nuclear waste rather than recycling it? Because of this cost. Okay, but y'all just sent how much money to fucking Ukraine?
Right. Yeah.
And it's because it comes from different coffers.
Yeah.
You could, Velina and I, we were talking about it. You could spend $50 billion on two $25 billion plants, so larger and greater capacity and all that kind of thing. Process all of your new waste in one of them, and use the other one to go through the entire backlog of existing waste and all that kind of thing, and you'd be absolutely fine. And then your fuel at that point is almost running at net negative cost. So why aren't you doing that? Well, because Congress. Congress would rather,
Well, I mean, there's the other
line
thing.
their own pockets of green money.
Funding packages are fucking ridiculous. Like, there's a difference between funding somebody with money that already exists in the budget to be allocated that doesn't need to raise the spending limit. And this is getting a little inside the weeds, but it doesn't, because that money's already been accounted for, and it's real money that really will be coming out in cash, or checks that really will be cashed, like, by the government, which is different than the money that's being sent to Ukraine. That money is future money. You know what I mean? That they need to allocate for, in the sense of Ukraine is required to buy certain items that are from, the military industrial complex that they are going to then supply. So it's towards the U.S. economy, but don't get it confused and think that it's some kind of like, well, we're actually just getting them to stimulate our economy with fake money. No, it's real money that's being sent to them, but it's future-oriented money that's not in the budget. It's being budgeted for in a future session of Congress. Does it make sense? Like, it's not money that already exists that will cash checks. It's not like there are crates of $20 bills being sent over to Zelensky, thank God. But it's right next door because you're mortgaging the future with that money. So that's why can't you spend this money on, like, our people that are starving in the streets? Because you would have to convince Congress to spend future money on them, and good luck doing that. But like I said, it is different coffers, and it seems like well, we should just be able to figure this out, and it's not that simple. Unfortunately, it really is a reality of different spending. It sucks, but it's the way it is.
The system has grown to such a size that nothing is simple to do anymore. Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, just to correct that, it's 2,200 tons, not 2,400 tons.
Hey, John,
for any nuclear enthusiasts.
How you doing?
Hey.
And people are like, holy shit, Polly's still alive. Yeah, I'm still getting that chat. Yes, I am. I mean, not by much, but I'm still alive.
Yeah, we've got a molten salt reactor powering his heart right now from all of the, coronaries he's had over the course of the past year.
Yeah. And much like the description of this video says, or the title of this video, rather, it's just, pain is inexhaustible. Only people exhaust. Like me. Okay, thruster problems led NASA to play it safe. I want to hear, this is the part I want to read about. As veteran astronauts and retired U.S. Navy captains, Williams and Whitmore could have anticipated hurdles on their test flight, if not to this extent. But even before they launched on the 5th of June from Florida's Cape Canaveral, Starliner's propulsion system was leaking helium. The leak was small and thought to be isolated, but 4 more leaks have appeared after liftoff, and then 5 thrusters failed as the capsule attempted to dock with the International Space Station. Wow. At least their sensors were telling them there was a problem. Somebody pointed that out to me. It's like, you think all their sensors would be fucked up too, that they'd have problems that they wouldn't detect, but at least they got that going for them. I'm like, well, that just frightens me to think that there's a whole bunch of problems they don't know about. Thanks.
Wow, that's double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, sextuple fucking redundancies doing that for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Like,
Your
look at modern
reserve
cars, man. How
secondary
many fucking-
backup. Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah. Look how many sensors are in a modern car that never used to need to be there back when we made things properly. You know?
Yeah. What was ever wrong with the
Nowadays.
mechanical fucking whatchamacallit?
The Iron Horse.
That's the one. No, carburetor. That was where I was looking for.
I love me some carburetors. I
The
love
only thing I knew
carburetors.
for sure was this. Every son of a bitch that worked for him. They were all gonna be better off dead.
Oh, holy shit, I missed that. Look, that was awesome. There was my dopamine hit right there. Gamerly, thank you for the $9. We have a around $5 billion nuclear waste fund with permanent disposal that is sitting there while they use other money that is budgeted to pay for temporary storage. It was my paper you didn't read. Man, she's really never going to let me just let that guilt lie, is she?
No, it's. I read it. I did read it. Unfortunately, a lot of the numbers are jumbled up in my head because, I'm the big depressy.
55 billion. Hold on. 55? I said 5?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a dollar sign in front of it. I read it too fast. Yeah, 55. I thought it was around, I thought it was a dollar sign 5. But yeah, 55 billion. That's a little different than 5. It's 50 billion different.
I
Fuck.
couldn't remember what the funding we discussed was actually supposed to be used for, so I went with like the Ukraine money because everybody knows about that.
No, Valine, I already said I owe you. You don't need to yell it at me. I just,
She does because she's all the way down there. You might not hear otherwise.
good point. It's got to make it through several layers of atmosphere. Let's see. Boeing conducted numerous thruster tests in space and on the ground following the shaky docking, and the scientists were convinced Starliner could safely bring the astronauts back, but NASA could not get comfortable with the thruster situation and chose to go with SpaceX for the astronauts' eventual return. After all, did you see them return that multiple-story rocket right to its holding pen and the chopsticks? It was amazing. Flight controllers conducted more test... What?
I think that was a be right back.
Flight controllers conducted more test firing of the capsule's thruster after it was undocked from the ISS in September and returned to Earth without its crew. One of the thrusters failed to ignite, despite NASA Mission Control calling the undocking a perfect departure. Engineers suspect more thrusters were fired the hotter they became, causing protective seals to swell and obstruct the flow of propellant. They weren't able to examine any of the parts, however, as the section holding the thrusters was ditched right before re-entry. Do you ever get the feeling that 1960s, what more like 70s space tech didn't really run as smoothly as history would have us believe?
Well, we didn't have all the sensors, Polly, I'm telling you.
It's like all the sensors did was tell us that things were constantly fucking up, and they were then and they are now. Is that what I'm supposed to take away from this? I mean, I get it. Like, astronauts have been trapped in space before. Yeah, of course it's happened. I get that. And I mean, tragically, during certain tests, things went horribly wrong, like when the oxygenated environment inside the capsule ignited and burned those, was it 2 or 3 astronauts to death, which was fucking tragic, man.
Awful.
I mean,
Awful.
it was... Yeah, that was all. I remember watching the documentary about that, and that was when I found out that had happened. I didn't even know about that before. I was like, wow, that's one of the harshest things I've heard about space travel, the way they burned. inside that capsule
Oh.
like that. That was rough. So I get it. Things have gone tragically, awfully wrong before, but I don't know. When you hear the comparisons, because the phone in your pocket has more memory and computational power than the space shuttle had, and so on and so forth. It's like, I don't know. I don't think that if it had the computational power, it would have done any better. It just would have been able to tell us about how more things were going wrong.
Yeah, there would have been a few less nominals on that one fucking audio clip, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You didn't miss a thing. We were waiting for you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Sepa21 says, sextuple? Riker would approve. Yeah, he probably would.
Yeah. Yeah, the more alien, the better, the weirdo. Moon placed on World Monuments Fund list of heritage sites in need of protection. You know why? Because America's claiming its rightful ownership of Luna.
Well,
No,
we
it's
did
because
talk
they
about it, didn't
finally,
we?
No, it's because they finally realized they have to protect the Moon Elf heritage rights now.
Well, it does fall under that one diocese in Florida.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
Catholic astronauts, let's go.
Well, people were wondering how
The Bible in space.
well, people were going to be wondering how the Fifth Crusade started. This could be it.
Hell yeah.
The fight for Luna. Because, the fucking infidels tried getting there, and we're not going to allow it. We're going to stop this thing before it starts, damn it.
Wait, so given that it's a different sphere, would you need a new lunar patriarch, or will the old one do?
No, the old one is fine. Catholic means universal, not earthly.
True. True.
See? For the first time, the moon has been added to the World Monuments Fund global watch list of heritage sites in need of protection and preservation. According to the New York-based not-for-profit organization, the coming era of space exploration and tourism puts cultural sites like the Apollo landing sites at risk of damage and looting. We have about 100 places on the moon where different nations have put material. Yeah, but the Chinese crashing shit in there just to kill off the fucking water bears doesn't count.
They're the Moon Elves, Polly. We must protect them.
I don't know.
I'm just
thinking
so
about
happy to
Apollo.
find out they could be killed. I was just excited as hell and very pleased. Fuck them.
The more I think about it, Polly, the more I kind of want a moon pope.
Why do you want a moon pope?
I don't know. I think it'd be a cool thing to have. He could have a different hat.
It would have to be different, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just trying to think what a moon miter would look like.
Make it round.
Yeah. Tardigrade lives matter. No, they don't. They're tiny, horrific creatures with too many legs and sharp teeth. My God, why are their teeth sharp? They're microscopic. It makes no sense. They're horrifying. Let's wipe them out.
They need something to tear up the atoms with, okay?
I'm picturing a 6-foot-tall fucking tardigrade with a fucking mitre on.
There it is. There's your moon pope.
Let's see. It might be a crash landing. It might be a human landing site, a robotic probe, or rover. The designation applies not to just these sites, but the whole moon, which Dr. Gorman said is really significant. The nomination serves a few purposes. It acknowledges the severity of the threat. It raises awareness and puts the international space community on notice. Meaning, America, it's all of ours. Yeah, fuck you. We got there first, and we're the only ones that can get back there, and we're the only ones with the ingenuity to develop it. So, go to hell. First launched in 1996, the World Monuments Fund Biennial Watch List aims to raise awareness of significant historical sites in need of protection. Like most of Greece. The 2025 highlighted 25 historic places facing major challenges from issues such as climate change, conflict, and natural disaster. Really?
Is there climate change on the moon?
Yeah, what climate change are you fucking worried about? Like, here on Earth, what historical site is at risk because of climate change? Really? Not because of your paranoid imagination, but really.
I think the evidence for lunar climate change is a little thin on the ground.
I'm sorry, lunar climate change.
Yeah.
I mean, almost assuredly there is some, but,
Does the moon even have a climate?
It does. There is an
Has a
extremely
very
thin
scary-
atmosphere, extremely thin atmosphere on the moon. But yeah, it does have a climate. There's lunar winds, as slight as they are. They're there.
Oh man.
We were very delighted when they extended that initial nomination to include the whole moon, Dr. Gorman said. The listing notes were more than...
Oh, I bet you were.
Yeah. It gets me interviewed by ABC, so yeah, his life's mission is complete. More than 90 sites that marks humankind's presence on the moon's surface and testify to some of our most extraordinary feats of courage and ingenuity. There's evidence of 6 other Apollo missions across the moon's surface and many other rovers and landers from nations around the world, including the US, China, Russia, and India. Historic site that Dr. Gorman said was regularly forgotten was the first human-made object that made contact with celestial body. A Russian probe called Lunar 2 landed on the moon in 1959 and detonated a ball of sodium gas to impact so it could be seen from Earth. Listen, the United States ain't detonating shit there. Let's worry about what the Russians are up to. They're the ones exploding sodium balls in space.
On the moon.
That's right.
They were just trying to crack the egg open. That's all. Don't get it twisted.
Look, we just want to test a theory, and it could be really funny.
The famous astronomer Bernard Lovell observed it from the Churchill Bank telescope in Manchester. You're trying to tell me the Russians did not see their own exploding sodium ball?
Isn't that just kind of sad?
Dumb commies. Can't even make a telescope.
It was the very first human contact with the moon. Yeah, well, that's excluding...
That we know of.
Yeah, that's excluding the Akunari, whatever, previous ancient...
Oh, the Anunnaki.
Yeah, the Anunnaki. Yeah. They're not from Earth, but they contacted human beings who led them to contact the moon. Just because mainstream orthodoxy is trying to control you.
And that's why we need a moon pope to keep the mainstream orthodoxy at bay.
Sam, I was watching an episode of Trek of Deep Space Nine. There's this, every now and then they do an episode that's more or less like comedy based, I guess you could call it, because Deep Space Nine is kind of like dark, it's a lot more serious than the other Trek. So every now and then they'll do like a comedy show. One episode was called In the Cards. The whole episode is based around Jake Sisko, Commander Sisko's son, trying to buy a baseball card for him, and it falling into the possession of this crazy scientist who's on Deep Space Nine, the space station. And the episode's really well written. It's really funny. He's trying to stop the aging process, and he believes that there's people out there trying to stop him, and he calls them the soulless minions of orthodoxy. And he thinks that, Jake and his Ferengi friend Nog are part of the soulless minions of orthodoxy, trying to stop his cellular regeneration and entertainment center, because he believes that cellular boredom is the cause of aging and death. That cells just go through mitosis. They eat, divide, and die, and then eat, divide, die. Like they're going through the same process over and over again since the day you were born. And eventually you are the victim of cellular ennui.
Cellular ennui.
Yeah.
So he's developing a fucking mitochondrial excitation unit.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. That is exactly what he claims, that teaching cells new mitochondrial tricks will keep them entertained and in the game, and thus you will never grow old and never die, as long as you spend 8 hours a day being subjected to entertaining beams being sent at you from this pod he's developing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and he sends them on a wild goose chase to procure all this equipment and supplies that he can't get himself because he's a crazy scientist, and he figures they'll be able to do it. So he's like, if you want this card, you got to run around the ship and get me all this stuff. Or run around the space station and get all this stuff. It just reminded me that the soulless minions of orthodoxy. It's become like an inside Star Trek joke. CTP, thank you very much for the $5. Monuments and historical landmarks are more at risk from communist retards and Islamic invaders than the entirety of climate change alarmism grift that has been going on for 50 years now. Amen.
Facts.
True facts. Freaking
Facts
men. America's history is more at risk from social justice retards than it is from climate change anything. You tore down the statue, what? Well, it's fine to have the statue. Just put it in a museum. What museum would it go in? The Museum of White Supremacy? Oh, so you don't want it in a museum at all. You lying fuck. Okay. Something to think about, but we don't do politics here.
Neither do they.
So what are the threats to the moon? Well, there's this footprint.
Russian bombs.
Yeah, Russian sodium balls. You don't even have to land next to or near one for them to be an impact. Objects on the moon are also a risk of being taken. There's a large trade in space objects on Earth. I believe that.
Yeah.
Trade in meteorites and every other damn thing. You never know when a bunch of Islamic retards are going to grab a black stone and start kissing it.
Well, their god is a moon god.
Yeah. Well, permanent settlements, tourism, and lunar mining could still all cause damage to the heritage sites. There may well be ways to limit their impacts. Impact already is plural in this sense, retard. Dr. Gorman suggested an environmental impact assessment similar to the ones on Earth could have been done. Oh my God.
Oh,
People are going to actually
God.
pull in money to do environmental impacts on the lunar surface and get paid millions of dollars, no doubt by the UN to do it.
I mean, just like, okay, so the concerns about mining, I can kind of understand that. There's a lot of silicon on the moon. Yeah, lots and lots and lots of it. And we use a lot of silicon. And, you know, over the next 150, 250 years, assuming we live that long, I can absolutely see us going out to the moon to set up a, you know, silicon processing plant or something like that. You know, not within Earth's atmosphere. I can see that happening. But until then, fucking shut up.
Yeah. I love the statement. He's already starting the
You're as
fucking...
bad as the future museum at this point, really.
This person wants to get, like, to be the center of this thing so you can continue to interview me. Commercial operators going to the moon need to be held accountable to the public, and thus justifying his attendance at numerous conferences for the next few years.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting thing inside of academia where you see people really pushing hard on something where it's like, I don't understand. Like, there isn't enough evidence to back up what you're saying. It's all future oriented. This could become a risk. Look at this other thing, not related to what I'm talking about, that did become a risk. We need to get out ahead of this thing and be here for it. And it's like, you are looking to be the center or one of the main voices in this thing, and voice being the critical thing, not producer, not operator, not developer, just voice. You know,
they want to be the person, and, like, you know, it would within the articles and all that kind of thing. Doctor, person you've never heard of, has been studying this thing that never actually happened up until right now for 25 years.
Yeah.
And is a leading expert in the field.
Yeah. There's a reason that scientists who spent their time talking about acid rain or global cooling in the 70s and 80s aren't really, they're not the center of climate change. It's people that clued into, it's not global warming, it's not global cooling, it's climate change. Any change of any kind now meets our needs. You know, like, oh, great. So undeniable, unfalsifiable change. Any kind of change proves that we're right.
It's not circular reasoning.
No.
It's global.
Oh, see, thank you for the $20 and the naked Eva Green. Haven't seen her in a while. Bali, you surly son of an otter. Welcome back from extended vacation in 2025. Hey, glad to be here. I actually have missed my little bar here. It's great to have all you guys here. I've been having fun.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't spent 25 minutes talking about a 3-minute read article in a while.
Oh, way to sell it, Polly.
I know. So Far's going to have to explain to me. I saw this picture of a ray and a fox, and I'm like, what? Sawfish may have a new threat with fox found targeting newborn pup. Really?
Yeah, apparently.
The fox went after a sawfish.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool.
Oh, the in short.
Yeah. Researchers identified fox paw and claw marks on a green sawfish pup, indicating a new threat. There is little previous evidence of foxes preying on fish. Researchers say it demonstrates the need for observation and protection. Uh-huh. Are these sawfish rare?
I have no idea.
Are they
I
tasty?
don't think they're especially rare.
I
They
don't know.
probably are.
mean, do they ever get, how often and in what places do they possibly get shallow enough for a fox to even get near them would be my first question.
It's got to
I
be
don't
like
know.
got to be something along the lines of those, like, not basking sharks, but the sharks, the little tiger shark relatives that come right up into the shallows, right, when the tide's in. It's got to be something like that.
Yeah. Like, where some sort of estuary river connection of some sort where it goes over rocks and becomes shallow, but at no other part is, and thus the sawfish flow over it during part of their mating season. Something like
that.
It's like, well, we got fox claw marks and bite marks. Oh. Cult Krill, thank you very much for the $5. For the last decade, I've worked with multiple PhDs that are experts on staining biological cells for flow cytometry. But if asked to change a fire, if asked to change a tire or defrag a drive, they would be totally lost. I remember trying to explain to somebody how to change their tire with me standing right there. And yeah, they had just got their PhD.
What a lug nut.
You know what had them lost is the jack that comes with your car. You know, the little scissor arrangement. That is what baffled them. Where does it go? I'm like, you see that big sticker on the top of it? That's got pictorial instructions.
PTZ says, what? Foxes eat fish when they can catch them. The fuck is this nonsense? Right? Yeah, I could have sworn that was the case.
I remember somebody a good while back telling me that grad school is the place where you learn more and more about less and less. And that statement has haunted me ever since, man.
Well, that's one of those things that's like, it's a bit of a truism because, like, yeah, the higher you go in any academic field, the more and more you learn about less and less.
Yeah, the problem with it, when it becomes a problem, is the
when feminism gets involved, right?
Well, yeah, when you get so specific into a given area that they start coming up with information for you to know, you know.
Yeah.
And I think it's the strongest argument for a well-rounded education that I can think of.
Amen.
People say, well, you should learn about one thing and one thing only. And I'm like, that's job training. That's not an education. Education should be well-rounded when you only know about... When you meet us, like, I met people like this that are in history, and they could tell you all, you know, about 15th century underwater Maltese basket weaving and about nothing else. That's sad.
Yeah. Generalism is better for predeterminate education, and then once you're actually in the field and all that kind of thing, then that's when you should specialize. Okay, how we used to do it.
Here's the thing that blows me away, though. The people that that exist out there that are sort of unknown and actually contribute to their field, they tend, though not always, are the people that know more and more about less and less. The people that have Beans references there, where you got, you know, they can't change a tire. They wouldn't have any idea and couldn't put out a fire like I accidentally said either. You know what I mean? These are people that would throw water on an electrical fire, you know, wouldn't understand the problem. What do you mean? But the people that they have popularly online and the people that they bring on shows to talk about, whether it be news entertainment shows or fucking Bill goddamn Maher, right? They're people that are quote unquote experts generally in one field and spend all their time talking about every other field but that. Looking at you, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I wondered when we were going to get round to him.
Well, what? He will. They'll invite him on shows to talk about race in America. Why? Well, he's black. What?
Is that not just in and of itself such an inherently racist thing to do?
Sure, but they'll bring him on to talk about climate change. It's like, he's not a planetary scientist at all, much less a climatologist or whatever the fuck. He's a cosmologist. And hasn't contributed anything to his own fucking field. It's like, well, he never wanted to be. And it's like, okay, great. But he sure wants to talk about every field other than his, though. Has become extremely wealthy and famous man doing so. Hey, listen, you want to know when to doubt a PhD? When they have a fucking press agent and a manager.
Yeah.
Food for
Or
thought.
when they put PhD in their, handle on Twitter.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, here, honestly, anybody who has a book and they put PhD on the title of the book, nobody of academic credibility ever does that. It'll say like John Smith. That'll just be the title. When you see someone write John Smith PhD, they're desperate to be known as that. Looking at you, Reza Islam.
Mhm.
Guy
goes
who
on
changes
paper,
his
that's for a
expertise
reason.
depending on what he's talking about. That fraud that made it all around the news entertainment circles like a number of years ago. Oh, I'm a
Yeah.
professor of the history of religion. I'm a professor of theology. I'm a professor of just generalized Islamic history. The guy's he's whatever he wants you to think he is an expert in. He was. And yeah, all of his publications are followed by PhD. And a sign you should turn and run is when they list all of their post nominals, as they're called, where it'll say like BA, MSc, PhD. It's like, dude, the PhD implies the other two. Why did you put all three? That's a really bad look.
Because they got their degrees from a degree mill rather than,
Yeah. So really quick, Fen and Fro, thank you very much for the $10. Did you hear about the release of info around the JFK assassination? Yes, I did. Will we get proof that an older JFK from the future killed his younger self to set the timeline straight?
That's what they did on Red Dwarf.
It is exactly what they did on Red Dwarf.
That's
Yep.
hilarious, really.
Yep,
It's-
absolutely,
Yeah.
100% absolutely happened.
That's great.
Slightly spoilers, but yeah.
I think we're going to
It's
find
actually
out that his
really
head
well
just did
executed.
that.
Oh, dude, the thing is like, don't get me wrong, like Red Dwarf's, broadly speaking, a comedy show, yeah.
Sure.
But they played that particular part of it really straight, and it really worked. Like, obviously, the premise was ludicrous, but they played it really, really straight, and yeah, it was good. It was good. We should watch it sometime, Polly.
Continue to watch it.
Yeah,
We only got, 3 episodes in?
something like that. Yeah.
It was the
It works in
one.
bite-sized
It was the
bites.
one after the cat pope was discovered.
Yep, that's the one. That's the one. That's where we finished up.
Cult of Krill, thank you very much for the $5 also. We had a PhD go to a site to set up a flow cytometer with a chip-based cuvette? Chip-based cuvette? On a QR code chip. The chip could not be scanned on the PC. The shutter on the PC was closed. But I effed up the demo.
Huh.
Wonder what the hell. So what is a cuvette? Cuvette.
It's a small, like tiny little basin, or vessel. Usually, I mean, in chemistry, it's usually got two flat sides that you can observe the chemical through. And yeah. In terms of glass making, it's the bucket that the molten glass sits in.
Okay.
Mhm.
Chip-based cuvette on a QR code chip.
Yeah,
Oh.
just little vessel. That's what it means.
That was a great episode. I'm all for the release of more information around the JFK because I'm okay. If you're not a buff, you're short. You're not. If you're not an expert, you're a buff. If you're not a buff, you're what? What would be short of a buff?
Enthusiast.
Enthusiast. I'm a JFK assassination enthusiast. There.
Yeah.
I've been at it for long enough that I can make an argument for like who did it and why. Do you know what I mean? Like that point
Mhm.
where it's like, yeah, you know what? I can push aside all of this like contradictory evidence and say, here's why the fucking mafia did it.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the guys, head of the House Committee on Assassinations, when they revisited the Kennedy assassination, he was all for the theory and absolutely believed the mafia did it, that they were 100% behind it, which is interesting. The same guy who developed the RICO statute, same legal theorist, interestingly.
Oh, yeah.
And then went around to the FBI and showed them how to use it. Well, federal prosecutors more than anything, how to develop RICO cases against people. And that alone made me suspicious. It's like, wait a minute. The guy who spent his entire career fighting organized crime and even developed the statute that helped bring down the organized upper echelons of organized crime and focused particularly on the Italian mafia. That guy, of all people, thought the Italian mafia was behind the JFK assassination. You don't fucking say. Do you know what I mean? Like,
what's the term for that? It's not confirmation bias, is it? It's there's a phrase for it where one believes that almost everything can be observed through the lens of their field of expertise.
Oh, I forget the term, but I mean, if it's science, it's scientism. And psychology, it's psychologism. And that's yeah.
Expertism. I'm gonna christen it that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that I forget his name. He went by like first two initials and then his last name. He was one of those guys like G.K. Chesterton, one of those people. I forget his name. But but I understand his argument. And he himself, he goes, it's not the kind of thing. I remember that quote from that interview. It's not the kind of thing you go into a court of law and prove. And since he's a lawyer, it's like, yeah, I absolutely know that. He goes, I don't think you can prove it. It's a question of probability and lack of other viable, identifiable culprits. It's like, okay.
You've removed every option that is impossible, that which remains, no matter how improbable.
Yeah. Grill, thank you for the $5. Oh, here we go. A cuvette is a tiny cylinder that allows a certain amount of volume of liquid at a consistent rate of flow over time. Would that mean the tiny drip vessel in an IV unit would be considered a cuvette that allows for a consistent flow of a certain volume of liquid over time?
I suppose you could make the argument that it is. But I was under
because we always just called it a drip meter, which maybe it's got a more generalized name. I don't know. That's just what came to mind when I read Walker's description there. Tiny cylinder allows a certain amount of.
Yeah, I think it could fall under it.
You know, Far.
Mm.
You're exactly the kind of person that could get deep with the JFK assassination. You know.
I don't think I should.
I mean. I'll tell you what. The question's always, or the answer's always the same. It's like, where do I get started when something's like really big, right? And it's like, focus on one thing. Start there. You know what I mean? Like, pick something that's interesting because it's of interest, or because it happens to be the thing that catches your attention, and start from there. If you try and take in the whole JFK assassination, you'll be at it. You'll get lost right away. Not knowing where else to start, I thought, how about the point of the assassination itself? Because the ballistics are what interested me. The shot fire, what angle was that? Could the guy actually do the shooting they're claiming he did? That seemed like a straightforward enough question. It wasn't. But that's pretty specific. That lands me at Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas at 12:35 on November 22nd, 1963. That's pretty fucking specific. And yeah, I haven't gotten out of there yet. I could tell you the fucking rifle he used, the ammunition he used, the angle he was facing downward at, the final headshot where his head just did that was at 88 yards. The list just goes on and on and on of the details you can look into. And it's like, could he do the shooting?
I hate to say it, Polly, but I think I probably agree with Pompeo on this matter. Like, you're going to see a lot of stuff in there that's, to paraphrase, tremendously boring stuff. You know?
Stuff in where? Oh, Lord,
the
yes.
files.
Most of it's going to be extremely extraneous material. It's like the files that are worth having, a lot of them have been destroyed and were destroyed. Like the FBI destroyed their file on Lee Oswald, as it was simply labeled at the time. I mean, there's an interesting thing. Nobody called him Lee Harvey Oswald until the press started repeating his name again and again, right? He was simply Lee Oswald during his lifetime. And yeah, they destroyed their file. The FBI agent who was following him, he destroyed his notes, Agent James Hosty. The stuff that's really juicy is either gone or exists largely through assumption that it must.
Yeah.
You know,
And of course, Pompeo raised two other concerns. One being that, that which is released is not, that which is to be released into classified, it's not all 60-year-old material. If there's been any hearing, anything at all that the government has done related to that it invokes the title JFK assassination, that'll have to be declassified as well. And also, there's going to be some names of people,
Yep.
and that's not great.
People do say that, and it, in some ways, is bullshit. In other ways, makes sense. And I don't think people accept the way it makes sense. It's like, how could there possibly be anybody who's still alive? Look how long it's been, etc. And it's like, no, it's the people that were getting information that are still active from something that happened 15 years ago. It's like, how can anything from the JFK or Kennedy or Martin Luther King assassination still be relevant? It's like, because they followed up a lead. The FBI never closes cases, far we know that. Their ego won't let them.
Right.
There's,
But it's cold.
yeah, well, yeah. But the FBI famously never closes investigations. They're unwilling to let it because nothing excites them as much as being able to have the press of saying we pulled in new evidence from a case of God knows how long ago, right?
Yeah.
Remember this? Remember this guy who parachuted out of the first hijacked plane? We found him. You know it.
Yep.
Well, it's the institutional autism, right? It's the puzzle that is not like we've got most of the pieces and we've solved all these pieces. They all fit together, but there's one or two things. They're not there, but we got them. We got them. We managed to get it in, and my name's all over it. You know,
and it explains in part why declassifying stuff around anything is such an effort, and how the FBI can never close files are actually related concepts. I remember reading, for example, because it's a good one, the complete release of the FBI's file on Elijah Muhammad, the one-time leader of the Nation of Islam, the organization Malcolm X was associated with. A bunch of racist, crazy people, but nonetheless, they're an organization and they're there. And here's their leader, and this is an FBI file released on him. Yeah, go ahead, read through that PDF file. Oh my God. You want to talk about boring? Because it reads like any FBI complete file, which means every single field office that they requested information from, the request is there, the cover page for the request is there, and the information returned is there, and it's identical to the information from every other field office. And it's hundreds and hundreds of pages of requests from Washington to the field office in Ohio, the field office in California, the field office here. And they're all saying, yeah, we did a complete record search for history on this man, and here's what we came up with. His driver's license is this, is that, and it's all federally available information and replication of other field offices' files. And that constitutes the majority of the FBI's files on everything.
Well, yeah, the plurality of attestation, because if there's any discrepancy, well, there you've got a point of interest and the lead to follow, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that's part of how the FBI operates, is being federal in that way, of having field offices everywhere, but it also makes them never able to close cases because they've always got a case open somewhere, and they never need to close a case because it's not like it only exists in the J. Edgar Hoover building in DC or in Quantico, Virginia. No, it exists all throughout their system. You know what I mean? No.
Mm-hmm.
This is where using AI to go through it would be a boon. Yeah, that's not untrue.
Yeah.
You'd have to count on optical character recognition to be good. And most of those, like looking through that PDF or any PDF scan file, it's like, all the documents are fucking sideways and they're all photocopies of photocopies and can't be read. And oh my God. I hope AI gets good at fucking doing that.
Well, that's actually, I mean, like, when it comes to like the comparison of confederated information, yeah. Well, that's where AI could absolutely be useful. Well, hold on, this is here, but it's not here, or here. Potential lead, question mark? I'm going to put this off to one side, and then human eyes can look over it to decide whether or not it's relevant.
That's a good point. I like this. We're not aware of any evidence of foxes feeding on estuarian or marine conditions, or even feeding on fish before at all. Okay. They also found evidence of foxes preyed on mud crabs and turtle nests. Wait.
Mud crab.
Wait, so they have no evidence, or they have evidence?
I'm assuming that they count this sawtooth as a fish, and the mud crabs and turtle nests as not being fish. But they said no evidence of them feeding in estuarine or marine conditions before. You don't consider turtle nests and mud crabs marine? I would.
Real quick. I'm just going to put this in the group. Yeah, there, Polly. I found some evidence.
Yeah, that's
Just
caught red-handed. Look, there's your evidence.
look at him go. I didn't believe Fox didn't eat fish. Just didn't make sense to me. I thought they would. I did.
I thought that was surprisingly apropos music for that,
Yeah.
for that image, actually, from the fish's perspective. Thank you very much, Fan Fro, for the $10 dues. He says, I'm going to say this very slowly, my noir ga. You and Polly ought to record your watching of Red Dwarf easy content. Also, if they don't close files, there will always be a reason for the FBI to stick around. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
Not
point.
an invalid point.
Absolutely.
Not invalid.
The FBI is the perfect law enforcement example of the self-licking ice cream cone. It exists largely to justify its own
no.
existence. Yeah.
Farah, are you sketching?
No.
Oh, I was going to ask if we could get a self-licking ice cream cone.
Unfortunately, not today.
Ah, sad.
I mean, there's so many things that are called that, and it's like people talk about getting rid of organizations, and it would be like, why don't we just get rid of it? You know, there's very few organizations that could be just gotten rid of, and it wouldn't actually affect that much. Guys, here's the big secret: the FBI is fucking one of them. It really is. Yes, you would have to have someone else to do domestic intelligence work at the federal level. Yeah, okay, get that. The people at the FBI who do that, that's them now. But the FBI law enforcement wing, what are you talking? How many law enforcement departments do you need at the federal level? What does the FBI do specifically that is their unique, particular, peculiar responsibility that isn't anyone else's? Domestic intelligence collection at the federal level. That's it. Federal law enforcement? What are you talking about? They're just a police force for the DOJ. Fundamentally, that's what they do. They're law enforcement for federal prosecutors. And it's like, yeah, but federal prosecutors don't need specific law enforcement. They just function with them. Yeah, so there you go. Like I said, when people talk about
devolve their responsibilities.
So like people like, oh, get rid of the NSA. Yeah, but the NSA does a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. There's signals intelligence for the entirety of DOD. That's a huge fucking responsibility. And I'm not saying they don't need to be fixed. I'm not saying the NSA doesn't have huge fucking problems that I have a problem with. Yes, they do. But the idea of just getting rid of them, it's not that simple. Well, the FBI kind of is. They justify their own existence, man. They get involved in things they want to get involved in, you know?
The ATF, on the other hand, we can get rid of them.
Wow. Yeah. Right.
Is that one of the few where you can get rid of them?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about getting rid of the ATF. I'll be at it forever. Those are the guys who make up their own laws as they see fit. They send out a notice on...
Not anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
we're all wowing at this.
Oh, that looks like a piece of fucking fresh cut beef.
Yeah, this horrific thing that Far found for us to look at. Oh, my God.
I am drunk.
You're welcome.
So drunk, I cannot get up.
Yeah, a piece of fresh cut beef or maybe like really dark tuna sushi, you know? Ugh, it's actually a slug.
Don't eat it.
Yeah, don't eat that for real. Next 6 minutes. Hey, Six, how's it going? Thank you for the $2.42. Welcome back, Polly. Thank you very much. How has 2025 been to you? Like a baby treats a diaper. How are you, Sam and Far? I wonder if Trump will release the Roosevelt files. I'd read that. Hey, Polly, check Twitter DMs. I'd like to send you something. Okay. I actually haven't checked Twitter DMs since last year.
He's not joking.
No, I'm not. Okay, so slugs. Mountain climbers have been known to curse cloudy weather, but for hikers hiking the peak of Mount Caputer near Narabi in southwestern Wales, those clouds can have a silver lining. Hold on. Did ChatGPT write this? Okay, sometimes it says... I'm getting sick of looking at this guy's face. I got to tell you, Far.
He doesn't deserve his last name.
Yeah. Get a better head if you're going to go bald.
Where else are you seeing him?
On the side of every single article we've looked at so far, you can't see it in chat because it's off
Oh,
screen, but yeah,
yeah.
on the side of every single story we've gone through here. Mount Caputer. Caputa. Adam Fawcett, a senior project. Okay, hold on. Let's just, in short, there were fears for the threatened Mount Caputer pink slug after the Black Summer bushfires. Large numbers of giant neon pink slugs have recently been reported near New South Wales. Visitors are encouraged to keep recording and protecting the population using the Slug Sleuth app.
They have an app?
So people have been
Oh
finding
my god.
these things and just stepping on them.
Understandably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. It's not as if it's very distinct in what it is, unless you're really looking for it.
Well, it could grow to the size of a human hand.
Ooh.
How appropriate.
Thank you, Phantom Fro, for the $10. It's that time again. Fifth verse, I remember the girl next door. We used to play house on the kitchen floor. She'd be the queen, I'd be the king. Together we'd play with my ding-a-ling. A-ling.
That is so wrong. That like
It really is.
there's no way to misunderstand what was meant there.
Oh, lordy. Lordy, lordy, lordy.
Wow.
Thank you, but just Jesus.
Remember, Far, you did this.
I did do this. I didn't mean to do this, but I did this.
There were said to be strong indications of a mass breeding event of those things.
Ugh. Ugh.
Slug trails. Oh, woo-hoo.
Ooh. God damn it.
There's said recent storms had contributed to a healthy number of sightings. Oh my God! It look okay. That doesn't. That, I was like, that doesn't look real because
Yeah, it
it's
looks-
not.
Okay.
It's a souvenir.
Well, thank God.
It's very exciting to see the response from visitors when they hear about the pink slug. Okay, I don't understand this thing. Like, usually it's stuff in nature that's that bright of a color, that distinct from its background. It's usually signaling, don't touch me, I'm poison, right?
Mhm.
You know, colorful frogs and...
Oh, that's me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, usually the frogs like glowing like pink and blue and shit, right?
Mhm.
Like the blue bee that we didn't think was real until we found out it was totally real.
Oh,
Yeah,
love the blue
Blue
bee.
bees.
Yeah, the blue
They're
bees
so
I
were
love blue
cool.
bees.
Yeah.
They don't have stingers on them, so they're not really that dangerous.
Is that true? Really? They didn't have stingers?
A lot of them don't, no.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not a fan of most insects, but for some reason I'm okay with bees. I think they're less insect looking than your average insect, if that makes sense.
That's because they're fuzzy.
No, because tarantulas, which I realize aren't insects, are fuzzy, and that's the disgusting thing about them. So it's not that.
No, but they're thorny, you know? You know that they can urticate those hairs. That's the problem with those.
Yeah, and
They're like the
it's that they got
porcupine, but-
mandibles, big furry mandibles. That really turns me the fuck away. Like,
Yeah.
you know, let's step on it quick.
Yeah, hairy teeth is no good.
Right? Ugh. Hey, Festonia, how's it going? Good morning to you.
Estonia.
Good morning.
Sawfish. We read about the moon. Read about the return of the NASA astronauts.
Slug, sawfish.
Or the lack of.
Yes. The putrid flower corpse.
Mm-hmm.
Petrusa,
Yeah.
the putrid corpse flower at the Sydney Botanic Garden basks in internet fame.
Oh, these fucking things.
Oh,
yeah.
right. We went right. I
Yeah.
see why you picked it because we went over this. The plant that smells like a putrefying corpse.
Mm-hmm. I felt it's appropriate.
Others said it smelled like a chicken that you've left out too long.
So a corpse.
A rotten corpse, if you will.
One young boy with his t-shirt delicately pulled over his nose reported the plant smelled like rotten eggs. And poo, his brother said.
That is the most real thing I think I've seen in an article for a hot minute.
That would have
I
happened?
believe that testimony.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sydney woman Madeline Rose told the ABC that she'd been obsessively watching Patricia for a week on the Botanic Gardens live stream titled A Plant to Die For. You were watching
God,
a plant?
She's literally watching grass grow.
Yeah, like she's not talking about watching a pitcher plant or a Venus flytrap, something that's going to move, you know? That would at least make sense. Look at all these people lined up to smell dead bodies. The fuck's wrong? Like, what?
Well,
They just want to
Australia.
really know if it really does smell like a dead body.
These are the same people that you go, don't touch that, it's hot. And they go, really? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And far you say these people just want to know if it really smells like a dead body. Really? What are they going to compare it to? Are you saying all these people are murderers?
I mean, maybe.
Or morticians?
Maybe.
Grave robbers,
You don't know
perhaps.
them. You don't know them.
Are you saying Australia is full of morticians, grave robbers, and murderers?
Well, prison
Australia.
colony.
Yeah, let's consider the history of the place. Fair enough. But it's an online sensation. Look at this woman. She really looks like she's horrified. The live stream has been viewed almost 1 million times, even while I was working. I had it up on the side. I hope my boss doesn't watch this. I think your boss will be fine with you staring at a motionless plant. The comment section of the live stream has also taken on a life of its own. WWIF was trending, which means we watched it flower.
Okay. You watched it flower.
That's it smells a bit like a wet towel, but that just means musty, right?
Yeah.
Everyone smelled a musty towel or something at some point. That's not what a dead body smells like.
No.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Maybe it does.
No, I'm sure.
No. Good. Trust us.
I mean, it's one of those things. You don't need to know what a dead body smells like, actually, because I'm just joking. When you smell it, you will know there was something horribly wrong in the vicinity. Like,
yeah.
on a deep human level, you will know there is something very, very wrong. Do you know what I mean? It just, first smell, it's, what, is something dead? Yes. You know, it's,
Yes.
you get it,
Yeah.
you know?
Isn't he dead?
You know, we should really do a video about that guy and how he was like named the head of surgery at that hospital.
Oh, the gift that keeps on giving.
I know. Just like compost, like a trip to the tip. Excuse me?
Yeah. Tip. Rubbish dump.
What is that?
Landfill.
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
The tip of a rubbish dump?
The
No.
tip?
Yeah.
That is a rubbish dump.
Yeah.
That's another
Oh,
word
where
for
you tip your load of garbage.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you've heard of fly tipping, right?
No.
The people dumping garbage in places where they're not supposed to and then scarpering before the authorities can apprehend them.
Okay. Yeah, they call that illegal
Before they
dumping
can be
here.
nicked by the rozzers.
No, I've never heard of a garbage dump called a tip. But it makes sense. I get it. Like, you know, where you tip your load of crap.
Yeah.
The
it's
where are West
great.
Sumatran rainforests? Near Sumatra, I would guess. But
Well, in the western reaches of Sumatra.
yeah. The estimates are there's less than 1,000 specimens in the wild. Quick, kill it.
Doesn't need to live.
Yeah. So
We don't need this.
Sumatra's Indonesia?
Is it?
I think so.
I think so.
The only Sumatra I've ever heard of is the coffee blend. So,
That and the PDF reader or ebook reader.
oh really?
Yeah.
I could use a new one. The one I have sucks.
I think when I tried Sumatra, it wasn't very good.
Look, none of them are. Fuck.
You'd think, wouldn't you? You'd think that someone somewhere could make an ebook reader that's not you know, dog water.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
apparently
It
not.
isn't balls.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not looking for one that's perfect. Like, you listen like audiobook players, and unfortunately, one of the best audiobook players is Audibles, which is proprietary to them. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't really use it for your own audiobooks, like that are just an MP3 format and set up as audiobooks, like by chapter and so on. It just won't allow them because it's not through there, and that's unfortunate. It's like, look, if Amazon can set up a reasonable fucking simple interface to play MP3 files in a particular way, why can't you would think that an ebook reader would be even more simple, but no.
You would imagine.
Yeah, and people recommended to me. It's like, don't worry about like pay versions or cracked pay versions
You
or
don't.
anything else, right? Just use Caliber. I tried Caliber and I really tried to like it, and a bunch of my friends use it, and I'm like, guys, I don't understand how you deal with this. It's annoying. And the constant updates. Like, okay, I get updates, but not like this. Way too many. VLC Poly. VLC, it's free. But I do use VLC, but not for audiobooks. Really?
I've been using the MPV that you shot my way.
Yeah. What do you? Yeah.
I like it.
Really? I had a feeling you would, if only because it's like
the
it's so Linux oriented. No graphical interface at all. It's all command line shit.
The only problem that I have with it is I have not yet figured out how to prevent it from closing when it's
At the end
playing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I want to prevent.
It's a good question. Mine does it automatically. I hear you when I use it. Far, when VLC player glitches out when it's trying, it'll go all blocky on you in the middle. When it does that far too often with a particular file that doesn't seem specific to its bit rate or container or anything, it just seems to do it with certain files. Lord knows what the reason. Yeah, I go over to MPV player and it works fine. It is the smoothest player I know. And if it's a really, I don't know, I wouldn't understand the explanation. I have to like appeal to Sam or something for what it is. When you have a really high bit rate, like super high quality MKV file or something that's running at like, 24 megabytes a second or something like that at 1080p at 60 frames a second. So it's like, yeah, you better have a really good video card to play this shit. And it's VLC players choking on it. MPV player plays it smooth as cream. I don't get why one would work and the other wouldn't.
Without looking under the hood, I'm
Okay.
not sure, but I imagine it's got something to do with video RAM access, video memory access.
Yeah? As long as VLC player's been around, you think they would have covered all their bases by this point, or at least a majority of them. I figure they spend all of their time now with updates trying to get it to work on the multiplicity of different devices out there.
Oh, that's headache, man. That's serious fucking headache.
Every update I see where it's like problems addressed, where it's like in the change log, regardless of most software anyway, the change log is just like now works on such and such, and it just lists glitches on different platforms that have occurred. Seems like that's the game for software developers, is just to make it actually function on platforms. Oh yeah, I was looking at this before we went live. Look at some deliciousness. Oh yeah, steak bites on baguette with a touch of horseradish, and I found the recipe we were looking at for it too. Beef tenderloin baguettes. Look at that.
You could even do like a little bit of cream cheese with some pecorino romano sprinkled in.
Ooh.
If you don't like horseradish.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Phantom Froze's VLC players on Android and Apple. Yeah, that's my go-to video player on Android for sure.
VLC sucks on my phone. I don't know why.
What are you running?
It's a Logicom something or other. It was like 120 bucks. It wasn't an expensive phone, but it runs fine on like stuff runs fine on its bloatware video player. No problem. VLC some reason struggles. Don't know why. Anything above 720p, yeah, stutters, artifacts, pain in the ass.
Really?
Yeah, doesn't have fucking H.265 HEVC support either.
Right.
For some strange reason.
You know, it's funny you
I don't know
mentioned
why.
that. So I've gotten kind of deep with the file containers and trying to do my exports from Vegas far. Like, you know, we're talking about like what is the
Yeah.
best stuff to export in. I'm really sick of MP4s not being able to support some of the things that I want to do. Like, so like, you know, H265 is what I've run up to, and they say, oh, well, there's compatibility issues with it. Not that I've run into. Not that I've ever seen. And it can support better compression with less of a
Less
bit,
bandwidth.
yeah, with a smaller band, with smaller bit rate. It doesn't have the encoding problems that I've run into with just
dude.
straight MP4s. I don't know. I've had a lot of fun experimenting with different forms, and it's like the quality of this just visually. I can't numerically justify why it looks better because it shouldn't, but it does. It runs smoother and looks sharper.
It's just a better block aliasing algorithm altogether, frankly.
Think so?
Yeah. Amongst other things. You wait till we get you a newer graphics card, man, and you can start playing around with AV1. Oh, it's like 30 to 40% better than fucking H265.
Really?
Oh yeah. I stream it.
Fuck, definitely interested in that. Man, I only got into the fucking NVIDIA encoding that NVIDIA alone supports.
Yeah.
I was completely ignorant on the existence of it at all. Holy shit,
good.
does my shit encode lightning quick now? And it's like, oh, the compression is far worse. But I don't care about high quality compression. Memory is cheap. High quality is worth it.
To be honest with you, I mean, you know, with a little bit of tweaking, even the compression on MVenc is pretty fucking good.
The big thing that has changed far is that like I've looked at the quality of like I went back to some older videos, like stuff that I made like 2-3 years ago, and just re-encoded it. Like just save everything. You know my theory on that, right? Just gone back, reopened the file, and re-encoded instead of just like MP4 under, you know, Vegas's folder for
1080p 30 standard.
yeah, the internet 1080p and internet 720s that they have, and then just set my settings and the bit rate and so on in there and gone with it. I re-encoded it using different options, the Blu-ray options that are available and so on. The files look so much better, and you just have to adjust the bit rate and it will get you near the same file size anyway. So near the same file size, and the file looks so much better. I feel like I've been putting out crap for the longest time in terms of video quality.
Dude, I cannot go back and watch my own earlier like game streams and all that kind of thing. I can't do it. It upsets me. And look, 99% of people probably don't care. They're probably watching it in the small player on YouTube, or maybe it's on their phone or something like that, and it looks absolutely fine. To me, I've got stuff that's like it was streamed in 1080p, but it looks like 720.
Right.
And yeah, it does my head in. It really does.
Well, you know, what's funny about that is like, okay, you'll spend the time to do like, you'll have like 8-frame crossfades when you're doing video cuts, right? When I save it in MP4 at 1080 running at 16, it will look like 3 or 4 frame crossfades because it just won't be effective at fading them properly. I don't know why. But when I run it through like a Blu-ray compression or a Blu-ray file container, no, it works fine. HEVC, no, it looks great. Because I didn't need to run them at like 16 frame overlap. 8 frame is fine and it will fade and look good. And so you say like things that people won't notice. Yeah, but I don't know.
You can see the difference side by side.
Yeah, I can. Like I notice the difference right away. It doesn't look like it's jumping with like it looked like something started to fade out and then fade back in as opposed to them cross fading between each other.
Oh, you know what that is? That's all the fucking I frame, B frame, P frame bullshit, isn't it? That's what that'll be. Anyway, that's weeds. Let's not.
Yeah, when you say you're working on something that no one else will care about, I don't know. Yeah, I accept that you're right about that. That is something that no one will ever notice. But it's like there's also something to be said for confidence in the stuff that you're rendering out, where there's even a point even worth trying. You know what I mean? Because what's this point in spending all this work in editing that just by virtue of how you render it out, it ends up undoing a lot of it.
Yep. It's infuriating.
Yeah, it is.
It's infuriating.
Okay, let's talk about illegal procurement of files.
Okay. Okay.
So we look here. We've got
Excuse me.
This is a RU Tracker.
Mhm.
Now, RU Tracker is a Russian, strictly illegal website that nobody should be using.
Yep.
Because they don't care about your fucking copyrights in Russia. So anyway, I was over there looking at some stuff here. Now, and I was telling you guys before we went live here, I was vibing with some Quiet Storm before it went live, and I started looking for when you get into quality hounding after stuff. I'm a big Marvin Gaye fan, and this is Marvin Gaye's a 1972 classic. What's Going On? Actually, 71 it's listed as here, but technically it was 72. Anyway, instead of being like people say, like, oh, here's a FALC lossless version of the file. And what they mean by that is this was a remastered CD copy of it from 1990 or 2022 or whatever the fuck, right? And they ripped it off of there. But if it wasn't from like an analog source, it wasn't from an LP, a record.
A master.
Yeah, or a master copy of it, right? Or a new CD release of it that wasn't remastered. This is the strict raw flat version of it that we are putting to disc off of the original masters that we have. I mean, I don't want something that's been remastered and remastered again and remastered again to the point where, you know, they've put so much compression on it that all of the quiet parts now sound loud. All of the loud parts have been pushed down. You know what I mean? It was encoded into MP3, then back into lossless, then back in MP3, and now they're claiming it's lossless again. So it's like, okay, this is crap. So I wanted to go looking for it, and then here I am off at RU Tracker, because Russians are nuts when it comes to American music, which is hilarious. But they are. And this is a rip of the original LP with all of the specific stuff. And I found out just how much more people care about this than I do in a way further degree than I could ever care to. You know what I mean? It's like, but I just wanted an LP copy. And you find out how insane these people are with 24/96. I never understood what that meant. Now I know. Kind of wish I didn't. So it's interesting, all the specifics that they get into it. This was a reissue from 1985 of the original What's Going On LP from 71 or 72. I think it is from. But anyway, the Proteus Mark II. I'm like, what the hell is that? When I read down a little bit further, it started me on this, like this, you guys are going to find this funny. Trust me. It gets weird quick. Oh, shit. Come on, you. The reproduction device is on an inertia platter, which is actually the turntable that it's on. The Reed 3Q, 10.5 inch. The Sound Shot head. Like, what the fuck is that? Is the Transfiguration Proteus Mark II. And then the preliminary amp, the preamp, and then the program that they use.
Sound shot like a screenshotting tool.
No. I thought so. I thought that they were talking about like software. What is the first software that runs it, basically? No, that's actually Adobe Audition 2015 that they're running for it.
Right.
With their sound card and audio interface to go with it. And the only thing they ran on it was manual click repair, which means that they went through it and listened for the clicks, and through manually identifying each click, removed it.
Oh, that's love.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. Now, Audition, as well as Vegas, as well as Premiere, any audio video will offer auto click reduction, which, any kind of tick, 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 you will get that sometimes when you're putting two video streams together that also have audio tracks included with them. When you do an over, you'll hear that click and you won't know where it is, so you have to cut back a few frames to get rid of it, that kind of thing. That's what click removal's for. Obviously, it's going to happen with vinyl, with LP vinyl a lot more. The only thing a person did was go through and visually look for the clicks, which are huge spikes in the waveform. And that's how they identify them. They don't listen for them. They visually search for them, and then go in there and remove that, and only that, using AI to replace that part of the music with the part of it that was immediately before and after, But yeah, you're right. That's love. And this LP it sounds great because, Sam, you know what I'm talking about. It sounds flat.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's no spikes, and there's no real heavy bass, which there wasn't.
It ain't muddy.
Yeah. In the early 70s, no, that wasn't there. It's not, the mid-range isn't spiked to put his vocals up. It all sounds, nice and flat, which sounds bad, but it's like, no, that's good, because if you want it bassy, then you go ahead and you mess with it. You do what you want with it. The point is, this is like
Yeah,
a master
use your
file.
equalizer.
Yeah. It allows you to EQ from there as opposed to somebody in the studio who's remastering it, compressing the hell out of it, and adding what they think it should sound like. You know, which is the danger of having somebody.
Add EQ.
Yeah.
You can't take it away.
It's damn right. I mean, you can try. You can turn down the bass, but now you're turning down something that was distortedly high to begin with, and it ends up being,
Exactly.
as we say, muddy, where it all sounds just like warped and shit. So anyway, I wanted to find out what the hell the Transfiguration Proteus Mark II was, which took nothing more than a DuckDuckGo search to find it. Oh, it's the record needle.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, well, that's a fancy name for the Headshot Pro. What the fuck did they call it again? The sound shot head, which is what they refer to it, which is the point of contact between the vinyl and what creates the electrical signal that is now making the music. What is doing that transformation?
Bro.
If these guys are vinyl addicts, and they all are, this becomes the metaphysical point of you know, where the rubber meets the road, right? This becomes everything to them. I found out in the past little while what a weird rabbit hole this is. I didn't know how these vinyl freaks got down, man. I'm a little frightened now that I know. So many.
Ollie,
what's that?
the Russians are autistic. We should be concerned.
Banana. You should be a bit concerned about him. You okay, buddy? Little autistic there?
I did see Banana in chat earlier on, actually.
You want to see how crazy this shit gets? So I go to the Proteus website. Now, just to give you an idea, it's the kind of website where they won't list prices. They will only connect you to dealers.
Oh.
Wankers.
One of those.
Yes.
Because if you gotta ask, you probably
You
can't
can't
afford
afford
it.
No, you
Yeah.
can't. But let's hear the website's description of the Proteus Mark II. Holy crap, this is great. Ease back, y'all, and listen to this. Mr. Seiji Yokoshika's pioneering spirit and sustained commitment to the perfection of the moving coil phono cartridge is represented by his latest and unfathomable flagship model, the Proteus. The Proteus can only be understood in musical and emotional terms. It skillfully weaves its spell by interpreting analog playback in such natural resolution, scale, and dimension that it leaves you lost in the music. It eloquently performs this by revealing the subtle cues and nuances that give the listener the magical chill of recognition, so often inaudible with other cartridges. The Proteus triumphs at the highest level by almost disappearing and then leaving its audience with a palpable sense of intensely communicative music. In other words, pure and simple musical enjoyment. What?
That sounds so gay.
Well, they did
What?
name it after
Am I
an
wrong?
old Greek.
No.
They did name it after an old Greek god, so it's pretty gay.
I was like, man, that is intense. I think you scroll down and it's like, there's nothing. It's like, oh, wait, there's like his other things, the Phoenix and the Axia. The Phoenix is.
God, he loves his fucking Greek, doesn't he?
Yeah. The Phoenix S builds on the virtues of the Axia S, presenting the listener with an extendable palette of natural tonal colors, voices, and more body. A larger space and greater musical involvement, with the addition of a second front neodendium magnet, intimately positioned, 5N silver wire coil, and a lower internal impedance. The Phoenix S creates an unprecedented focus of the magnetic field, ensuring that the harmonically rich temporal puzzle that is music is recreated coherently.
Faggots.
Yeah. So Mr. Yokoshika here, the developer of these items, is operating exclusively out of England, as he has been his entire career, and this is where they're distributed from. Would you care to take a guess at how much the Proteus Mark II goes for?
430 pounds.
Say £430?
430 pounds.
Okay, far.
Thousands of dollars? I don't know how much that would be in pounds.
Just shy of $5,000 American.
Holy fuck on an American biscuit.
Yeah. And then the shock was, this is not the high end of needles for audiophiles. The high end runs in excess of 10 grand.
Phantom Fro, excuse me while I sniff my own farts out of a crystal wine glass, right?
I mean,
Oh God,
God.
that's like that's super Parisian fucking pretense, is what that is.
I mean, just here's a guy at Stereophile reviewing it. So here's Transfiguration's new top model, the Proteus, $6,000 US. Excuse me, his dealer has it for $6,000, costing about half again as much as the Phoenix. These days, $6,000 for a cartridge is expensive, but not stupidly expensive. For me, stupidly expensive start at $10,000. Wow. I had no idea that this even existed at all. Like, I knew LP vinyl fans were out there. Yeah, audiophiles. I knew they were out there. I didn't know they got down like this. This is nuts to me. That they produce these needles on demand for these prices. I had no idea it got this boutique.
The thing that gets me is like, at what point? It's like, you know, the super accurate ARs. At what point are you exceeding the capacity of the listener? At what point are you exceeding the capacity of the recording? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was reading on it, and it's like things get complicated with a different kind of vinyl. And I guess I didn't realize, but I would have if somebody asked the question, you know, is vinyl being destroyed every time you play it? And the answer is, well, yes. You know what I mean? You're slowly wearing it down. And like I said, if someone had asked me specifically, do you think so? I probably would have said yes, but I never thought about it before. But that is a big part of what the specificity of these high-end needles, that they don't destroy the vinyl or do much less damage to the vinyl. That's a big part of it. Because if you got some special record that's ultra rare and there's only 5 copies in existence, to even play it ruins it. And so it's like,
well,
I thought, I was reading about some of these guys and they talk about that, and it's like, well, that's part of the vinyl thing, isn't it? It's not just rare to own the thing, it's rare to even hear it, because the people that own it don't want to play it except on special occasions. It becomes like opening a special bottle of cognac or scotch only on certain occasions, you know, because every time you pour of it, there's less of it, you know?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like vinyl, it suffers from the same same basic principle as, like, you know, the number of read writes that's left on a disc before it fails in you know, computing. Same basic fucking principle. I mean, I can understand it, but at the same time, I've never been able to get behind the idea of having a bottle of wine so expensive you can't drink it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
at that point, you aren't owning the wine. You're a steward thereof. And fuck that.
I remember a guy said back in the day, you know, he was talking specifically about single malt scotch. He's, remember, they're bottles of liquor, not trophies.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the point. Like, they're meant to be drank. And so if you never ever open them, or, you know, you've turned them into a trophy, you know what I mean? In which case, all right, but just be aware of what you're doing. Now you're collecting trophies. And if that was your point, okay, but don't lie to yourself about it. Be aware of what you're doing. And if you are buying it to drink it, then fuck it, drink it.
If it was a sealed amphora of wine from, like, I don't know, the last party that Julius Gaius Caesar went to before he was, you know, knifed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe don't open that. But if it's less than 150 years old, come on.
Yeah. Holy shit. I mean, there you go. There's the Proteus cartridge for $6,000.
Jesus Christ. And people pay these prices?
Apparently. Like, I don't know where this exists. Like, you know, what Outsan says, if you'd run into a vinyl audio file, you just say you've tried the Proteus and couldn't tell any difference between the two. And the Dineshi clone. Yeah. I bought a cheap Chinese knockoff of the Proteus and it was fine. Yeah.
Oh, well, when listening to, you know, Pink Floyd's 1979 album, The Boutique, the boutique read of the vinyl leaves a certain oral bouquet.
Oh, God. Why are you like this?
This is one thing that all of these really high-end needles, I mean, they don't call them needles. They all, you know, phono cartridge, you know, whatever. They're a record needle. They don't, they all say this on them. This product cannot be shipped to New York City or San Diego.
Why those two
¿Por qué?
places?
My guess is because they tend to contain very, very special metals, when they're like the molybdenum,
Right.
whatever the fuck.
Molybdenum, neodymium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my only guess, is that it's got something to do with the metals they contain, that they have city ordinances against allowing the shipping of those items. That's all I got. But they
Also-
all specify that. It's interesting. San Diego
Also,
and New
like,
York.
Also, like diamond-ended needles and all that kind of thing. In certain places, have got very, very particular laws about the transportation of diamonds and all that kind of thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's San Diego.
I was reading the history of
I
this
never
thing,
thought
and
of it
when,
like
when they had
that.
to stop making the Phoenix, the original Phoenix before they moved on to the Phoenix 2, which became the Phoenix S, is because the guy who put them together suffered some medical problem. And it's like, that blew my mind. It's like, so this guy Yokoshika, he designs this stuff, but he doesn't fabricate them. There's one guy who fabricates it. And if you lose him, you're done. And I'm like, man, I thought Nighthawk Custom Pistols was particular with one gunsmith, where there's, one guy who made your fucking gun because they're just that talented. They're true smiths of your custom pistol. That's why those, yeah, you know what? There's a good example. A fucking Nighthawk Custom 1911 runs around the price of this fucking phono cartridge. I'd rather have the gun.
Yeah. When it's like a scientific implement of some description, progressively more and more accurate, like, I don't know, spectroscopy equipment or something like that, that I can understand spending serious money. Because it's not really one person, generally speaking, that's buying that. It's an institution. Yeah.
Yeah.
More than one person can get some sort of usage out of it. If you're one person dropping 10 grand on a fucking, what is it? Sonic cartridge?
Yeah. Sonic Headshot, or whatever they called it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to.
And whiskey.
You're like that guy, all right?
Boom. Gamer Valine, thank you for the 450. Did you ever hear about the alcohol inventory of one of the parties thrown for George Washington? I sent it to Sam yesterday or the day before. The actual document is in the archives.
Let me grab that real quick.
The only historical document I ever read about, like, American Patriot, like alcohol inventory, no, but I should pull that together for next week for fun. It's when the Second Continental Congress was getting together for the Constitutional Convention, and one of their bills is still available from a local tavern in its original documentation. And holy shit, they got loaded when they were writing up the Constitution, man. I mean, fucking loaded. It was everything: whiskey, fucking cider, ale, Madeira. Just went on and on and on. I'm like, man, I love this. Founders of our country were awesome souses, man. And the DMs. Cool.
Yep. She got that for. Oh.
Cool. All right, I'll take a look at that in a second. So the last thing that I wanted to show you guys on this excursion that I went into reading about the insanity of these needles and how deep the audiophile stuff got was in so that's the original version of it on CD, so that's not that fucking just now.
I think you had it up in your other browser. Oh no, it's there.
Okay, so here we go. All of this, by the way, is like in Russian. So I'm running it through WaterFox because it has a fairly good native translation system in it. And reading the stuff translated from Russian can be really fucking funny.
Hey, Banana, are you still here? We might need a translator to see how accurate this is.
Oh, yeah. Here, just to show you something quickly. They are, and boom. Yeah, they include all of the files to make as proof that they really did do all of this.
Huh.
So all the wave files are there to show. Yeah, by the way, this is what an actual wave file should look like. When it's all spiked up near the top, it means it's been compressed to fucking shit, and you have lost all of those high peaks and all of those low lows, and that's what makes the songs what they are. That's what creates the difference. Something appears loud because something else appears quiet. You lose fidelity. And I'm not.
Learn to appreciate good dynamics, you fucking Philistines.
Yeah. Just the work on the record was strongly influenced by the stories of a demobilized brother about the war in Vietnam, reflections on poverty, discrimination against the inhabitants of black ghettos, and the spread of drug addiction and corruption there, about the plight of the environment. All of these acute social problems of that time were reflected in the songs of the record.
Wow.
Okay, honestly.
Yeah, that's just correct.
Yeah, no, they're not. Actually, you guys are wildly overstating what that record talks about, but that's okay. The title song, which was called For Peace and Mutual Understanding, conceivable with the same written about the same Lennon's Imagine, was included in the list of...
Fuck. There's a word for you, consonable.
Yeah. So this... and I love it. There's the actual information. Where you go? It's a European release, manufactured in West Germany, printed in West Germany on the sleeve in both English and French. The distribution credits for West Germany, Belgium, France, and the Netherlands in those languages. And then all of the covers. So down here at the bottom, as you might notice, hold, you son of a bitch, is an audio file that comes in here and starts a beef with the guy. It's hilarious. He goes, no, the clear audio titanium version 2 is over here. And it's like, wait, what? Seriously? It's like, yeah, he did the same thing, but he recorded it, the same record, but he did it with the clear audio titanium version 2 head, not the Proteus 2, which he thinks is inferior.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
No, you're kidding, right? You didn't actually do that, right? And I looked through his... No, he did. I went through the files and he totally did.
Holy shit. That's dedication, but also what the fuck?
Yeah. So I'm not encouraging anybody to go to RU Tracker and look your shit up, but like, if you want to find the true audio
But
file
at the same time, if you want to see some funny Russians, go.
Yeah.
Be free.
Yeah,
I'm
Russian
just saying,
autism for music is full on here. And like I said, they are really deep into foreign music, especially American music. So, yeah. Go figure.
I find it in a sense like, okay, it's weird and autistic, but it's also kind of charming just how...
It is.
Because it's outside looking in, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like I've said about a lot of things. I don't want to do it, but I'm glad there's people doing it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like accounting. I don't want to be a fucking accountant, but I'm glad there's accountants in the world. You know, I'm glad there's people like this working on stuff like this, but it also makes me, to hear them talk, glad that I'm not part of their world, because holy shit, guys.
God, people think video game nerds are bad. This, you know, like, you do you guys, but Jesus fucking Christ. No, this is the real recording on titanium that you really want to hear, guys. You can't really hear much of a difference, but it's there.
Yeah, you know, I had already got the Proteus 2 version, and I went on to read about this while I was listening to the Proteus version. And what the Proteus, by the way, there's the thing. It's like, so you just kept reading about this? Not really. I was more just kind of poking around while I was listening to the album, honestly. And that's how I found out about all this stuff. I just wanted to hear the album, because what's going on, if you haven't heard, it's great. It's one of the original concept albums in soul and R&B, where the whole album plays as one nonstop track that just switches through segues between each other, that there is no like, oh, track ends and then now track 2 starts. They play segues that blend one song to the next, where it's one long track if you play it through. And Marvin Gaye he's a musical genius. He was one of the first guys to do that, and it played off awesomely. So anyway, I'm just listening to this whole album play out, and I was like, and I have a copy of this, and it I would want to EQ it a little bit more, but that's the point in getting a flat recording, that you can do that. You know what I mean? I would want to go through it. No, it didn't sound right to my ear, because I wasn't born in the 70s. It lacks bass as far as my ear is concerned. But that's because I'm used to a lot more bass, so I want it turned up a little bit, but not to the point where it distorts anything. Anyway, fucking losing the English here. Classic one-upsmanship applied to a very niche interest, very, very niche interest. You're not wrong, Festonia. I mean, this is just...
Look, I'm just saying, it gets fucking cold in winter in Russia.
Yeah, they've... I think they just like the idea, like this, American black man who's like this famous, soul artist, and like here he is in like wintertime with a coat and snow on his hair, and they're like, he's like us, It's...
He's just like me, for real, for real.
I picture like depressed pot-bellied guys in spaghetti-stained wife beaters slugging vodka and guys in tracksuits arguing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just going off stereotypes.
What do you mean you recorded it on a titanium version 2? You've got to use the Proteus. You imbecile. Get out of my shop before I cut you.
But yeah,
that's my best Russian.
You're not wrong. There is something to be said for, from the outside looking in perspectives. Sometimes the best you're going to find is the native, if you will, originalist perspective, somebody from inside the culture. Yeah. Sometimes the best stuff you're going to find is from the outside looking in, because there's a kind of appreciation that comes from a distance only. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's true of movies.
Yep.
This like when I originally got into Hong Kong cinema, John Woo and early Chow Yun-Fat stuff, it was all Brits who were doing the commentary tracks. And holy shit, if they didn't know everything about Hong Kong cinema, talking in wild details. And it's like, wow. And you can tell they've got that appreciation from a distance because they're not part of that culture, right? So they talk about like actors there are not like actors here. If you're an actor there, you're expected to, yeah, of course you play an instrument. And he goes in Chow Yun-Fat and he's saying his name in the traditional Mandarin because he can. You know what I mean? Like not his stage name, but
because he's British and very educated. Yes.
Right. And he can play, he plays the clarinet mostly. Of course he can play the saxophone somewhat, but he's, speaking of a little saxophone.
Good time to go,
He's an accomplished dancer in these different styles because every actor there is expected to. I don't think anybody from Hong Kong cinema would think to explain that to an audience, the array of talents that these people all have as a Hong Kong actor. Because I remember that one scene, they come in, Chow Yun-Fat is playing the clarinet with the jazz band, and he's talking about how big jazz is and remains in Hong Kong to the day, that it may have died out, and I'm going to find it in certain jazz clubs in America and Britain and so on. There, that is the mainstay. Everybody knows jazz. Everybody plays jazz. Really? Again, interesting. Really interesting.
Consider it, like, compare that to like Hollywood actors. Some of them are they're announced as triple threats. And what does that mean? They can sing, they can act, they can dance.
Yeah.
The implication that something like that needs to be given a name beyond actor, well, it's that's not the norm.
Yeah.
Not all actors can sing and dance and act as well.
What it made me think is like the standard is much, much higher in Hong Kong cinema than it is. Yeah.
You want to be an actor, huh?
I mean, the Japanese do something very similar with their entertainers as well. Like, they have to, like, a lot of voice actors for anime, right? They also have to be able to sing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is an example. So a lot of the time they do sometimes recruit from J-pop groups. Just
Right.
sometimes, right? And then they also tend to also have a contract thing, right? Where they have to appear on a certain amount of Japanese television shows. Like the entertainment ones where they have the reaction window in the corner. So if you ever see them on those shows, that's a contractual obligation.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like, that's just a thing that's expected.
I don't think it's a bad idea to encourage malevolence at that level. Yeah,
those shows
it's
are
a good
garbage,
idea.
though. Don't watch those shows.
Well,
They are absolute, just top-tier trash. You
Well,
think
they've become
reaction channels
corporatized,
on
haven't they?
YouTube... No, you think reaction channels on YouTube are bad? It's the same thing. Just television.
like Phantom Pro says here, like sounds like the actors from back in the day where everyone could do all of it, right? And not. And
Yeah.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Not every actor was a, I don't know, a Michael Bublé or a fucking Ariana Grande or whatever the hell. You know, they weren't like blowing the socks off audiences of tens of thousands of people with their singing, but they could fucking sing. You know.
Yeah, they were capable of hitting and holding notes and knowing how to record in a studio with direction from the session producer. And yeah, I know what you mean. They had the basic mechanics down of how to do it.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, look at like Frank Sinatra. You know, he acted. Dean Martin. All the Rat Pack boys.
The whole of the
were all
Rat Pack,
singers
with the
and
exception
actors.
of their extras. Yeah, all of them could do all of it. Like even Peter Lawford, who was not a professional at any one of the things. The man could sing, the man could dance, the man could act a little bit.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And that was enough to get him on stage and get him in shows and get him in movies. And I mean, I'd love to see fucking, Bobblehead try and cut a few steps. It'd probably be hilarious.
Right. Well, consider comedians. Like a lot of the early stand-up comedians were just musicians that were just filling a bit of fucking time between sets, right?
Yeah.
Where it really
It's
sort of
actually a
took off.
fascinating thing when you mention the comedy part of it, is that Frank Sinatra was not, he couldn't write comedy, he couldn't do comedy, and neither could, I was surprised, Sammy Davis Jr. It was Dean Martin who wrote all their comedy bits and taught them comedic timing. He's like, no, you guys are coming in too fast. You got to sit there and look at me like it's strange for a second. He taught them how to play the straight man.
Whiskey and whiskey.
Really?
Yeah.
That surprises me. Sammy Davis Jr. always struck me as being like a naturally funny guy.
Being able to joke with your friends and being able to do it on stage are two different things. I can crack jokes with you guys. I would never think about stepping on stage and doing it. I can't turn it on like a light switch. It doesn't work like that.
Oh, dude, you should see me on the stage. I slay.
Gamer Valine, thank you very much for the 450. You may not be an EQ Spurg, but you definitely are an editing autist with a minor lyrics tick. 4 hours on one shadow poly. I was there. Yeah. Yeah.
Look, we're not saying that we're not autistic about our specific interests. It's just this one is like super specific. Is all.
Yeah. Okay. So hold on. Gil Cottle, thank you very much for the $5. Polydub confirmed as totally addicted to the bass. Wow. Whoa ho. Thanks, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Sam's the only singer here. It's but see, if I was like autistic, let's say, I want to say that like I'm not autistic with the editing that Valine just said, but I kind of am, because I just take a look at this background and I think about the shadows that went on here, and I think about like Washington crossing the Delaware alone, that painting on the wall, and it's like, oh my god, if you guys only knew.
Yeah, but I mean, we sat and talked about that for a bit, didn't we? You know, you threw it at me, you threw it at Far, we gave a little feedback, you made some adjustments, you came back, yeah, that looks much better, except now this, it was a good back and forth.
But the thing that, okay, I'll say, okay, that doesn't bother me very much, because, let's just be doing this, and I didn't spend $10,000 on a video card and a blah, blah, blah to get it done, right?
That is true.
Amen.
And okay, so I can say that, but then it's like, I'm also the guy that remembered like that intro card. And I'm like, yeah, I did this whole thing without a mouse. I just had a touchpad. I did it on my laptop on the potato.
Oh.
And I remember Zelthor going, why didn't you use a mouse? Why would you do that with a touchpad? I'm like, it's because it's what I had at the time. And it's like, yeah. And isn't that a kind of autism that I still went ahead and did it fucking anyway? And it took me 4 times as long as it should have.
But it's a different kind of autism to paying $10,000 dues for a fucking needle on a record player.
I would say that it's distinctly not autism, because autism implies an inability to adjust or adapt.
No, fair enough.
Meaning like what? It's got to be done in a particular way, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean,
The-
OCD then? Like it needs to be done and it needs to be done now?
I would just say artistic perfectionism. You know, you can be artistic. You can be artistically. You could be an artistic perfectionist with the 2 Crayolas on a wall. You know.
I thought you were about to say you could be artistically autistic there, but nice.
Yeah,
nice.
absolutely, you can. See, I remember like the one thing I thought was like, if there's anything
Whiskey
that
and whiskey.
Son of a
Sorry, that clip still makes me laugh. It's so stupid. Kimberly, thank you for the 450. Comedic timing is what makes that Washington dream skit work for most. As the chemical engineering type person, it's a measurements part. It's the measurements part. Yeah. Yeah. The comedic timing is incredibly underrated. I get that part. I kept telling them, I remember that interview with Dean Martin. I kept telling them they were coming in too quick. They were coming in too quick because somebody had finished the line and then they would, my turn. And so they would say the line and they're like, guys, it's not acting. It's comedy. Do you know what I mean? You have to let it sit for a second. He had been, what was his acting partner? The fucking Spurg. Oh God, the French love him, Sam. What's his name? They stereotypically love him anyway. Jerry Lewis. Jerry Lewis.
Do we?
That's the stereotype that the French love Jerry Lewis. Yeah. Oh, there's Cheshire Smurf right away. Thank you. It was Dean Martin was playing the straight man to Jerry Lewis for years and years and years. And I can't think of a better example of playing the straight man because you got this guy who's running around. Jerry Lewis was the guy who couldn't be contained, boundless energy, throwing himself all over the room. Saying
Jim Carrey of his time.
Absolutely. Great comparison. Yes. Very, like, if anything, the higher energy and more original Jim Carrey of his time. And Dean Martin had to stand in the middle of it and make it funny. And a lot of what made it funny was him. And when you look at when they separated from each other and they did separate movies, it didn't work anymore because there was nothing for Dean Martin to play the straight man off of. And it was just Jerry Lewis going full crazy man, bouncing off the fucking walls and nobody to make it funny. And that's when Jerry Lewis turned to telethons and Dean Martin went back to cabaret singing, which got him hooked up with the fucking Rat Pack and so on. So yeah, awesome. But I find it fascinating. They seem like they're legitimately funny, those guys. I bring it up because we were talking about like the teaching of things and that you have to be good at a bunch of different things. Frank Sinatra, as good as he was at acting, like naturally in front of a camera, and he was, and obviously he was a great singer and performer. The guy couldn't tell a joke. He wasn't funny. He had to have Dean Martin tell him how to be funny on stage and write his jokes for him. And it worked because he's obviously able to learn, as they all were, because they're master performers, so they can pick up other kinds of performance. But it's an odd idea to teach someone to be funny. It always struck me as weird, but he did, and they were like their comedy bits in between their sets are hilarious still.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's part of the French New Wave. Okay, yeah.
You had to look it up. I don't believe this.
Yeah, I don't believe you. Oh God, it's real.
It's one of those. I don't have a great deal of appreciation for the French New Wave. I don't.
The fuck is the French New Wave?
Yeah, I don't get it. I've only heard that, and there were jokes about it in The Simpsons. I remember when Bart went to stay at Maison whatever at the winery. When
season 1,
yeah,
right?
Where the wine keepers were like keeping him as a slave. There was a moment where they were watching Jerry Lewis on TV, and they went, Monsieur Louis, and you
remember that way better than I do, and I watched that not that long ago. I don't think maybe a couple of years back. The fuck, Polly?
How to put it? This was kind of like a sort of like a pseudo punk movement in French film. And it was, how could I put it? They were playing around with like new editing techniques and new technology and all that kind of thing, and fucking about with the writing. And they so in a lot of French filmmaking, there's always this notion of literally tradition de qualité, tradition of quality.
Okay.
Films would have to hit like certain thresholds when it came to like quality of writing or sort of like think about like movements in music, in like classical music, they're almost always arranged into movements,
right.
things like that, structural qualities that were important to French filmmaking. And so it's like late 1950s, early 1960s, touching right up into the 1970s was sort of like the French New Wave in film. And they just kind of, it was the start of sort of like artistic I'm going to use the word deconstructionism. I don't mean quite to the same extent of like postmodern deconstructionism, but that's where it kind of began for us, at any rate. I don't have a great appreciation for it. I when it comes to French cinema, I much prefer the older, more structural works. I think we did a lot better then. And yeah, frankly, nowadays you've got kind of like two schools for me. You've got the people that are trying to evoke the new wave where it doesn't have like a good solid form. And then you've got the people who are trying to harken back to the older days. And they just end up producing the kind of black and white wanky films that end up being played over at the fucking Cannes Film Festival for a bunch of, cinema snobs to go,
Right.
yes, very pensive. Very demure.
The fish
And fuck
represents
those
that he
people.
still has faith. I get it.
Precisely, those wankers. French cinema these days sucks, dude. It's bad.
It makes me wonder if any of those things are actually there. Everyone's just agreeing along with it. It's like a new art festival where everyone's, oh yeah, that painting, it's so meaningful. And no, it's not.
Dude, same principle. It's the same fucking principle. Like, yeah, sometimes those elements are actually there, and yes, they were trying to convey a particular message, but to the degree that it's reported upon, no, that's wankers who need to get a real job. Yes, I think during the Communist Revolution, I shall sit at home and write books on education for the children.
Yes.
No, motherfucker, you should be out in the potato fields.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you really don't want to go into the potato fields and shit like that, huh?
Mhm. Yeah, the kind of guys who wouldn't last 5 minutes in prison, you know?
Oh, those specific people, God.
Oh yeah.
That reminds
hard
me,
to look at this picture.
I had some stuff ready. Well, I think we'll revisit it next week because it's a whole slate of things. We were going to look into the art of Yoko Ono. And
Oh, Polly, why?
Oh,
I just got done telling you why I hated the new wave. Why would you do that to me?
I had totally forgotten about it. If you hadn't mentioned it, started talking about this, and then when I said like the shitty new wave or the shitty new art festivals that go on, and I'm like, oh yeah, all that Yoko Ono art that I looked up, and I've got it all set aside. But I think we'll revisit that next week.
I regret to inform the audience that next week I shall be passing away for personal reasons.
Some of it is legitimately laugh out loud funny. Like, no, you didn't, woman. You didn't.
I
And it's
don't
like she
even want to
did.
give her that much credit. Remember when she was performing with the fucking with Paul McCartney, Lennon, and I don't know if it was all the Beatles.
I don't.
So she was performing with them. She was on stage and she was wailing.
That I
And the
believe.
fucking,
I've heard her
like-
wail, sure, yeah.
Yeah. And the producers fucking cut her mic.
I think I've seen the
Oh.
clip that recently.
Oh. I want to go back, right? I want to go back in time to young Yoko Ono, right? And I want to go round to wherever she is with a silver spoon and scoop the brain cells back out of her that she has corrupted with knowledge of anything that she has done, or will do. All of it. I'm taking back those brain cells. I don't want those memories. I need the hardware back. She's stolen from me.
But if you distort her memories at that point, we won't have John Lennon sitting in his bed growing his hair doing a fucking hunger strike that turned out not to be real because he had food hidden under the pillow the whole time.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, his hunger strike was fake.
Fucking really?
Yeah, it was like the hunger strike was supposed to be like a complete strike of all things. Like, I won't be making music, I won't be getting my hair cut. Like, he's gonna stay in bed, meaning like remove myself from the world kind of idea,
You
and
need to tell me.
and sort of the idea was, of course, like one of his prized Indian gurus. But the Indian gurus would literally separate them. The notion of like sitting under the Bodhi tree. This is where the Buddha obtained enlightenment because he separated himself from the world. But it's that kind of idea, but done in a prepackaged false kind of, done really gay. Where it was just him and his woman sitting in bed with long hair that was that long before they started, and he had food with him. It was all just to promote a movement that he wanted.
You mean to tell me that the fucking commie was performative?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And remember, it was just a song, mate.
Yeah, it was just a song, mate.
Let's take a look at it.
Estonia says, "Oh, Yoko, Sam, did you ever see the Yoko cackle when John was playing with Chuck Berry?" I'm
No.
just absorbing those words for a minute.
Wait,
don't
is that
think that I
maybe
have.
that's the clip I saw? Because there was a clip going around on Twitter a little bit ago, right?
Hmm.
Where the exact thing that you described happened, but I'm not sure who they were performing with. I don't
think it-
remember that. I just
I
remember
think it was
seeing
Chuck
like,
Berry.
yeah, I just remember seeing the guy's face just go like full blown, like, what the fuck are you doing? And then they cut her mic.
Hilarious. Fuck.
Oh yeah, it was really fucking funny
Well,
because she kept going. She didn't even realize that they'd cut her mic, so she was just like, you could still see her doing her thing in the back.
You can vaguely hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, but like you
Wassan
can't
says-
really, not enough
I'll
for
look
it to
that
be
up for
worth
next week. So I've
anything.
got it for her, looking at her art exposition. We'll have her wailing away.
I'm suddenly very busy next week. Also says, if you scoop out her Yoko's brains, we won't get that song she and John did about what women are. I don't need Yoko Ono to explain to me what a woman is. I know all too well.
Pause. I'm sorry. Is that what
Bart,
they
that's going
explained
on
it to
your
me?
resume. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How does that feel? It's not very nice, is it?
Look, yours is more valid, okay?
Says you.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at this real quick.
I'm a great person to tell you that. Yeah.
Bar tab of an the bar tab of a 1787 farewell party for George Washington is still intact. The founding fathers drank the following: 54 bottles of Madeira, 60 bottles of Claret, 8 bottles of whiskey, 22 bottles
Thank
of
you.
porter, 8 bottles of hard cider, 12 bottles of beer, 7 bowls of alcoholic punch, and there were only 55 attendees. Fuck yes.
The only thought that comes to mind, and I will have to censor this part, is man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a bottle of Madeira and a bottle of Claret for each person, like alone, right? That alone is enough to, like, I mean, a full bottle of Madeira and a full bottle of Claret. That's enough to land most people flat. And they kept going from there with, like, I mean, and then comes the hard liquor, you know?
Right.
And only 12 of beer. Those must have been huge beer bottles. Like, I don't think those are little, 12-ounce bottles at all.
Well, I'm trying to think. I mean, like agriculture and such in the Washington era? Big, I would imagine, for all the people that were there, but not like today, right? Nowhere near the scope of a small burgeoning country today. So maybe they just didn't have that much beer to go around, whereas they would have plenty of wine.
Yeah. You wonder how big these bowls of alcoholic punch were. The thing that I like about the fact that there's Madeira and Claret listed here, and whiskey as well, is the quick arguments that people like to make about things past when people drank heavily and they're not fans of drinking today. They'll end up saying things like, well, what you need to understand is that alcohol was much weaker back then and beer was barely,
Bullshit.
Yeah. It's like, come on, guys. Okay. I understand that certain beer is, it was down at like 3% and some was at 5%, and there's really high alcohol content beer now, malt liquor now, and etc. But I mean, still, you drink enough beer at 3%, you're going to get fucked. Especially when you're mixing it with fucking whiskey. And there's only so much argument that you can do that Madeira and Claret, like, if you lowered their alcohol much below where they're at, it would have spoiled by the time they got it anyway. So it wasn't that low.
I mean, like Madeira, for example, is produced in Madeira, right? A very particular process.
Yeah.
Nowadays, we do the process is accelerated somewhat. It's aged over the course of 3 years as opposed to like 5 to 10.
Does it still have to pass the fucking equator twice to count?
I do not know. I could not tell you that. But I mean, stuff like that, you couldn't do that with a low alcohol beverage. Not really.
No.
You'd ruin it. It needs to be fortified. Also, it's really quite nice if you're into dessert drinks at all. Get yourself some Madeira sometimes. Do yourself a favor. It's good stuff. I know a Frenchman recognizing a Portuguese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing on that list I don't like are the 22 bottles of porter or port wine. I've never been a fan of port wine. Don't like it. It's got a weird musty aftertaste. I'm very much not a fan of.
I'm very hit and miss on it. I've had good porters. I've had a lot of bad porters.
Yeah, not everything can be to your taste, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
It doesn't taste like melons far, so no good.
Oh, well, that's upsetting.
I wonder if you could make it. I wonder if you could make a porter out of melon wine, though. Like good.
Well, I don't know. The sorority girl market's huge, so I'm willing to bet someone's tried.
Yeah, but you can't trust a woman's opinion when it comes to wine, Polly.
You can't?
No. They drink Lambrini and enjoy it.
I don't even like wine.
They drink Prosecco.
Well, yeah, I know. It's criminal. It's criminal.
It's just like champagne.
No, it's not.
Straight from the goon bag?
May as well be.
You know what? I'd be fine with girls drinking straight from the fucking goon bag over fucking overpriced bullshit Prosecco. I mean, you're getting your bang for your buck with a fucking goon bag. You know exactly what you're getting. Wine that never saw a grape. That's fine. It's the grape crystal flavoring that they use. That's whatever.
Yeah. It's basically it is the Kool-Aid of the alcoholic beverage world. And that's fine.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine.
$2 chuck.
It's water,
it's great.
alcohol, purple.
Water, alcohol, and purple. Yeah. It's Prosecco. It's like, I mean, it's alcoholic 7-Up. Fuck off.
It really fucking is. It really is. I mean, you should go to a wine bar and you can get a bottle of Prosecco, or I could leave you at home.
They're probably buying out all the booze in a given area. Yeah, Darkside, I could see that. They just cleared them out of everything. Like, you guys, you're going to take over our tavern for the next, 2 nights while you go on a rambunctious thing. You have to buy our full inventory. And they're like, okay. That's for the general. It's fine. And that guy's over 6 feet tall, man. He can handle his liquor.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He can fill his boots 2 inches higher than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Imagine trying to get Abe Lincoln drunk. Jesus.
Yeah, but he was a skinny fucker. Yeah, he was tall at 6'4".
Oh,
but
you and I both know that doesn't make a difference.
I don't know. I think that was one of the smarter things that, what's his name? The narrator's alter ego in Fight Club. The protagonist of the story. Or the antagonist, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
Tyler Durden. There we go. It was the most clever thing that Tyler Durden said in that whole movie. Not the book, but in the movie, yeah. He's like, if you could fight any historical figure, who would it be? He's like, Abe Lincoln. I'd fight Abe Lincoln. Because he had a long reach, and he was wiry, and wiry guys don't give up easy.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you could knock out Abe Lincoln easily. I mean, the guy wrestled in his youth. He was a backwoodsman. He was no, urban pussy. You punch Abe Lincoln, dude, you better get out beyond his fucking reach. And the guy's 6'4", and he's lanky. He's got fucking reach. His arms hung down to his fucking knees, and he was 6'4".
You better get out of his reach. You'll get very, very, very much in it.
Yeah. And if you get too close, he's going to want to fucking wrestle you down to the fucking ground because he was a wrestler in his youth. I mean, that's not good.
Getting taken to ground down by Abe Lincoln. There's a book title for you.
Oh yeah, the narrator wanted to fight Gandhi.
So the problem with that is that Gandhi's already won.
Why?
Because he's Gandhi.
Because he's Gandhi.
Who's going to remember you, the guy who punched Gandhi?
Yeah. But I mean, that came at the part right before the part where the mission he sent them on was to start a fight with somebody who didn't want to fight you, to provoke them into fighting you. And it's like, the book went on and on about that, how difficult it is to, because for all of the talk that people do about how violent people are, most people, normal people, will actually go way out of their way to avoid a fight. It's much more difficult to start a fight with somebody than you think it is. Because, yeah, you go to a bar and you start a fight with somebody, sure. But try and start a fight with somebody in the street and see how far they're willing to go to avoid taking a swing at you. Because they have to swing first.
It's reasonable. It's reasonable.
Yeah, it's in the movie they show like he's just one of the guys is standing there cleaning his the sidewalk in front of his shop, and a Catholic priest is walking by and he sprays him with the hose, and then just turns around and keeps watering the sidewalk. And the priest's like, "Excuse me, you hit me with the hose," and he goes, "Yeah," sprays him in the face again. He goes like, "Excuse me." When he finally swings and punches him, he goes, "Sorry," and runs away.
That sounds like fucking British comedy to me, Polly. Am I right on the mark there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see a young John Cleese being the Catholic priest in that fucking skit. I can.
In the book, he goes on to it
about... me in the face.
Yeah, exactly. The incredulousness of the accent would just, make it work. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean
now look
to.
here, my good man.
Yeah, and just repeating whatever he said verbatim back to him, just in the accent. That's how you sound incredulous and British. You'd say like, I didn't see you there. You didn't see me there. That kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly it. That is 90% of John Cleese's comedy right there. You didn't see me there? What do you mean you didn't see me there?
Yeah.
Are you in need of a good Lord's restoration?
So the people in the book, he goes on that the people are least likely to want to fight you are the people that yell the most.
Yes.
So he tried to get in a fight with an auctioneer. The guys are like, I'm going in 789 and 700. Those guys yell for a living. They get all their stress out that way, and it's almost impossible to start a fight with them. Owners of restaurants who are used to yelling at their employees all day, they're actually blusterers, and there is no fight in them. So try and start a fight with them. He found out it's the quiet guys that don't say anything. They're going to be the first ones to throw a punch. At least within the book, that's the way that it works out. Funny. Anything Chuck Palahniuk, he's a clever observer of people, I think. I can see that being true to a degree.
I mean, it tends to be how it's written. I mean, if you look at mob movies, mob stories, and all that kind of thing, the Italian, New York Italian guy who talks an awful fucking lot. He's rarely the most dangerous of the bunch.
Yeah. See, my mind went for some reason right away. I was thinking about when I was reading that book. I thought, yeah, but you'd never want to try and provoke a drill sergeant, would you? It's like, I don't know. They yell for a living, or at least are capable of it. Would you really? I wouldn't want to provoke a fucking drill sergeant, but maybe I'm just going off of, I've never been to boot camp, so maybe that's not true.
Mind you, they're trained, and there's a bit of a difference between knowing that somebody is trained to fight versus not having that particular piece of knowledge. That boils back down to odds, right? Think like Bob Ross, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, Bob Ross. There would be a guy to try to provoke into a fight.
I don't know as I could, man. He'd mastered. You want to talk about like ancient mystics and all that kind of thing. He's mastered that fucking placid vibe. You know what I mean? I don't.
Come on, be calm.
When I get
it'll be our little secret. It's fine. Yeah.
My friend, it seems that you are lacking in your life. What you need is a little friend of your own. Everyone needs a friend.
Yeah.
Like, I can't be angry at that. I can't stay mad at that.
Banter Pro, if you're going to listen to the audiobook of Fight Club, yeah, strongly recommend it. I think the movie was movies are never the book, if you know what I mean. Because they can't be. It's just how good of an adaptation was it? And I don't believe that it's not as direct as being slavishly faithful, as they say, to the text of the book that results in a good movie.
And whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Isn't I'm waiting for it every time. Here it comes, son of a bitch. You really think for the 450. According to a history book, glass and stone alcohol bottles were mostly 1 quart in the 18th century, but there are a few existing 2 quart and 1 gallon bottles from 1760 to 1790. Most of them were 1 quart in the 18th century, but there's a few larger ones.
You know what I want to see, Polly?
Think about that.
A whole John of alcoholic beverage.
A what?
A whole John.
It's a Ho John.
It's 2 demi-johns.
Oh, that helps.
Yeah, very, very helpful.
I know what a Jeroboam size is. I can help you there. That's 2 magnums.
And so the big fucking like they used to be glass. Nowadays we have them in plastic. Water for the water coolers.
Oh yeah.
In Alpha's. Yeah, the big bottles that you get of water. Those are demi-johns.
Okay.
Yeah. Also known as a carboy.
A carboy.
Mhm.
That sounds like a British name for it.
It's Persian.
Really?
Yeah. Karaboy. Interesting. Didn't know that. Yeah, it literally means big jug.
That sounds about right. Okay, give me a quick sec. I'm going to go use the facilities and then shall return forthwith.
All right. So, hi.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, he only muted himself. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Very good. Very good.
He's learning.
Well, it was bad to happen. Shit. I've added
It
another
certainly
Persian
was.
word to my vocabulary.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm. I still want to see a full John. And before anybody says it, yes, I know it's because it comes from the fucking French word.
Because everything comes from French, apparently.
Dame-Jeanne is where it comes from. Literally, Lady Jan.
Okay.
Mhm.
Lady Jan.
As in Jan, like Jeanne d'Arc, Joan of Arc.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Let's have a quick look at chat here. Oh, by the way, guys, if you are interested in throwing a few IRL GPs our way, you can do so by the links provided down, I think, in the description, and also relatively frequently posted in chat by far. You're not under any obligation to do so, but we do appreciate everything that comes our way, and you get the opportunity to throw a little message in that we will read out within reason.
Yeah, there you go.
Um,
Yeah, within reason.
See, Cheshire Smurf says, at Sam, the free frog, I have a feeling I'm the only other that even smirked at the whole John joke. Yeah, maybe. But you know what, Cheshire Smurf? If I put a smile on one person's face today, that's a good day. That's a success. All right. I'm French. I have very low standards for myself.
Fucking Christ. Fucking Christ.
Hence my marriage. Womp womp.
Oh, fuck.
Ostsan said, man, I do not want to know what Lady Jam is. I could be so mean here. I could be really, really cruel here. And in 2 words as well.
I don't know if I want to know.
Oh, that's very simple. It's not crass at all. No danger.
Uh-huh.
Think about it. Think about it. Love you, Ostsan. Mean it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that as is.
He doesn't want to know what Lady Jam is. No danger.
I'm not. I don't think I get it either, and I don't really want to get it.
Experiencing women. Right. There's no danger.
I
'cause you won't
don't.
experience women.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. It's very simple, fun. But very mean. Which is why I don't mean it.
Okay. Okay.
He says back at you. Oh dear. Well, guys, if you got any questions for us, it's been a bloody long time since we last did one of these. So yeah, now's the
holy
time.
shit.
Throw them on in. Is Lady Jam a craft creation, an audio file with pay too much? Almost certainly, engineer. Almost certainly. Oh,
Ooh.
those of you who haven't already, as well, I suppose I should do this while we're here, because you see, this is how out of the loop I am. Normally, I would catch all this in one go. Excuse me. Don't forget to leave a like. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Really, really helpful to us. Keeps this out in the algorithm for people who might not have had the notification or might not be following us on Twitter to know when we're going live. If you haven't already, you can hit that subscribe button and turn notifications on if you'd like to see more of this and know when Polly's going live with the show. It does generally, although, recent past, excuse me, disregarding recent past, we do usually go live on a Friday night. Well, it's actually Saturday morning at midnight, Eastern time. So yeah, and if you're listening in the future and you didn't get a chance to take part in the wonderful chat and ask us your burning questions, you can leave a comment for Polly down below. He gets notifications when they come through, and he mostly won't ignore you.
Mostly.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I ignore certain people and they know who they are. Looking at you, Looney Lenny. I'm kidding.
Thanks for keeping me company while I DoorDash in the middle of the night. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. We're here for all the
cool
early risers and late setters.
No, that's sweet, man. I remember when I had jobs that ran overnight and late night when I could have been listening to streams and shit like that, but I wasn't at that time, and I regret it because that would have been an entertaining way to spend the shift, man.
That's the only reason I got into so much like listening to late night conspiracy shows and all that kind of thing, like and Coast to Coast.
Oh God, you did listen to Coast to Coast?
Oh fuck yeah!
Wow.
Oh dude, that was Alex Jones before Alex Jones.
Thank you, Alan, for the $1. Far, Alan. I see you. I see you. Yeah.
Oh, you did it wrong.
I don't care. This is how I'm doing it. This is how I'm choosing to do it. I'm choosing to do this straight, as if like we're just awkward acquaintances at a funeral.
Yeah, the chin jut, Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I'm choosing to do that.
Like we're acquaintances at a funeral. Holy shit, Far.
I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in the comedic way of why I'm doing that.
Yeah, I hear you.
Good God, Polly.
Holy shit.
Oh, man.
I had that up from... I don't know why I had this up in November, but it feels appropriate today. Yeah. Thing's not exhaustible. Only people.
Holy shit.
And next week, we're going to test that theory with listening to tracks by Yoko Ono.
No, we won't. No. Strictly her art, not her music.
I mean, she would say that's the same thing.
Is that any better? I don't think it is.
Well...
I mean, sure, my eardrums will be saved, but...
Yeah, no,
my eye drums will not.
Yeah, your eye drums are going to be victimized next week. Especially as an artist, you're going to fucking feel it.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
I was... What a weird way I came across it, too. It was... Hear me out on this. It's going to start with art that's at CI headquarters in Langley, Virginia, which is made by the same artist who's in other locations. Encrypted art that has codes in it, which is why...
Isn't that the encrypted art that he doesn't even know what the final bit that's been unencrypted even is?
No, he knows.
Anymore?
He claims that he knows. We're assuming that he actually does know.
Yeah, he claims he knows, but it's like, debatable if he actually does or not anymore.
Well, people
Is it that
continue
guy?
to decrypt certain parts as he lets out certain clues because as time goes by and people haven't decrypted it, he goes, well, I'll give you this clue. And then he'll drop a clue and 4 or 5 people that are cryptologists from the NSA will get together or from wherever, like amateur cryptologists will get together and work on it and they'll break part of it and you'll go, there you go, see? And it's not like they're pulling it out of thin air. It really will decrypt into something, into actual sensible
I
time.
don't doubt it will. I'm not saying
Or-
it won't. It's just, does he even remember?
Is he just leading them to like? Is this just an inversion of cryptology here, where the painting itself contains like randomized bits that he then formulates into a cipher that the cryptologists are led to by by suggestion from his clue, and what they think is the cipher that they're developing is actually the thing that produces the fucking the message on the fly. I think I could do that.
Well,
I think I could do it.
I mean, to his credit, because I'm thinking like, if somebody is an artist, like how did they become such an expert cryptologist that they could encrypt something so well that the world's best cryptologist wouldn't be able to decrypt it, right? And it's because I did not know prior to that he had done it in concert with a cryptologist, and I was like, oh, okay, well, there we go. Like, there was an expertise in it, to be sure. But I mean, from that, it led to some of the other pieces of art that he claimed were clues that it might lead to. And that led to looking at those particular sections where that art was. And it was like, oh, it's stored right next to a piece of Yoko Ono's art. And I'm like, no, really? The fuck was Yoko Ono's art? And I looked at it and I was like, oh, you got to be fucking kidding me. And apparently that particular section has been reserved for her art for years. That it's just like cycled through different pieces of art. She's made up new crap. And like, it just gets, it just gets more and more insulting. And of course it's in Washington, DC. And it's like, oh God.
Of course it is.
Yeah. And it's where else are you going to get like put up, but National Endowment for the Arts, it'll fund anything. They'll fund the crappiest of things, I should say.
See,
Remember,
Yoko
they
Ono
funded
was-
Feral Dreams.
Yeah.
Yoko Ono was actually a sleeper agent, trained by the CIA to take out the world's greatest musician because they were worried that he was going to produce a communist revolution.
Well, you couldn't be talking about John Lennon because you said the world's greatest musician. So who was it? I don't know.
I don't know,
I just made that up on the spot, and yet I can guarantee that there is someone out there in the world that I could say that to, and they go, "That makes total sense. I've been working on this for years. I'm so glad to have met you."
Yeah, here, let me show you my chart.
World's greatest musician. She had an affair with Prince.
Well, you don't have to be rich to be his girl.
I've heard that somewhere.
You don't even have to be cool to rule his world.
Well, Kim Basinger was in Cool World and that flopped, and she also went broke. So both are true.
Did you give him her extra time?
Yes. Yes, because they were hanging out when she was when they were filming '89 Batman. So yeah, her extra time when she wasn't on set, literally.
Hanging out. That's a hell of a thing to call that.
What were they hanging out, Polly? At the record store?
Yeah. Don't you tempt me, we'll watch it.
Prince references.
You remember I told you about they were hanging out in the studio. One of his songs has her supposedly.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, yeah, is that what you call that? Hanging out? Really?
Look, being in the same room as Prince is hanging out for the purpose of anecdotes. All right.
Yeah. I remember watching an interview. Just I gotta go look that up. Who was it who was saying that? It's like after Prince fell in with the Jehovah's Witnesses. He's like, all right, well, he's got like a gathering at Paisley Park, his place that he's got, like rather large studio area, personal mansion, etc. That generally calls Paisley Park. It's got all these people over there, all sorts of guests, well-known people, all their plus ones and such, right? And he goes, well, we've reached a point in the night where, just only the ladies can stay. Everyone else has got to go. And so the only people that got to see, because so the guy who's telling the stories, like, I thought it was going to be like, oh, it's Prince, right? So it's going to be something real sensual, so who knows what's going to happen, right? And he was one of the security guys, so he's one of the few men that got to stay. And when he left, Prince broke out a fucking Watchtower magazine and a Bible and started quoting and preaching.
Oh my god.
Based.
Like, oh no! Can you imagine? You think you're this woman who's like, oh my god, it's Prince, and you're sensual evening. Who knows what's gonna happen? You're one of the few ladies that gets to stay behind, and he brings out a fucking Watchtower magazine. Holy shit!
Man, you changed, Prince.
I don't like what this cult's done to you, man.
Man, you different. You different. You forgot where you came from, brother.
Where would I buy a Sam Cooke album engineer? I would not buy it. I would go to RU Tracker and find a really expensive fucking sample of the album using the Proteus 2.
I cannot believe that not one of us three, nor anybody in chat at the time where we were discussing vinyl, made that joke. I'm disappointed in myself, I'm disappointed in my co-host, and I'm especially disappointed with you.
And, let it be known, if I ever start my own torrent tracking site, I will call it the Wreck-It Stow.
Oh, yeah. Does that exist already? Someone's got to have done it, surely.
Yeah.
Nothing new under the sun, right?
I mean, it's pretty obvious joke, right? It's just kind of had to have happened. We'll watch that clip next week because I know Far wants to see it.
No, I don't.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm really sure I don't want to see it.
See, it's not
It has. Holy shit, Polly! It has 2 entries on fucking Urban Dictionary from 2003 and 2004.
Referencing
Rekisto
place or just the joke?
Rekisto, a place to purchase recorded music.
Right. Yeah.
And then the second one is it's an actual reference to the movie here, yeah. Used by the musician Prince to define records store, reading how it's written, in his movie Under the Cherry Moon.
The one and only. Everyone talks about Purple Rain. I'm more of a Cherry Moon fan.
They sound like stripper names, man. I'm not gonna lie.
It really does.
Yeah, it does now that you say it, but okay. Cherry Moon's got the badonka. I'm not really into the lanky purple rain girl. Let's see. Bar, I haven't forgotten. You better pick your beef.
I don't think I will be.
You can pick ground chuck. It'll be okay.
I just don't care enough. I'm sorry.
More of a round girl, are you?
I just don't care enough. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna pick my beef right now. Chat, can you believe that Far tried to bribe me not to bully her before the show? I'm not gonna say any more. Just know that happened.
What do I have to do to get a bribe? I've been bugging her for fucking years.
I think you good there, Far?
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm good.
I've got the strangest itch on my shin all of a sudden.
Interesting.
Feels like you've got a fucking laser sight aiming at it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Speaking of like cuts I don't know anything about. Now, I know flanks, I know briskets. Of course I know briskets. Ground round, of course, ground chuck. This is where you get your ground beef in America from. It's usually chuck or round, right?
Yeah.
So it's butter shoulder. Sirloin, loin, I think everyone's had those. Ribs, of course, which I like more than pork ribs, and I'll fist fight anyone who wants to claim otherwise. But short plate? I don't know anything about short plate at all. Flank steak rolls.
Is it cow bacon?
Well, I mean, see, I hear you, because you think from the belly, because that's where all the bacon from pork is coming from, right? Is it? I think.
Well,
I think it
there's-
is.
Yeah, belly bacon, back bacon, and a third one that I can't remember.
Bacon.
The one and only.
Bacon bacon.
A flank
Bacon
steak I've heard of, but I don't know if I've ever. Is that what like a quick minute steak is? The really thin steaks?
Uh,
A skirt steak, and it's fajita meat. Really?
Because it's what thin, cooks relatively quickly, and you don't need to, shred it up after, or don't have to work too hard to shred it up after the fact.
Yeah, I guess so. And I'm guessing inexpensive, because why would you like shred up something that's a fine cut of meat, right? Like those weirdos that make burgers out of, tenderloin and shit. What's fucking wrong with you?
I've never understood that.
Like I get the idea. It's like, oh, I want
Is
the
it
most
pretty
flavorful
good?
meat. Well, yeah, I guess it's going to be good in that it's like tender, flavorful portions of meat with a nice fat content, so it'll be flavorful. Yeah, but you can pick a less. You can't take a cut that's going to be like you can ground it up with other fat. You know what I mean, and get a good burger that's going to be indistinguishably tasty from that one. But you can't turn the shitty cut into a fine steak. You can go one way but not the other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't understand why you would do that. Like I'm not saying don't do it. It's just it seems so fucking wasteful.
Yeah.
That's how you get to those fucking $3,000 burgers that have like gold flakes and caviar on them and all that bullshit. Because it's the sirloin
like-
from a Wagyu cow or however you say it.
Wagyu.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's like making a fish cake out of sturgeon. Just don't do it.
Yeah. I love fish cakes and crab cakes, by the way. They're fucking,
Yeah, me too.
oh man, they're good. You ever had one, Far?
No, and I don't really want one.
Well, a fish cake.
No, I'm good.
It's got nothing to do with like birthday cake.
No, just the idea of it. Just I don't like it. I don't want it.
Are you
think
not?
I'm good?
Hold on, you've had something. Wait a minute, you like croquettes, don't you?
Not really.
Oh, well, fuck.
Not a big fan of mashed potato, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That explains it. That's fair enough.
Well, how do you get a connection to mashed potato? Just we get texture?
Because the bulking of the cake in a fish cake is potato.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, crab cakes, like
deep-
New Orleans crab cakes, as I've seen them done. No, there is cornstarch mixed in with the egg batter, just a little bit to provide
Binding.
binding. Thank you.
Yeah.
And there's no real bulking with it. It's just crab meat is so plentiful and at one time cheap there that it's just peppers and crab and cayenne and salt and pepper, of course.
I like one. I will give the British their due on this, particularly the English and Scottish their due on this. I had a deep fried fish cake. That was real good.
I'm not surprised that
was
the
real
English
good.
did that. Right.
What about deep fried Mars bar? Have you ever had that?
I have, yeah.
I have
Yeah,
not.
yeah, they're all right. They're gooey. They are gooey.
They are. They are very gooey, and
Mhm.
definitely not something you should have multiple times a year, let alone a decade.
Agreed. Now I can see the kind of batter that you get like on like an English batter sausage. It was that batter that the fish cake was done in. So it's a bit crunchier.
It's a bit crunchy.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
Yeah, hello, Zig.
Good morning, Ziggy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a meat patty. Absolutely. I mean, Far, do those really look so bad? I mean, they're just a little.
Kinda, yeah.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Y'all don't really bread your fish cakes, do you?
Not. Yeah. Well, they're specifying there like potato fish cakes, right? But they can be like that's why I said croquettes because they
Yeah.
can be like creamy innards. Absolutely.
Mhm.
I thought you might.
Yeah, I like
dig
the
that a little bit
idea
more.
of briquettes, but I just have never really had one that I like.
See, a lot of people say that you got to use good fish for fish cakes. I disagree. The secret to a good fish cake is good potatoes. If you got them fucking shitty potatoes that's just been grown in like boxes full of sand, it's not the same. It's not the same. You're gonna have a good potatoey flavor to back up that fish. You can use middling fish in a fish cake. You can, and probably should.
Oh yeah,
Don't
yeah,
use good fish.
absolutely. Chinese frozen fish cakes? Oh, literally fish cakes. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
it's an
Fish cakes. I
icon.
understand. Okay.
Hey!
You'd eat that, right, Far?
Yeah, sure. Sure, sign me the fuck up. Why not? Looks fine.
So,
You ever had a
but I mean,
you ever
burgers
had
are
salmon
like,
donut?
like beef patties, or you're not opposed to that.
No.
So what's the difference? The fish? Like you don't like fishy
Yeah.
fish?
I mean, I just don't like fish in that form, I guess. I don't know.
Have you ever had a fish burger you liked? Like a fillet of fish, but you know, not McDonald's.
No, because I don't really go for that.
Hmm. I mean, like a halibut burgers to die for, man, when they're really good.
Yeah, I don't do that. I just
Oh.
don't want fish in burger form.
Yeah. Polly, have you ever had a cream salmon donut?
No.
No. Oh, they were surprisingly good. Surprisingly
A
good. I would
cream
say.
salmon donut?
Yeah, yeah. So it's like a salmon in like in a creamy sauce that's been shot inside a savory donut.
What?
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
what?
Okay, okay. That's certainly a thing.
DuckDuckGo doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about, Sam.
This was a weird place that I was at, but yeah.
Yeah, what was
Evidently.
the place, Sam?
So that was a place in England.
France?
No, it was a place in England.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it was just a donut batter that was not especially sweet. That it just got the creamy salmon filling in it. It was surprisingly good.
People in chat saying a bagel.
No.
Bagel and lox, man. It's been a while.
Looks good to me.
Have this for breakfast? Yeah, it's a lock. Fuck yeah. See, look. Everything good is ruined with onions.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, red onion and salmon. Nah, I wouldn't put those two things together.
I don't like red onion as a rule, so no.
I like
No,
red onion.
remove that shit.
But bagels and lox, man. Fuck yeah. Smoked salmon, little bagel, a little bit of cream cheese, and far less cream cheese than they're putting on these things. Like, I mean, holy shit, that's a lot of freaking cream cheese, man.
Yeah, what are they?
A hell of a lot less
What are
than
they?
that.
The guy? What are they? The guy like Jack's Cooking, right? The
Right.
guy that made the party King salad.
Right.
Are they that guy? Just dousing this shit in cream cheese?
I mean, I think I go for a lot less than other people do. Like, I'm like enough to just fill the holes. You know what I mean? Is I'm down for. You know what I mean? Just a little bit there for the flavor. That's all I want. Just so
You
it's
ever had
just so it's not perfectly dry. And other than that, yeah, that's what I want.
you ever put salmon and hummus on a bagel? That's pretty good too.
No, I bet it would be actually.
No?
I'm a fan of both
Yeah.
those things.
Yeah, the olive oil, garlic, tahini, and chickpea mash. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, hush puppies. I wonder if Far would like hush puppies.
Probably.
They're basically little corn batter dough balls. See,
Oh yeah, I'd probably like those.
I mean, you would be coming over to the evil side of American corn and everything, but you know.
Look, no, I just make fun of you guys for it because yeah, that's the reality. You have corn and fucking everything. Doesn't mean I don't like some of it. It's just holy shit. You guys don't need to use corn and everything.
It's fun.
It's corn.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's corn, but you know there's things that you can use besides corn, right? Right?
Look at that. Those look like some actual homemade hush puppies. Mmm.
Oh my god, he's just ignoring it.
Yeah, they're deep fried corn balls. What's not to love, man?
Ooh, Polly, you know what is good? You've had scampi, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that with Carolina barbecue sauce.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I could go there.
Yeah, the vinegary, the spicy, all that kind of stuff. That's good. That's real good.
I'm surprised Platy hasn't hooked up with hush puppies yet. Maybe they're not a thing up there.
I mean, they probably are, but just.
And there's a lot of American cuisine for you to get through. Yeah. And it's your job to tell us all how it's identifiable with another food somewhere around the world that's completely dissimilar.
Whole flour donut. Let's go.
What? Are you telling me that a Hungry
Hush
Jack's
puppy.
burger certainly does not taste like a Five Guys burger?
I mean,
Because that is an objective fact.
I mean, that was an exciting idea to hear, because it's like, if I could go to Burger King here and get a Five Guys burger, holy shit, man, I'd be a Burger King regular. But, you know, no, you get nothing like a Five Guys burger at Hungry Jack's or Burger King here.
But you do here.
Would you describe hush puppies? These look really fake. Look how particular that layer is around the outside. These don't look like cornmeal batter. They look more like cake batter.
Yeah. Cornmeal
you
donut,
without the
basically,
corn?
right?
I'm sorry?
Can you make it without the corn?
Sure.
Yeah,
Like a
but
wheat flour,
then they
it's-
would be
yeah.
cake balls.
Yeah.
The thing that makes them hush puppies is that they're made with cornmeal batter.
Cake balls. Woohoo.
You know, it's like having a cornbread. Can you have it without the corn? Well, yeah, that's bread.
And rye bread if it's made with rye.
Yeah,
I was just asking, God.
you wouldn't eat this little fella, would you?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, depends on the sauce.
Just not.
Am
Yeah,
I
it's
in hard times? Is there a Great Depression around?
with the rest of this fella. Poor little guy.
Oh, he looks sad.
It's like, but Pops, I don't want to get eaten with sauce.
Well, don't be so delicious.
Yeah.
Look, she spent 15 minutes in Laos and already she wants to eat the puppy.
Sit in Laos!
Those hush puppies taste like a hush puppy.
Oh, they were tough and leathery.
Yeah. For those from outside of America, these are really common shoes. In the US, they're called hush
Yeah.
puppies.
I think they have them in the UK as well.
You know what? I'd be willing to
Fairly sure I've
bet
seen
that
them.
like a lot of shoes that people think are American are actually, you know, British, like Clark's.
Mhm.
Wait a minute, those are British? That's right. They are. Wu-Tang
Oh,
Clan.
suddenly I hate them.
Waba, where we're educating you on where shoes come from.
I feel mocked.
After much soul searching.
Southern hush puppies, or as Far calls them, scone balls.
Woohoo.
I mean, why not?
Deep fried scone balls.
That could be delicious. You don't know.
Drunk, so drunk, I cannot get up.
Why must you take our culture away from us?
Because fuck you.
That's my line.
Kira Soldier, thank you for the $2. Hey, Polly, if she hasn't tried it already, Far should try Southern biscuits and gravy, a crawfish bowl, or Batonia from Dirty Al's on South Padre Island in Texas.
I've had the biscuits and gravy because when Platy visited me here, we made that together. So I have had that. It's delicious, but at the same time, that's a scone. It's just a new use of scone.
So I don't even want to get started again. Kira Soldier, we had this debate earlier. Far refuses to understand that. Understand reality is the truth, and just, yeah.
What is there to understand? I'm right.
Corn is not a culture. Thanks, Gilcata.
Yeah. See, Chad agrees.
No, chat does not
However-
agree. There are certain malcontents and contrarians in chat that are disagreeing with me only.
Oh, yeah, here we go with the circular logic.
Mhm.
I think we got him beat for. When he has to descend this low from his ivory perch.
Yeah.
The ivory perch
Total
of
victory.
Southern cuisine. Okay, whatever. It's just, I'm supposed to look up Mr. Brains. Okay, hold on. Let me just turn off the
Oh,
chat
I
show
know what these
before we
are.
go there.
What the fuck is this?
What the
They're
fuck?
delicious pork faggots.
Oh,
Oh my god.
gotcha. So I take it they're just the little pork sausages. Oh no, they're little like
They don't
patties
look
or
like
something.
sausages.
Yeah,
It's
two
just a faggot.
pork faggots in
Pork
West
faggot.
Country sauce.
You can't compare faggots to anything else. Faggots are their own thing, Polly.
Okay, that looks like somebody shit on a waffle. What the hell?
Yeah, that looks absolutely disgusting.
That looks like someone shit on a shit waffle.
Like the waffle looks bad. Whatever the fuck is on the waffle looks bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That waffle does look, I mean, that doesn't look like a waffle. It's like the holes go straight through. That's not supposed to happen, you know? What the hell?
It's a potato waffle. It's formed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which should tell you everything you need to know about it.
You asked
What,
for
that
it,
this is
now
a
with more
disgusting
sauce. Okay.
Oh, who doesn't love a good saucy faggot?
No,
People who like faggots and beer.
Faggots and beer are pretty good.
Why does that
staple of
look
pub
like something
cuisine.
Kay made?
Right? Yeah, right? Especially like in this like boiled over tinfoil container here.
Yeah.
I'm just picturing like Nigella Lawson trying to sell us on this dish.
Well,
When I'm cooking for my friends, there's nothing we enjoy more than a good faggot in beer.
she could. I mean, look at, oh God, now that looks like some K shit right there.
Yeah, that looks. Yeah,
Those-
that is absolutely some K shit.
Look how like artificially formed they look when cut cross sectionally. Like when you see
Oh
the
my
inside.
God.
Finally, it's finely ground pork and what do you call it, organ meat. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're little meat patties and sauce, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think breadcrumb goes into there somewhere down the line as well. Yeah.
Wow. What have you done? What is that in this? What am I looking at?
Looks like a bison's penis.
I'm actually having trouble. Like, you've been blocked by network security. Yeah, they refuse to
Yeah,
let me
that's
look at it.
probably
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Reddit won't let you go any further, really.
Oh, right, because you're following. Yeah, yeah. Reddit's on a. They're on one again. They're blocking links to and from Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, etc.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, now, okay, this looks all right.
Not
This
too bad.
looks like, you know, savory meatballs on mashed potatoes with peas.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, that looks like, you know, like it could be good.
Blame the Welsh for them, right?
Yeah, so there we go. We got a new. Well, I don't know what this
A
is,
new
but
horror
oh shit.
of man-made creation.
Yeah. I'm still trying to discern what I'm
Right.
looking at. Like it looks like two pieces of pork, sort of probably ham from the color and way it's cooked.
Yeah.
Could be.
But what is it on? A giant potato pancake?
It could be a potato, but yeah.
It just looks like it obviously is food. It looks like food,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it just looks so like.
Oh, Frankie might know. Frankie, can you remember the name? There's a particular name for the English potato pancake. The Scots have got their own variety as well. I can't remember what they're called.
There's something that could be really good across cultures. Potato pancakes, and then how you serve them, and the sauces if you serve them with the meats that go on top, they can all be like latkes are very, very good. Classic rapé from Creole cuisine is very good. Yeah.
Mhm.
Potato scallop? You think it's a giant potato scallop?
Oh, Ian says potato scone. Yeah, the Scottish have got. I mean, they call it a tatty scone. Yeah. That's the common name for it. But yeah, it is really more of a pancake than it is a scone, and it's made with potatoes.
Why'd you go full digital warp there? What was that about?
Yeah, because you
Potato.
remember the meme, right? Or my good merch potatoes. I know you've seen that.
So should we end soon? Should we?
What are you talking about? No.
We've got like months to catch up on far. This is gonna be a
Oh my
24-hour
fucking
dealio.
God.
No, I'm just kidding.
No.
What are the white streaks?
That's a good question.
Oh God, what are the white streaks?
Buy traditional pork faggots for online from a butcher's. What are the, for God's sake, what are the white
What?
streaks?
Possibly casing?
It
Mixed
fucking
up
better be.
in the, like, so you get this
It
ground
doesn't look like
meatball.
it, but Jesus.
Like, is that leftover offal? But I don't know what it would be.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's really something, isn't it? Ugh.
It looks awful.
Ugh.
Made with only the best ingredients, our award-winning pork faggots make the ideal warmer. Made from locally sourced offal and hand-wrapped in caul fat. It's got to be fat.
Yeah, caul fat.
What does the caul mean? C-A-U-L? Do you know that word?
I'm not familiar with it at all.
The skew is fag.
Oh, okay. I wasn't far off with casing. The fold of membrane loaded with fat, which covers more or less of the intestines in mammals. The greater omentum.
Okay. It doesn't look
Oh, dear.
good, but I mean, I get that part of the. So
dear.
it's fatty intestine parts.
It could
Ugh.
be worse. The third definition
no.
I'm given here is a part of the amnion, one of the membranes enveloping the fetus.
Wow.
I choose to believe it's number 2.
Yeah, Ian
yeah,
has
no,
my
thank you.
Ian has my thought on it. It looked like empty blood vessels. Yeah, he's right, because like you see them branching and stuff. That was the offensive thing to me. It looked like this was once alive as a ball creature that just had the blood drained out of it, and it was horrifying.
It's a wild
Sentient
haggis.
mole.
It's a wild
Oh my
haggis.
God.
Yeah,
You found it.
yeah. These roam the countryside until they're killed and drained of their blood.
Mhm. The question is this a haggis sinistra or a haggis dexter? Because it's very, very important to know.
Where I live, we call it dog food.
What a lot of people don't know about haggises, right, is they're not plains creatures. They live up the sides of mountains, right? And haggis dexter has got the legs on the right side of its body are longer than the ones on the left side of its body, and then you got haggis sinistra, which has got longer legs on the left side of its body than on the right.
Oh.
It's so they don't fall over when they're on the mountains. The only problem is they can never turn around. They've got to run all the way around the mountain if they need to get somewhere behind them.
This man
That's how
does
they
not
catch
look happy to have made these.
You've seen horrors beyond our understanding.
Yes.
Miss Misfit says shaved tribble.
Yeah, right?
That's what a haggis is, tribble, so just space haggis.
It does. It looks like a tribble that they've just skinned. Okay, I'm horrified. In a whole new special way. My God.
Looks like someone took a bicycle pump to a scrotum.
Oh my God.
Misfit, I blame you for telling me to look up Mr. Brains. This all started with you. Your fault. I would not have known the veiny testicle look of an uncooked haggis. Wow. Well, we've learned some things tonight, haven't we? Okay. But Gilcata was right. We got to do a Zillow. And then I heard that fuck far.
What is with this gosh darned language?
Yeah, we will do that and then give it a wrap up. I mean, God, we've only been going for like 4.5 hours less, you know? So, yeah. Let's see. Oh, right. I got no script running here. Man, it's amazing how easily you forget how to fucking do the regular things when you take 2 months off.
If you click on that image, there you go.
Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are looking at here tonight is Country Road 360 in Buffalo, Texas, the one and only. And it's 3 beds, 2 baths, comprising some 3,000 square feet on 39.28 acres. That's 39.28 acres, 3,000 square feet. 3 beds, 2 baths, going for a mere $725,000 American.
Man, have you heard of a more generic name for a road than just
360,
Country Road?
360 Country Road, yeah.
Well, they do take you home.
You,
To the place you belong?
John Denver gets no airtime here. It's not personal, it's aesthetic.
What about Billy Phoenix?
Depends on how many I've had, but Denver is a fucking no. That's
Really?
That's one of the worst parts of fucking Alien Prometheus. They're actually fucking singing John Denver in space. What the fuck?
Is John Denver more offensive to you than George Clooney?
No, of course not.
Okay. I was about to say, it's like, Polly, you're a buddy, you know, you're a mate. I've got to check your priorities list if that's the case.
Let me grab the large screen share here. How's that hiding at? Fuck.
You good?
Yeah, I'm just looking for where the large. That should be it. There it is. Okay, large display capture.
Okay.
Just trying to pick the right one. Because I don't want to use
Lisa
standard screen frame. It cuts off too much of the outside, so I did just a standard cut without the frame. And it's larger, and it helps chat see it easier, I think.
Just a quick shout out. Lisa says, it's been my pleasure. I've missed you guys. We've missed y'all too.
Absolutely. It's been a blast. I forgot how much I enjoyed hanging out with you guys in chat and my 2 co-hosts. It's been a lot of fun. And let's remind ourselves why we don't have fun by looking at some overly expensive monstrosity of architecture.
Oh, this one's I think you'll find this one quite pleasant, if a little bit migraine inducing.
Oh.
Okay.
Frankadella, you're absolutely right. That is a nice plot of land. I mean, it's got nice trees, nicely landscaped, and there's water in the center. I mean, it's a nice piece of land. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. It was, in fact, a great tract of land.
Yeah. And
On a country road.
indeed, a literal one in this case.
And Far's gonna hate it.
Oh, great.
Look at what like manicuring and actually properly land managing can do, and then look at the land beside it. It's like so patchy and shitty, and it just looks like hell. Yeah. I mean, as much as I actually appreciate this style, I really do like this, that they show the picture and then they kind of faded out and desaturated the land that isn't part of the land plot. I appreciate that because you can just absolutely see it. It's very clear. But you wouldn't have had to have, and I still would have known which land was yours by where the crap starts. You know what I mean? It just look. See where everything starts looking real shitty? Yeah, that's not part of the land. Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah. Oh, shit. The back 40's fucking huge. Look at that.
Okay.
We were talking about having the kids clear out the back 40 the other day, weren't we?
Yeah. Got to get them little bastards to work, you know? Or you should have been there. That was hilarious. When I have children, I'm going to shout at them like I own a giant piece of land when I don't. It's just like a small little, 1/10 of an acre property, standard house, right? If I'm going to be yelling at them to get to work on the back 40, it's...
Well, here it is.
Get to your wood chopping, kids. It's like, Dad, we only have the one tree. I don't care what your excuses, you youngins. Get out there. I can't do it with my rickets and angina.
Dad, you're completely healthy. What are you talking about?
That's because Dr. McGillicuddy's elixir, not because of your ramblings. Oh.
That's...
I see their water is actually a murky cesspool.
Yeah, that's quite
You can have carp in there.
but
It's fine.
look, there's a fountain in the center though, so it's all good.
And a wharf/dock where you can dangle your feet, if you will, above the sludge.
I would rather die, thank you very much. That is disgusting.
Like art, like, okay, I get it. It's probably artificial, but like, shouldn't it clarify on its own just from gravity?
You'd hope
Depends
so.
on what's going on with it, I think.
Like, I guess you can't just throw some chlorine in there, huh?
No.
It doesn't look like it's a lined pond.
No.
See, I've always wondered that about like large ponds that are artificial like this. It's not simply a matter of laying a tarp under it, is it?
Mm-mm.
Like it's got to be down to a water
Blindside.
table. No, like you,
Mhm.
otherwise it'll just keep draining, and like an idiot, you'll keep filling it up. You know?
Like trying to draw fucking water from a stone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when Butters on South Park, his fuck, I love his evil character. Like he dresses up in this tinfoil suit,
Yeah.
and he's General Disarray, the comic book villain alter ego of his. And his great plot to destroy the planet was to turn the garden hose on and flood the world. It was just- it was so priceless.
Lisa in chat says Mr. Doc. As opposed to Mr. Wolf.
Right. Nice. It actually just nice. Your backyard isn't even 40 feet. That's exactly the point. I'm going to be yelling at them. Get down to the back party, youngins. And I'll be waking them up at 4:30 on a Saturday morning. You gotta get up there before the cock crows. We don't even have chickens, Dad. Shut up. Slop them pigs.
What pigs?
Guinea pigs.
Yeah, they're gonna know.
Yes.
These are all like encoded phrases that mean other things. They're gonna be in like therapy when they're in their 20s going, my dad would tell me to slop the pigs. He meant wrap the fucking bacon around the pork sausage before it was fried.
What, you guys had pigs and blankets? That sounds delightful. It was not, it was terrible.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. It wasn't even like it wasn't even like, they're cooking for us. We had to cook for him.
Wait a
Do
minute.
you know how many oil burns I have in my arms?
Was Butters' name Commander Chaos, and it was his sidekick that was General Disarray? I thought it was the other
Chaos? Isn't it Professor Chaos?
Professor
That's what Valaine's saying. Yeah.
Professor Chaos and General Disarray. I thought Butters was General Disarray. Fuck, it's been years since I've seen them. Damn it. And I've got them on DVD, actually. That was before I discovered RU Tracker. Anyway. Holy shit. That swath runs to another state, doesn't it?
Oh,
Look at that. It just keeps going.
yeah, that's
What is that? Like
Man.
the literal county line? What the hell?
The Romans got busy in these parts, huh?
Yeah.
yeah.
You got to give them credit. That is a very straight surveyed line they have managed there.
Jesus.
Is that the road that leads to Rome?
It's just the one.
Damn it. The Catholics
they
made
only
it
need
down
the
to
one.
Buffalo, Texas. We knew they'd get here eventually, but not this soon. I love how the lot, like, okay, you get this nice swath, right? But like it continues on as just like this minor line of delineation in the greenery. It's great.
Like, that is a seriously straight line. Well done, whoever the fuck was involved in like cutting that.
Yeah. Like, and the thing that's wild to me is, and I actually would like to know, it clearly runs across multiple properties from separate owners, right? And possibly across county lines and shit. What is that line for?
Could you imagine if just a bunch of people like all got together and did it for a lark?
Yeah, one of their kids went to school for surveying and could do it, and it's like, yeah, fuck it, why not?
Right.
For all we know, everything on the right side of this map is Texas, or Mexico, but that couldn't be right because there's greenery and
No
it
wall
looks
there.
good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it doesn't have the tint on the screen that shows this is Mexico.
Right. Power lines? Are those... Oh, those aren't lines in
You
the
get it.
grass. Those are power lines, you think? Above...
Oh.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe that's what we're seeing right down here. Oh, shit. That's cut off from chat. My fault, guys. Whole thing.
Seriously, that is a straight. That's a fucking arrow, isn't it?
Yeah, as...
No, I think they can see that.
Yeah.
Oh, the bottom.
Yeah. The
Oh, never mind.
potential power lines here at the bottom, I don't think they can actually see those. There, now you can't. Well, as big as it is on your screen. Sorry about that, guys. Down here. Or wait a minute, what am I pointing at the OBS screen for? Okay, down here. These little fuckers. I think those are the those are the power lines suspending them, and they run there because guess what? Trees and power lines don't get along. You heard it here last.
Woof.
The water doesn't look as bad from here, but you can still kind of tell that
Maybe
there's
it's just
something not quite right there.
Why would you want to
Maybe
be...
it's just a tree.
Look at the table and the chairs. Like, who wants to have a meal above a
Yeah.
fucking cesspool sludge?
Well,
There
we
were
also have a
restaurants in New
meal
York
in such
City.
a precarious place as well. Like, what the fuck?
What, you don't think that they built that wharf well?
No. No, but also just the fact of, like, it's not really a lot of room there, with the looks of it.
Don't look like it, does it?
Well,
No.
honestly, everything does seem a little missized. I mean, that is a rather large flag for that rather short pole.
Yeah.
It's because the people here, the hobbits, Polly. That's what it is. They can't reach very high for flagpoles.
Valineville.
Perfectly. Yeah.
Okay. Look, there's a park bench. That's cute. Shit, it's still...
Who's sitting out here?
You
And just
know,
going, ah, yes, the lake.
well, you know, you go out here with some iced tea and
Ah,
you sit
the
back.
lake.
Yeah, you go out here with some iced tea and you sit back and you're like, oh, it's good to own land.
This is America. We don't share land here.
That's right. You point at the flag when you say it, too.
There's my pointing flag.
You know, when you said that, I don't know. I just had a very American idea. It's like, you know, what I'd do if I was standing on that wharf is just fire my AR into the water. I mean, fuck it. It's mine. Check your fire. You can't
Honey,
fire
what
in
are
the
you
water.
doing? Shooting fish.
Yeah, I sure as fuck can. It's,
Maybe that's why it's a funny color. It's just full of fucking lead.
yeah. Are you shooting fish again, Dad? They're not going to live long in that water. Call it a mercy.
But Dad, maybe the water would be less murky if you stopped shooting in it.
It does look like slow moving river water.
Yeah. I love the ladder that probably isn't ever
God,
used.
the ladder.
Yeah.
I like how quickly the fucking ladder like vanishes into the water because it's so fucking murky.
Yeah. I would like to know how deep this is. How far do those legs and supports stretch down?
Well, taking a stab at it, probably like 6-7 feet deep at the what do you call it, at front of the wharf there.
You know, Valine, a dozen and a half middle fingers would have been fine. You need to go that far.
Yeah, it's just like when people put like 1,000,001, like, you know, they're crying with laughter faces. It's like you're not laughing that hard.
No, I believe she was giving me the finger. But I'm just saying, it would have been like, where I don't believe people were laughing. I really believe Valine flipped her phone off. Yeah, I mean, jokes aside, I don't know. This is really nice looking land, man. Look, it's rolling hills, greenery. I love
Yeah.
your trees. I mean, all the little things I like. I hope that water isn't as murky as we're making fun of. I mean, look at the embankment that's built here. That is not cheap. This,
Mm.
I've seen some people that have done like really basic landscaping, like paid to have it done, I mean to say. Good God, that shit's expensive. Little simple things like this to level off a piece of land and then have it go up like that, just when you don't want the constant, like, straight down on your back 40 or whatever. That's insane, because you got to get caterpillars in there and whatnot to get all that dirt out of there and shit. Leveling's not easy. And, they leveled it off for their fake lake. Somebody went into some serious work for this shit. Oh, holy shit. That circular entrance isn't just an accidental. It's a Valine hole.
Oh
In a
my
hole
god.
in the ground, there lived a Valine. Not a nasty, dirty, smelly hole.
Yeah. See, Oatsan gets it. The Hobbit hole. There we go. Do you think that's a regular man-sized door or a Valine door?
It's a Valine door.
Okay. Spectral Umbreon. If I can leave it alone, man. I appreciate the whatever plant that they've decided to plant around here grew just like they wanted it to. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like the ivy on the side of English buildings. It looks just too picture perfect. It's like, what is this, fake? You know what I mean? That looks fake.
They have curated their ivy.
Yeah, like when they like those San Francisco homes we were looking at that had the carved bushes, where they were all like the people plants that were all out in the front, those really thick hedges that people, you can carve into shapes, and they had. It's like, man, how do you keep them that green? That's pretty impressive. What the fuck?
Wow.
Wait,
okay.
What's real here?
Wait.
Oh dear.
So that's the other side?
Yeah, this is the Hobbit hole, and it enters into a cartoon? We're in a cartoon.
Oh, okay. It enters into some street art, I see. Okay.
Y'all ever see Space Jam?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You remember when Michael Jordan's like falling through into Looney Tunes world?
Yeah.
I saw this picture. I'm like, okay, I'm sold. We're doing this one.
What scares me is my first thought is like, is that chair and that footrest, are those real? You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to determine what's
walk
real.
up to the street art and go, oh my god, is that real?
Oh, shit, is that real?
Like, I do believe those are real, yes.
Is this drainage pipe real? Like, is this stone real around the outside?
That might just be so they can hear someone approaching the front door, because it's a long ways off.
Hold on. I can't tell if that stone is in the hallway. Do you know what I mean? Like it.
Yeah.
It looks real-ish.
I think it's too smooth.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. What the hell?
Yeah, that looks like it might be what do you call it? A matte painting. Where they're painted on glass and lit from the back, like old school film special effects. Fuck, that shit's fascinating, by the way. Matte painting. The people that were skilled matte painting artists must, like, I hope they found other employment. Like, they painted whole cityscape backgrounds on glass to look hyper real. And then a bunch of CGI artists with AI assistants came along and they were, useless. Like, fuck. It's sad.
Well, son says somebody's been hitting the pipeweed a bit too hard, I see, right?
What? So this is inside that hallway looking out?
Well, this is the front door's behind us. Like a long way behind us.
Yeah.
I believe the front door's in front of us here, Sam. I think this is just a long hallway towards the front door.
Well,
so technically what we're in
there's
is
a screen
the
waiting
foyer.
room?
the vestibule, the tubular vestibule.
That sounds dirty. Thank you very much, Game of Aline, for the $5. He says I'll take a bulldozer to that hobbit hole too. One Adderall and it'll be leveled in 12 hours. Look, Valine, I saw this and I thought, you know who could use a laugh this week? Valiner.
That is who's ever taken these photographs has gone out of their way to accentuate that. Okay, like, because when you're looking back at it, it's semicircular, right? Because of the painting on the wall and the tube. And then they take a picture of it from this angle, making sure to get the frame of the tube in it, so it again looks fucking hell.
And there's like part of what looks to be like part of a hemisphere, part of a dome, rather, that the door stands into. If you
Right,
the wall,
I'm just looking at it now, and I see the light reflecting now that you're mentioning it. Yeah, is that a security camera pointed down at the front of the door?
It looks like it is.
Right here.
That's very well hidden.
Like it kind of just disappears into the background, doesn't it? If it wasn't for the shadow of this, and it's a street or a regular like porch light, right here. If it wasn't for the shadows, I don't think I would have seen them. But I see what you mean, Sam. Like here's the light of the bent up areas. Yeah, and it is depressed into it. This archway comes out. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Fuck,
Look at the fucking flooring, man.
I mean, that is beautiful marble flooring. It's weird that it's in this cartoon psychopod, but yeah.
Look at the two divas holding up the two sort of like plaques beneath the sort of windows either side of the front door as well.
Oh yeah. I didn't even see the.
It's wild, isn't it? The more you look, the more you see.
Yeah, the things the Greeks would have thrown in the trash. Yeah, them little things.
Feline said, thank you again for the $5. She says, I mean, the reverse poly plan gave me a laugh the day it happened.
The reverse poly plan?
Yeah, I've forgotten. I've forgotten whatever that was.
Okay. I have no doubt that dog is not real. Now I can tell.
Why?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Polly, but you're right.
Are you sure? It's so convincing. And they really did go full Hobbit. Look at the end of these beams. So to be, kind of coming out of the wall.
I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I fucking hate this. You're right, Sam.
Wait, am I becoming a prophet of hate?
God, I hope not.
Why would you spend so much?
Deported.
You know what I hate about this? The extremely tasteful flooring, and then everything above it is horrific. I mean
the door's kind of tasteful as well.
I was going to say the door is very tasteful as well. The wooden
and the shelves,
yep,
like
the wooden shelving.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and this sconce lighting, beautiful, but everything else is just horrible. Like, what is this? The harshest clash we could come up with? I just noticed there's a camouflage door here.
And an uncamouflaged not door.
It's a surrealist bunker, right, engineer? So what's faker looking? This tree or this door knocker?
The dog.
The dog is the fakest. Okay. Do you like how they painted the floor to continue on into the next room?
Oh my god.
I will say though, for something that's like underground, this is really fucking well lit.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem subterranean, dark, murky. No, not at all. Yeah, whoever painted in here doesn't seem like they're the same person who painted outside. It seems like there's a difference in skill level. You know what I mean? I mean, a bunch of people I've got to look that up, what it's called, the Italian design thing, and it means fool the eye in Italian. It's quite common, like in Mediterranean architecture, to paint a window that looks outside, but it's not a window at all. It's just a painting to fool the eye, that when you're sitting there where it's situated to be looked at from the dinner table or whatever, it looks like you're looking outside. You see people attempting that, like with this crap above the door, but that doesn't fool no one, man. That doesn't.
looks like shit.
Yeah, just you're
just looks
right.
like-
It looks like shit. I mean, the shadows are all wrong. It's basically. I mean, how do you know it's not real? And it's like, well, you don't need your eye to tell you when there's real lighting right here that this isn't lit properly. Do you know what I mean? Like, you didn't notice it, but your brain did. Stoklasso style, you know. That's
my
the great
Italian's a
bitch
little
of working
fucking
with
rusty,
shadows, man. I love shadows and such because they fit with the background. You look at the bar, but as soon as you start looking at the details of shadows, man, you can work at them forever. And I mean, Valine's not wrong. Like 2 hours working on one shadow, yeah, because you become obsessive about getting it to look like it really belongs there, and it's not easy, man. There's a reason people rely on ray tracing, and ray tracing is so cool because your angles finally look right. You know what I mean? It's not easy to fake.
Were you referring to Locchio in Gioco artwork or Inganari Locchio?
I would have to look up some. Maybe I couldn't say. I'd have to look up where I had heard it before. You know, to see if that's what they say. I have no doubt that that's probably. Oh, wait a minute. Is that supposed to be a giant seascape on the wall behind them?
Fuck.
Because that is
come on,
terrible.
Really?
I just saw the wall and look, a wall. I didn't see the sea or a lake or whatever.
Fucking really?
Is this a misguided attempt to make it not feel claustrophobic, make it feel expansive?
I think so.
You would have been better off with Long Cow in here.
Dude, could you imagine Long Cow in here? It could go on forever. The place is round.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
The body is round. I don't hate the furniture though.
That's the name I was looking
furniture's
for.
Fine.
Mort put it in chat there. The Trump de l'Oil. I'm sorry, I butchered that, but yeah, it's French originally.
Oh, tromper l'œil. Trick the eye.
Trick the eye. Okay.
Mhm.
There it is. Thank you. I originally heard of it in a it was in, of all things, a Sopranos episode where the guy who's talking about it is supposed to be someone who screws up sayings all the time. He's not that smart. Carmine Jr. of the Lupertazzi family. And he's bragging to his friends about his new home. And he goes, if you look here, and he butchers it worse than I did. He's like, that's when I meant when I said I have to look it up, because I ended up looking up from a reference to that episode, and then ended up looking at the architecture. It's like, oh wow, this is actually really impressive stuff that people do, because they got artists that are really skilled at it to pull it off, right? But when Carmine Jr. is pointing at it, he's like, this is Trump de oil, and it means fool the eye. And they look at him like he's like insane, like they always do, but because he's a powerful guy, he's the son of the boss, nobody wants to say anything. He's famous for fucking shit up. He's we're on the crossroads of a precipice, gentlemen. It's like, the what? I think the FBI is behind this. They're trying to cause some dysentery in the ranks. Wait, what did you say?
Wow. Some dysentery in the ranks.
Yeah.
I mean, it would kind of work.
It certainly would.
Yeah. Yeah. Clever writing they gave Carmine Jr. He would always say it close, but not quite. And everyone would end up looking at each other like, what did he just say? They just got to go along with it. Remember the one time that somebody finally like broke tradition and was willing to say it? Tony Soprano leans forward and goes, you know, it's common knowledge that guy's retarded, right? You know what this pink globe reminds me of? Pork?
Oh, shit.
Oh, orbs. Oh.
Thank you, Valine, for the $5. She says, reverse poly, being early to your own cremation.
Quartz orbs on the bench. It reminded me of those rock salt glow lamps we looked at.
I was thinking of.
Remember that? Like all these false claims of this new age crap that it would do. You know what I mean? And I would, yeah. Remember, I had seen them before. I'm like, is it just supposed to? So it's like rock salt that glows, or do they actually think it does something? And no, they think it does shit. And it's that's great. Sends out positive vibes and shit. It's like, I wonder if this thing glows.
You think it's a rock salt lamp?
Yep.
Are those just lemons in there?
I think that those are rocks
apples
painted
too.
yellow.
Oh.
I think there's lemons on top and apples beneath.
Why do you say that?
No.
Because they look a bit greener and a bit rounder than a lemon ought to be.
Lemons are green before they turn yellow, you know.
No, see, you're thinking of limes, Polly?
No.
Limes don't turn yellow, Sam.
They do if you hit them with fucking radiation from plutonium. Pears and kiwi fruit. Okay, now you're just taking the piss, Mort.
You know what kills me is that sometimes we talk about like, oh hey, look at the appliances and where they've got the stove and so on. Hey, that's a nice position for a grill, if only because there's extensive fucking room for cutting and chopping and everything else on the sides of it, which there rarely is.
Mm-hmm.
They've got it shoved in a corner, you know what I mean? And there's like, I love the amount of counter space around that fucking grill, man, or around the stove rather.
You could have like a full, like, procedurally composed meal, right? Just leading up. All of the prepared stuff is to the left of the stove there, and all of the stuff that's already been cooked and is waiting to be assembled onto the plate is on the right hand side. Have it run like a conveyor.
And it's got like
Mr. Ford would be proud.
The proper higher level that when you have what do they call that when they got the seating that's at the counter? What
there's a word for it.
Yeah, whatever they call this kind of seating where it pulls up to the counter. It's at a proper, what I think of as proper higher level. You know what I mean? So you're not eating at the same level that you're cooking at on the other side. So yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Well, yeah. And food's not flying about and into, raw food is not getting into the cooked food.
Yes. Yeah. That while you're cooking on one side, you can be, serving up or whatever, like plating stuff down on the lower level. Bar seating. Yeah. Thank you, Cheshire. Such an obvious name. What's that called? Yeah.
I wasn't thinking that at all.
It's
maybe I'm thinking of a different word.
It's in such in such ugly surroundings that I think I ignored. Like, hey, your cupboards are nice and tasteful because nothing else is.
That was one of the other things that like grabbed me about this, because like when we go to a place and it's like like we're playing the look at the thing game. Normally it's because people have just got too much shit. They've got too much crap.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like spot the crap. Whereas this, like, it's a case of there's nice stuff. And yet you almost really can't see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's actually not a lot of shit kicking around.
I've encountered these before and nearly like broken my fucking hip. Rugs on marble are, I mean, you can have them as long as they've got like rubber on the other side, something that's going to give you a coefficient of friction, man. Because otherwise you're looking at like, slippery death right there, man. You ever step on those things in the middle of the night and you don't know they're there and you almost go all the way over? Yeah, I've done that.
Lisa says matching plug sockets too. Yeah, the little outlets along the top.
Oh yeah, nice touch. I can't help but feel that because I'm such a big fan of the indoor grill with the overhead hood, that this could have been organized into a proper indoor grill instead of just a gas stove.
That in the center there, is that not a grill, like a hooded grill?
I don't think so. I think it's just a gas stove.
So, because there's the 4 rings, but there's like quite a large void between the 2 sets of rings. For the controls.
Oh yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I'm not sure I'd want that small of a grill in between.
So sometimes you get like you know the depressed rings that you get for like running a walk off. Sometimes you get those in the middle.
I don't know if I'd want that fake dog staring at me down the way the whole time. We paint that over. Someone get me a roller brush.
Throw a little mustache on him.
Make it
It'll
hilarious.
Help dispel the illusion.
Sitting on this couch, I would spend a lot of time staring up at the ceiling going, God, that's ugly.
Said the man who professes not to have ADHD.
Well, I'm trying to look at the TV and I can't help but notice that you've got like the tree of life behind it here. What the fuck? Hey, do you think that that's one of them natural light tubes coming down from outside?
Could be. Could be. It is extraordinarily well lit in here. It is lit AF.
Have they attempted to do like natural lighting as it would bleed through a tree canopy on the ceiling?
Looks that way.
Do you see what I mean? See how the lighting above the bar here, and it it seems spotty
Right.
again, like it would through a tree canopy, or is that just the way it happens to be coming through the blades of the fan?
I think it's the latter looking at it.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
I'd end up throwing treats to the dog. Well, that would very quickly ruin the effect when there's like splattered grease all around.
Your love of the halfling's weed has addled your mind.
Again, look at how widespread the marble flooring is in this place. That wasn't cheap.
No.
Fuck.
No, it wasn't, was it?
That ain't cheap.
Unless it's really good imitation.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I
But
mean,
the way the light hits it, it looks like marble flooring.
it does, and it looks like separate plates of marble, as opposed to if it were fake, it'd be a lot easier to keep the threads of color running in one consistent thing from square to square. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
To make it look like it was a lot larger of a piece of marble that it was cut from originally, where it's clearly each one is an individual cut from somewhere. Nobody with that plot of land is putting in fake marble. That's it's with the plot of land and the money to go this custom, it stands to reason that's real fucking marble, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I mean, if this whole
Alright, I'm
place is
back.
covered in, welcome back. That's got to be a $40,000-$50,000 floor, surely.
I don't know. Is that how much marble's running?
They were going for Italy here. Maybe Spain.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I don't like. I mean, I can tell that this isn't true, and I get that it's not supposed to be because it's on a curved wall, but depending on where you're sitting, this looks all wonky. Like, why is your wall all
is right.
derpy? And it's like, because you're not standing in the right spot to look at it, sort of to fool the eye,
Yeah. Yeah. My œil is not trompé.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I hate it. Thanks. Really cool.
Do you think that plant
Jeez.
pot's real? Next to the chair there.
I think yes. I think
Yeah.
yes.
I think it's real.
See, you'd want to touch it too, just to verify.
Well, I think it'd be different if you're standing there looking at it instead of in a picture.
Standing here, I realize.
Epoxy on concrete. Engineer thinks it's not marble. I get normally it would annoy me multiple pictures of the same area, but I totally get it here, and there's more than enough to look at. Wow.
Yeah.
That sectional couch is a hell of a lot larger than I thought it was.
You know what's actually really throwing me? They are using a fisheye lens in a fucking roundhouse.
Yep.
Oh my god, it's the one time where you could probably get away with it.
Do you know, because it's making it worse.
And you can see how long those beams are when they come out the wall. Fuck.
Ah.
You could hang an unruly child from that.
Yep. That'd teach him.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to work his corn on the back 40. Okay.
Right.
Beam hanging for you.
Now you come down from there once you learned your lesson.
And the dog's going to make sure you stay up there.
Now you listen here, Jean-Jacques Raphael. You're going to hang here by your dungarees until you learn to behave, young man.
Part of it goes full Egyptian? Why?
Yeah, why?
Or as the architects and painters and decorators said, why not?
I take it this
Yeah,
is off into one of
someone
the
should
two
have told them
bedrooms?
no. What the fuck? Is that a Merkaba on the door?
That is, yes, it is.
Oh my fucking
The
god.
space Jews built it.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's, well, an Egyptian mummification sarcophagus, and they got a Merkaba on the bathroom door for you to stare at while you're dumping, I guess.
What the fuck?
Do you know all 13 points of the Sephiroth? Learn it today.
Have a good night, Misfit.
No, I don't, and I don't want to. Yes, later, Misfit. Sorry. On one hand, that's kind of cool. On the other hand, just no.
The Merkaba?
The sky is
No,
falling
the
in
wall.
on me.
Oh.
Is that a building or a really fucked up Greek flag at the head of the bed?
A building. It's a hotel.
How do you see a Greek flag?
Hold on.
Well, I'm not fooled. Your bed sheets don't match your wall.
They're just gonna get quite the right shade.
There you
So
go.
close enough will do.
Why did they close the door to complete the illusion?
Right? Were they too afraid to close the door in case it really teleported them to the scene?
Couldn't figure out how to get out again.
I don't know. Again, I'm just curious as to what they wanted. Like, I guess if the wall was just painted one color, it would seem claustrophobic and like the wall's curving in right above the bed. So it's like, we don't want that. We want it to feel expansive. So I guess that's interesting.
They close the door and the hand just disappears.
Yeah, it's like a holodeck. You close the door and the exit disappears. Yeah.
Okay, but why not put actual sand on the floor, huh?
Yeah, go real immersion.
Mhm.
I love how the molding against the wall here isn't painted. It's the one thing that isn't. Why?
Yeah. Were they expecting the bed to hide it?
Maybe.
Oh, possibly.
It's just there isn't any molding along the wall here, right? It goes from like sand to marble.
No. At least not visibly.
Yeah. I mean, they did attempt something interesting to put it, you know, within a covered point, right? This little canvas covered.
Yeah.
I don't want people on vacation staring at me while I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah, what the hell?
This is the exhibition.
No, especially not Italians. My God.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of this, but I didn't know there were coq chez linge, but there they are.
Do you think if you plug something into the PowerPoint, you'd be able to hear what the tourists are saying?
That's what the sockets on the wall are into for full immersion. Yeah, you plug it in, you hear the sounds of the seas, complaining Italians, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the usual.
You're woken up every morning like yeah.
Did not hear any of that.
Oh, yeah, that's too quiet. Never mind. What fucking mountains is that supposed to be in the background?
What Italian protectorate is this
Vesuvius.
supposed to be that has palm trees?
Vesuvius. Pompeii.
Damn it.
Aren't those false bricks in the hallway ridiculously oversized?
Not for
Yeah.
not for what you call it, the interior of a pyramid.
Well, someone that's just fucking insane.
Not for the interior of a pyramid. Okay, yes, but all right. I mean, I'd call you insane if there wasn't an Egyptian sarcophagus in the other room.
They're just painted, Polly. They're not real bricks. They can't hurt you.
Well, I didn't think they could. I'm just saying they're not really to scale. Look how tiny the people are.
For God's sake,
No,
man.
you're moving on to a completely different scene. It's fine.
All right.
Polly, you've got to go through the looking glass, okay?
Take us to the Merkaba room, please.
Yeah, I need to know what's in the macabre room. Just, yeah, I really fucking need to know.
That's a very convincing Sphinx and pyramids in the distance.
Is that supposed to be? I thought it was just an extension of the Italian room.
No.
Like, and that was just some lady sitting on a blanket or
Holy
something.
shit, Fart. Look. This is the Merkaba room, right? And it's like swirly
Oh, God,
space time.
isn't that a star?
Yeah, you see it? There's a little
Oh,
Saturn
no,
there.
yeah.
And and it's
Holy
right off the
shit.
Egyptian room where it's like, you know, you go through like space and time into wherever the fuck.
Into what looks like another star. Holy shit.
That is a really crappy Sphinx and pyramid. But I love how they went like ancient pyramids still covered in like the encasing
Yeah.
limestone with the gold tips. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is the way it looked back in the day. Really? Well, that entire Delta Valley was all bright greenery supposedly at that time. So you kind of
Yeah.
fucked that up.
Ah.
Not only that, but can you tell from here whether or not that Sphinx has got its nose?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? It's like, does this thing still have a nose? Or is it just gone already?
Right.
Mort says, I think that's an astrological chart. A hippie once drew one for me. Looked a lot like that.
Well, maybe, but you know, Merkaba.
Oh, yeah.
Merkaba.
Welcome to the Mayan room.
Oh, boy. Do you think those blankets are sourced from actual Mayan people?
I appreciate you because you are one of the only people I know that would ask that question.
Sourced from actual Mayan people. Yeah. And were
Well,
they
they've been
fair
dead for like
trade?
3,500 years, but yeah, absolutely.
And here's where they sacrifice people to their evil god.
Hey, it wasn't evil to them. It's just evil looking in.
No, that gods were pretty fucking evil to them. They blamed them for all sorts of things. The rains have not come for many a season. We must sacrifice 3 more virgins.
That'll set us straight. You know, okay, you know what? I appreciate how you put these like top sections here
Yeah.
that are lit. I appreciate that. That's nice detail.
Yeah, but they've clearly got money, so they should be, you know, those like fake flame lamps that you can get where it's like a little strip of fabric or something like that.
that are on a
wibbles
fan
about.
to wave a little. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
I don't know if the wood of the bed really works with the stone of the building. Shouldn't this be stone too? So it kind of looks like you're on the stairs. Isn't that what the idea is here?
Yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Like, I'm not trying to be overly critical of their
It's not
mystical
that they didn't have
hippie
wooden
insanity in
structures.
the middle of, where was it, Texas? Buffalo, Texas?
Buffalo, indeed.
I'm just looking all over
Look
this
at the
room
little
now.
parrot in the background.
This always gets ruined for me when they've got a TV, a mirror, a painting, when it's sitting on a desk and angled so it won't fall over because they clearly couldn't or wouldn't attach it to the wall. It always stands out to me.
I don't mean to be that guy. Is that not an African parrot perched on the end of the dresser there?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't know my parrots.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know for sure. You know, I'm only repeating what I'm told here, but I think that's an African parrot. Oh, come on. That was pretty good.
The Aztec room is a green orb by the door. See, what I like about this is that you picture these people going to like the weirdest flea markets in the world, you know what I mean? And going, oh my God, this would look perfect for the Aztec room. You're so right.
Oh, at least they have a sunset.
That is challenging to call art.
It's hard to look into this corner. What's happening? Is space and time collapsing here?
I
Just so
thought
they
it
can
was
see
a
a sunset, yeah.
I thought it was a zombie with a bandana over their mouth to begin with.
Well, I thought this was a
Kinda
dead
does
whale
look like
laying on the
that.
beach. I don't know. Soon to explode, no doubt. Oh, that is a parrot sitting there. I thought that was a painting.
Is it a parrot? Is that not like a great big old fucking beak on it? Is that not some sort of excessively colored toucan?
Well, I'm not here to debate bird species with you. My point is that it's not a painting.
It's not a parrot either, Polly. Toucan play at that game.
Toucan.
Touche.
Fan.
Well, that's an adorable little TV you got there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
Most
really did
normal
go.
looking thing in the room.
That they really wanted that sunset, man. Because they put it between
Yeah,
two
they
space
did.
warps.
What's behind that door?
That's a good question.
The one that's not open.
Doesn't look like. Is that door shorter than average and wider, or is it just like the distortion of the lens?
I think it's lens
Distortion?
distortion, yeah.
Yeah. You got to wonder what kind of weird crap is in their fucking jewelry boxes there.
Right?
Yeah.
It's all beads.
Yeah,
Oops,
human
all
bone
beads.
beads and human leather.
They're really knowledgeable on the Facebook Marketplace for that shit.
Yeah. Oh, I would touch everything in here, Patty. All of it. And touch all
I
the
was
things.
gonna say they don't
Just
keep
touch everything.
this. They don't keep guns. They've got Macahuitl instead. And here we go.
What the fuck?
Is this the Roman bathroom?
What the fuck? I guess.
I can't remember what type of capitals those are on the columns there.
Those are impressive
Someone in
columns. You know,
Mhm.
Yeah.
pretty ornate. Hope they're not styrofoam.
Nah, I wouldn't have thought so. Although they might be sort of like garden ornaments that they brought inside, cleaned up, and then painted to, look like that.
Right. Well, yeah,
Fairly
they
sure
do
that's it.
look a little specifically colored exactly like the surroundings, so I think they're clearly painted
Yeah.
for the purpose. One really seems like it's hanging out in the middle of nowhere, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Dumbass column. That ain't propping up shit.
Well, yeah, neither of them are propping up shit. You should probably have like goblets or something at the top because I mean, there's nothing else there. Are they meant?
Or
Are they meant to be
like
kind of under that support beam?
I guess. Why not put like a if you're gonna do it, the front overhang on the Greek temples and buildings and such. It's a triangular sort of eave, I suppose. Big stone thing usually got lots of fucking little carvings in the center of it. Hold on. What's the fucking name for it?
I'm trying to figure out if that stone fish is a stone fish sculpture sitting on the counter or whether that's or the wall. So much of this fucking house, I'm like, is that real?
Holy shit, is this real?
Yeah.
We could lose Polly for days down here.
Yeah.
We could.
Gotta check everything.
That bathtub looks double wide too. It looks like the taps are up here in the corner. See?
Yeah. Ironically enough, in the Greek room, they've got an Italian bath.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, they got
Yeah,
a,
they do.
Oh my god, why? Why?
well, of all the rooms, I like this bathroom the most so far.
I mean, yeah, but it's still tacky as fuck.
Yeah, no one's denying that. Although I do like the TV right here, or the screen right above the jacuzzi bath. That's nice.
Mhm.
And there's another bird of unknown origin.
Oh, great. Miscellaneous birds.
Do you think this slides back? It's a moonroof?
I fucking hope not.
You don't like moonroofs?
Jesus Christ. I don't like the idea of a moonroof here. How about that?
In case trespassers on your land walk by and see you in the bath? Is that it?
In
How
case
else
they
does
see
it-
my shame, which means this entire house,
Ah.
yes.
But how are you supposed to offer a prayer to Celine while taking a bath?
That's the neat part. You don't.
Heretic.
You avoid paganism. That's how.
When in Greece.
But you're not in Greece. You're in the illusion of Greece.
Ugh, these damn Thracians, Polly, they got no time for religion.
This towel really just does look giraffe prints.
It really does.
Yeah. So I take it that this is okay. So is that a door that leads immediately into
A shower?
like a stand and shower? Yeah. Or
I
is
think so.
okay? Do you step inside there, or is that itself the door that leads into the step and shower? Do you see what I mean?
I think it's a cubicle in its own right.
Okay.
Because the door to the left of it sort of precludes it from going around to the left. And that looks to be a wall with a shelf or rail of some description on it to the right.
Oh, so they're standing inside the tub now. Oh, double
Okay.
fishes.
Oh, great. Just
Yeah.
great.
Well, yeah, it's never one pisky, Polly. It's always two piskies.
That's right. That would be bad luck to have just one.
Mhm.
And it's good that they removed it for the photography here so we could see clear across, but then they put it back
Mhm.
afterwards. You see? For symmetry.
Hmm.
We got these at a little bazaar up in Lubbock, Texas. I saw those fishes and I said, they'd be perfect for our Greek Roman bath thing.
Ironically enough, for Lubbock, they're haddock.
How do you open any of those drawers? Where the fuck are the handles? Are they faux drawers?
Yeah. Ancient Greek mysticism.
Oh. So like the drawers
Yeah.
on like the Enterprise D where you push a button and they open? Unnecessarily complex because it's the future?
I think you could probably just grab the top of them. They've probably got like an angled
Yeah.
top of the thing. And yeah. So the top edge is the handle, so to speak.
Hmm. Oh. A room of relative normalcy.
Oh, thank God.
Are those mirrors on the front of this chest? Or drawer or whatever the fuck you would call wardrobe? Whatever.
No,
See,
maybe?
There's
I don't
no
know.
toilet. There's no toilet in here, but this is the real restroom.
Nice.
Mhm.
You know, I have to say, for people that like have decorated this house, they seem to have an interesting lack of crap to put on this shelf.
Yeah, they're clearly
Yeah.
minimalists.
Yeah, but I mean, this seems
Oh my
like the
God.
kind of people that would have a lot of crap.
Just you wait.
Oh God.
There's an upcoming
I
crap
don't like
room.
that. I don't like that.
Excuse me. Oh, I kind of like this. This is nice.
I really like that.
Yeah.
It's almost like
Yeah.
it's almost gothic, right?
Yeah, it doesn't belong in this place at all, but I like the look of it a lot. It's nice.
What, you like the jail door?
No, this. What would you call
Cabinet.
this? Chest, wardrobe,
Cabinet.
cabinet? Yeah, just it's cabinet. Yeah. It's big. It's wood. It's dark. It's natural. I like it.
Get one for yourself. Get one for your wife.
Sit down at the single chair of doom. What is going on here?
I'm not sure what that is, you know.
It's a digital worship center for this pagan god? Is that what's happening?
What is it with you and the pagan gods, Polly?
What is with them is the question.
I didn't see you in church on Sunday.
And you're at the wrong church, sir.
That is neither here.
that screen jail door. I mean, I've only seen those in the hood. I don't really know what it's doing underground in Texas here, but
I think it's got glass in it. I think that's an Italian style screen door. It's supposed to be.
okay.
Well,
You
it
get
looks like a
them-
jail door.
Yeah. You see them sometimes in like fancy upscale New York apartments.
And low down ghetto suburban front doors.
Yeah, but they're usually made of wood and just painted black.
Oh, okay.
Opposed to, you know.
Yeah, they're wrought iron where I come from because you can't kick them in. Even the police have to, wrap a tow cable around it and have the APV yank it off the frame.
From the Garto.
I mean, seriously, that little mini computerized pagan worship station's confusing me because it's got like the garbage off to one side and what looks like a shredder on the other, and then some I don't know what the fuck computer
Right.
device, like it looks like an ancient Texas Instruments thing that fucking Lazy Game Reviews would own.
It's just a microfiche reader. Those are crates of microfiche off to the right hand
Oh,
side.
okay.
I have no idea.
What the fuck?
Oh, we just went abstract.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, what the fuck? Well, there's the jail door.
Yeah, it's
I don't
another
think that is actually.
tubular vestibule to the blue
That's a
shipwreck.
different one
Bill.
far.
These tubular entrances and exits, I don't know. They're interesting.
Said every 14-year-old boy.
14. Fuck.
That was going by averages, Polly.
Wait, what?
Oh, wow.
okay. Inside the tube,
have an
looking
octopus.
out. Okay, yeah, and there is an octopus
Okay. And a couple of flying dolphins.
and a flying blue whale in the back.
All hail the blue whale.
Yeah, man.
Oh, God.
Look at it. It's ascending to heaven. There it is, and it's in Texas. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I got to send this off to Ghastly. Holy shit, man. Look, and it's in
Right?
Texas.
Wait, do you think this is actually Ghastly's house? Up for sale?
I thought I could sell it anonymity.
If it
And those
is-
bastards over on Noir Bar were making fun of my abode.
Fucking
if
dox
it is,
me.
you have some questions for him about his choices.
Honestly, having watched a good bit of what Ghastly puts out, I got no questions. And I mean that in the nicest way.
I mean, look at all these lights down from heaven. If this isn't blue whale worship, what is? I mean, there's paganism throughout this place. I don't know.
Under the sea, says Phantom Pro. Indeed.
Again, I don't get what what is that octopus supposed to be doing? Floating above the
Doing
water?
its best? I
He's
don't know.
recording. He's recording the ascension of Baleen Christ.
Nice. Well done, Sam. The anointed skimmer of plankton. Okay. Huh.
Isn't it shockingly normal to be outside again?
Well, everything's normal
Yeah.
except for whatever the fuck this tree is doing.
Yeah,
What the
what's
fuck's
going
going
on
on? That tree does not look okay, man. Like, what have they
No,
done? to it?
are you okay, tree? Are you
Oh,
having
look
a
at
bit of
it.
a tough time?
It stands so much taller than the rest of them. It probably, gets the worst of the waves of wind. It's said that tall men only fear strong winds.
Okay. I don't know. I feel that they did this because it looks like they're trying to do it to its neighbor tree. See?
Well, every tree deserves a friend, Polly.
Oh, they got a garage. Okay.
Okie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Okie. Thank you very much, our son.
It all looks so boring in comparison, honestly. I'm like, this is just
Yeah.
normal, but not. It doesn't reveal the crazy that lies within.
Yeah.
This is like the librarian that you take out on like a coffee date. Just the one time. And then, things progress. And you find out she's an absolute lunatic in the best way.
See,
The way that both, frightens and excites you.
See, I don't trust these people anymore. I would have normally assumed that the wind was just blowing these trees, but I'm not so certain anymore. I think they might have done this on purpose. The trees actually bent that way all the time.
It's hopping up and down with like ladders and such. It's just giggling to themselves. Oh yes, this'll really fuck with the neighbors.
Ah. Here's the final picture, and you didn't lie, Sam. They're a room of crap.
Oh wow. Well, at least it's organized crap.
Yeah, it's all in separate bins, and
Yeah.
here, this looks like stuff they haven't been able to incorporate into their shit yet. You
Yeah,
see they got a couple of pillars here,
Yeah.
and yeah.
that's exactly what's going on here.
So this lengthy, well-lit garage with the nice concrete platform out front and everything covers up the fact that they're not using it for any purpose other than storage and a I don't know, a construction ground for their insanity.
Pretty well.
Where they do pre-staging of nuttery.
There's a joke here somewhere, but I've not quite worked it out yet. I'll get back to you.
I hope they've got a very organized indexing system because it does look all very organized, but you never know. Maybe not. All just kind of like piled in.
I mean, this is a full-on fucking hangar type.
Yeah.
storage unit, right?
I mean, you saw how tall the how tall that front door is. You can see by the size of the man door beside it, right? So it's yeah, you could fit massive farm equipment in there, which I think is obviously the point for a property this large. But they've repurposed it for crap.
Yeah.
I wonder where they keep all their equipment to manicure the place so immaculately as they have, except for that murky pond.
Under the, if you go back one, maybe two images. Under there.
Oh, yeah. I guess this is the extreme other side of the length of this place, right?
I don't know.
Like this
I
is
guess
one
so.
side and that's the other side? No, wait.
Because
It doesn't even look like the same building. Yeah, no, it's not.
No, two buildings. Yeah.
Yeah. Because this building has like an antenna structure on it and the other one doesn't.
Mhm.
Huh. So yeah, so this is the crap hole and this is the actual garage.
I could do a lot with the property.
Fuck yeah. I mean, this could be your covered shooting point.
I was just about to say, yeah, gun range.
Yeah. Even when the wind is howling, you could shoot in comfort in here.
Mhm. I mean, the place, it was fairly green.
Fuck yes,
So
it
it
was.
gets-
Yeah, it really was. Growing trees,
So it
nice
gets a good
lawn,
amount of
everything
sun.
looked great.
Yeah. Gets a good amount of sun, but not too much.
And of course, I mean, every picture we didn't talk about, like the fucking blue sky as picturesque as it gets, man. Like
Oh, yeah.
whenever they took pictures, it must have been a nice time of year because it looks fucking gorgeous. And I really hope there's a description that accompanies this place. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. All right. So again, what were we looking at here? 725,000 was the estimate on Trulia. In Buffalo, Texas, 3
All
beds,
right.
2 baths, 3,000 square feet on just shy of 40 acres. This property is currently not for sale or rent through Trulia. Description provided by blah, 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 blah. Okay, gotcha. Underground home on a rolling 40 acres, 30 minutes north of Corsicana. Home is a monolithic dome home constructed fully underground. Currently on deep water well and co-op electric, but can go off-grid with a 22 kVA propane electric generator with an auto switch panel. Home boasts 3,000 square feet of livable space with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and an additional 3 rooms for work and leisure space. Open living, kitchen, and dining areas, as well as pagan worship for all you psychos. Garage can be 2 levels, but is currently 1. Workshop 1 has 3 rooms and a full bathroom with additional 2,600 square feet of warehouse space and covered parking. Workshop 2 is 5,000 square feet, deep well, spring-fed ponds, garden space, septic system, and gated entrance. Owner prefers to finance.
Okay.
I'd like to know more about the deep well and spring-fed ponds. I don't know enough about properties to know what that means exactly, but I'd like to. What exactly is a spring-fed pond?
In so much as it natural springs, so you don't have to feed it with water from main supply. You ain't paying for that.
What I'm curious about, does that mean natural pond, or that they've diverted the water? Or they've just dug down deep enough where it fills automatically from underground spring because it's deep enough too?
I think the lattermost, as we were saying, established water table, because it didn't look lined, did it?
No, it didn't.
Phantom Throw points out, no HOA, hell yeah.
Yeah. Always a bonus. It sounds like somebody really went to town with a lot of the ability to go off-grid and on-grid. Or it sounds like there might be interruptions. They don't sound like preppers. This doesn't seem like a prepper space at all. And there's very little utilitarianism on this property, right? But yet it's set to go off grid at any moment with an automatic switch panel. Sounds like they're all prepared for constant interruption, or irregular, I should say, interruption.
They're lady preppers, Polly. That's what it is.
I didn't know there was such a thing. Lady preppers. The listed price was $1.9 million in 2020.
Whoa.
Holy fuck. That's a drop.
Yeah, no shit.
1.9 million to 725 estimated. Ouch.
Yeah, we don't know how good Trulia's estimation is, though, do we? Because
no, we don't.
Going to be based on other properties in the area.
Yeah, it will be.
How do you compare this?
That's a fair point. I mean, I guess I'm sure they've got an algorithm for it, which is nothing more than beds, baths, and square footage inside versus square footage of the property, and then amenities. Yeah. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So no, you can't calculate it because the homeowner's going to want more because it's a dome home. And it's like, yeah, but it's only 3 bed, 2 bath. If I remember. No, 3 bath, 2 bed. I thought it was interesting the way that they talked about the workshop spaces. Those were the garages we were referencing, right? And they could be set up 2 levels versus 1. And there was a lack of detail. Well, a lack of pictures considering the descriptive detail. That was interesting.
It's a fallout shelter, painted walls to help with cabin fever, suggests Phantom Fry.
Locals say there's wildlife.
Oh,
I sure
do they?
So.
They speak tales of wildlife that may be around. We don't know. We haven't seen any yet.
Wow, Trulia. I would like to see the LGBTQ local legal protections.
Oh my god.
You're in the heart of Texas. I'm just saying.
How gay is Buffalo, Texas?
Holy shit. Did you guys need some fucking BlackRock money? What the fuck is this? Like,
Oh my god. Hey there, kids. You want to know about your local LGBTQ, AB+, whatever the fuck's local legal protections? Well, here you go. Fucking Christ.
I'm sure they were thinking about that investment money on how to subsidize their, their costs. And it's like, how can we wedge in LGBTQ? It's like, well, what? They hired LGBTQ people to do the fucking building? What are we going to possibly do? And this is what they came up with.
The Rainbow House logo bullshit that they've got going on there.
Oh,
Fucking
yeah.
hell.
Unless, of course, this is a social pariah organization, in my opinion, that goes around and offers this service. We can tell you about local protections for LGBTQ interests. You know what I mean? And offers it to like everybody on TripAdvisor, on realty websites. Sounds like the kind of thing some fucking social leeches would have come up with to justify their fucking women's studies degrees.
Sodomites Anonymous.
Well, certainly not the lesbians, but yeah, I hear you. No sodomizing lesbians. You made your choice. Go ahead. Clip it. I don't care.
I always need more clips.
Oh. Looks like everyone doesn't take care of their property in Buffalo. Holy shit.
Holy.
Brown Chapel Road is well named. It's
Yeah.
holy shit. What a hole. What is this? Just a car park? Look at it. Where vehicles go to die.
This is the graveyard. This is a bunch of Texans buried in their trucks. You know that exists.
Wow. This does look like a place where you'd find bodies.
Wow.
If anyone's
Holy
ever seen True
shit.
Detective Season 1, this looks like where the killer lived.
Talk about visual cueing.
Oh man, look at that tree. Its branches point down to where the bodies are.
Holy fuck.
Oh my lord. Is that a hearse?
How fitting. A fucking hearse.
Yeah.
It hit all of this. Yep. Yep.
It kind of looks like it though, doesn't it? A little bit.
It does.
Oh, I was hoping for a close-up. No, it's just more pictures of the same. Oh, it's just the same 5 pictures. Yeah. Okay. Seriously, come on.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't. That's why I'm agreeing with it. It's like, yeah, that's really fucking fitting.
That one's my shooting car. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Ring, 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 ring. Hello, Bonnie and Clyde residents.
I want to do a video about that. Like odd stories that I've heard in my time and then ended up like, come on, that can't be real. And then looking more into it and finding out about like around American politics that people don't talk about. So you got Lyndon Johnson, the running mate of JFK, right? And he's a Texan and a hardcore Texan, but a Democrat, and he ended up being more liberal than Massachusetts Yankee ass fucking Kennedy. Kennedy wouldn't sign the fucking the civil rights bill. He kept putting it off because he didn't want the controversy and so on. Who did it as soon as they came to office? Johnson did. Weird. You don't think that. Regardless, he's a Texan down to his fucking boots, man. How do you know? Because when the Kennedy brothers, Jack and Bobby, go there to hang out with the vice president, because it's like, at that time, you didn't just bring someone on as vice president and keep them at arm's distance. You had to know the person, if you know what I mean, because we're going to be running mates and shit. And so he invites him down to his plot of land. LBJ invites him to his plot of land in Texas. So they go down there. What do they spend the day doing? Well, the traditional LBJ family thing to do, they, of course, drove out in a fucking drop-top Cadillac to go deer hunting. And the tradition is you can't come back until you get a deer. So there the Kennedys are, who have never been hunting before in their lives, who are now in a fucking convertible Cadillac driving around on like the back 100 of this guy's fucking property looking for a deer to shoot. Tell me that wouldn't make a fun video. They talk about it at various times in various pieces of correspondence. You can piece together how that day went for them, and they didn't have any fun and they never went back. Oh, man. Woo. That was fun, Sam. That was a good find. Well done.
Yeah. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, there we go. Woo. Yeah, I think it's about that time that we should, oh, goodness, shut her down for the night. What do you say?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. I thought I hung up on you guys. Wrong button.
No.
No, you're good.
I'm good. Okay. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of Last Call here in Noir Bar, live from the Chase District of Noir City for the first time in a couple of months, and it was damn good to be back. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight for our own little brand of 1940 booze-fueled banter. I'd like to thank Far and Sam for keeping me company at the bar once again. I missed you guys.
Oh, good dude. Miss you too.
Missed you too.
Well, you won't after next week when we get you to tell us all about Laos, Far. Still looking forward to it. Have some stories ready. I will have Yoko ready for you. Yoko. And finally, I'd like to thank all the very generous people who tipped the bartender as well as my two good friends here. That's how we keep the fires burning and the corrupt cops paid off.
Yeah, thank you.
Much appreciated, guys. Thank you very much.
And seriously, it's been a rough time trying to get all the my ducks in a row here with contract work and every other damn thing that's gone wrong for me in the past little while. And it was awesome that I reopened the bar and traveled back to 42 and you guys were here to hang out with me. It was great to see you again and a lot of fun. I didn't realize how much I missed it until halfway through the show. And it was like, holy shit, I missed this. Yeah. Great to see you guys. I love my little bar and it wouldn't be the same without any of you. Either you, Far, you, Sam, or you, Chat.
Mm-hmm. Quite agree.
So as we always say about this time, oh wait, Sam, how goes the gameage?
Oh, the gameage. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. I took a short hiatus from it myself for a little while. But when Platty was off in glorious Laos.
Fucking God.
One last cheeky sting, Far. Come on. Yeah, no, I took a little break, but no, other than that, it's been good. People keep showing up, so I'm gonna keep doing it. And yeah, I'll be doing some more tomorrow. Haven't decided exactly what just yet, but yeah. So come hang out. It'll be probably about 3 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Central, midnight my time.
Cool.
For that on Sunday. That will be, sorry.
And Far, I haven't checked out, like, I've been woefully disconnected from everything YouTube and online for a good while. Have you been streaming? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, I have.
And how's that been going?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah, all right.
Nice. Anything particular people should check out?
I did a stream last night where I did a hand cam, so you can see my hands. There you go.
Nice.
And an excellent nail polish. Check it out.
What were you doing? Basket weaving or what?
No, I was opening a Pokemon deck.
Oh, no shit. Nice.
Yeah. So that's there.
That's for you, isn't it? Is that the first time you've done that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the first time I've done that. It had the jankiest setup as well. Which you see on the stream, because I pointed towards the setup eventually near the end. So you do see how absolutely fucking jank that was.
But it worked.
Yeah.
It did work.
If it's stupid and it works, Far, it ain't stupid.
That's
Sure.
That's true. That explains my entire fucking academic career. What you're doing is stupid. Hey, shut up. It worked. Yeah. But as we always say about this time, you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. See you again next time, everybody. And thank you once again.
Good night.
Thank you very much, guys. Good night.
Mm-hmm.